Hello! We're super excited to start the course with you, but as always, before we do, we need to see where we're starting and where we're ending up so we have a clear path to becoming a top designer. So let's see what this course will look like for you. The first step is always meeting the client. This is the first step in any design project, any project you may have. And we're gonna start off with a fictional company that hires you and they wanna create a product that rivals Amazon. In this entire course, we're gonna build this product from start to finish and give for you an exact step-by-step process that you can use for all your future projects. This is a process that Daniel, who has worked as a lead designer for multiple companies, uses all the time. Now, this section also introduces you to some of the tools we're gonna use in the course, how to get the best out of the course, but we're also not going to spend too much time because I know you wanna get started and start designing. We're gonna revisit this idea of meeting a client later on towards the end of the course so that you can learn about things like user stories, using Trello, using story mapping in Figma. But we want us to get started. So right away, we're gonna start designing this product that this fictional company, Keiko Corp, wants to build. We're gonna learn about sketching, about inspiration, about user flows and sitemaps. This is the first stage where we try to draw inspiration from different sources and start to brainstorm ideas for the product we're gonna build. This is a very critical process and we're gonna take you step by step. Then we get into even more exciting things. This is the explore and iterate phase. This is where we talk about wireframes, prototyping, and getting feedback. We're going to start using Figma, which is a wonderful tool that more and more people are using now. Because things like Photoshop are kind of outdated when it comes to design and most people don't use it. We wanna use a modern tool like Figma that you're gonna see allows us to do everything we want. And also makes our handoff later on when we finish the project super easy. You're gonna love Figma. And the next step is the really fun part. It's the visual design. This is where we talk about design theory, accessibility, things like typography, grid and spacing, forms and UI elements, color theory, image and iconography. And obviously, as I mentioned, accessibility, which is becoming more and more important. And it's a must for all designers moving forward. This is what most of you associate design with. This idea of making things beautiful, adding color, deciding what looks good. But as you can see, there's lots of steps before we get to this visual design because you need to have a plan before you start just making things pretty. Now this section is gonna be very big and we're gonna learn a lot of interesting best practices and also step-by-step guide for you to implement these things in all your designs. Now that our product is starting to take shape, we then get into design exploration. This is where we talk about design patterns, mobile design, applying visual design and motion, and also micro interactions. This is where we make everything look really modern. Again, talk about best practices, about the importance of motion and animations, how we can make the user interact with our product in a way that is exciting to them, that creates good user experience. Lots to cover in this section. We then get to putting it all together. Everything we've built up until this point allows us to get to this point, which is building a design system and the final composition. Putting everything together to create the final high fidelity design assets that you can present to your client. Trust me, getting to this point is totally worth it. By the end of it all, you're gonna have tons of assets and design templates that you can use on all your future projects. And best of all, the product that we're gonna build together, you can now put on your portfolio. So that next time you're on some freelancing website or you're applying for a contract, well, they're gonna see this and they're gonna be impressed by your work. But not only that, you now have the step-by-step process that you can use for all your future projects to make sure that you follow the best practices. This is where we go back to the idea of meeting the client. We want to revisit this and make sure that we understand what happens when we get our clients or we are looking for clients. What are the best practices? What are the questions that we ask to try to understand what their needs are, because at the end of the day, design is all about understanding what the client and the user needs and creating a product around that need and want. Finally, to complete the course, we are going to talk about this idea of creating a web portfolio for you to be discovered by others, for you to get clients, and who knows, maybe even work remotely. We want to show you some of the best practices when it comes to showcasing your work. And then finally, just as a bonus bit, because we're going to be talking about how to hand off your work to developers. Once we're done with the design process, we usually hand off our work to developers that can program and perhaps put the website online or the mobile app in the app stores. Now, HTML and CSS is not necessary for you to be a top designer, but it doesn't hurt to know how websites are built, how to put a website online, and learn how you might become a full-fledged designer that can use HTML and CSS to wow the clients. So as you can see, we have a lot to cover, but it's going to be really, really fun. We're going to build something really, really beautiful that I think you're going to be proud of at the end of it all. We're going to take you from zero to mastery. But here's the thing. The best part of this course is our online private community of over 300,000 students. We have on here people chatting every day, helping each other out, solving problems together, showcasing their work, or just talking about the latest and greatest in the tech industry. This is an optional resource for you to use so that you can have back and forth conversation with other students and myself and Daniel so that you feel like you're part of a classroom. I'm on there chatting every day, and we also have monthly challenges for you to do to supplement the course. But you know what? That's enough talking for me. I know you want to get started, so let's learn how to design beautiful products. Guess what? You have just found your first client. And this guy, his name is Bruno. He has a huge idea. They're going to create a new product to take on Amazon. You see, shopping on Amazon isn't the best. I mean, sure, you can find lots of stuff, but the whole experience design, there's room for improvement. And Bruno, that works at Keiko Corp, one of the fastest growing tech companies in the world, well, he wants to take on Amazon and build their own shopping experience. And they found you as a designer to lead the charge, to design their product, their mobile and web presence to take on Amazon. Now, this is the first part of any design project that you may have. It's this idea of meeting the client. You meet someone that needs your expertise, but you're taking this course because you're starting from scratch, or you already have some knowledge and you want to improve upon it. Now, because everyone has different skill levels with this course, we're going to assume you have already met the client and you're starting to work right away, just like we have with Bruno. At the end of the course, we have some extra bits for you to show you how you may find and get your first clients, but we also want to start with the actual practical designer things to get started on the course, because I know you're getting excited to learn. So the first step that we're going to take is to learn the skills and have that dream portfolio by the end of this course. So we're going to start designing the product that Bruno wants and eventually have a finished design system and portfolio so that when we come back to this idea of meeting a client, you already have the portfolio and the skill set needed to start looking for your first clients, whether it's on a freelance website or just an existing client. Hooray. But here's a quick thing to get you started when meeting a client. The whole thing is about solving their problems. When you meet a client, can you solve their problems? Are you the person that can take what they say and wow them? Are you the expert that they have been looking for all along? You see, people want somebody that makes their life easier, not harder. By the way, you might be wondering something. Why are we saying product designer here? Isn't this a web and mobile designer course? Well, yeah, it is. But the idea of design and designing, as we're going to find out throughout the course, isn't necessarily just about the web or just about mobile. Our technology is constantly evolving. There's new platforms coming out all the time. And a designer should be flexible. Sure, we can just learn web development, but then what happens if we want to build a mobile app or a VR app or any sort of product that can be on any platform? So we want to describe this course as a product designer because you can design on any platform for any product. So although we might use web design, mobile design, product design as a term, in the end, we want to build the skill set so that you can design for any platform that are out there right now and also future platforms. So our job as designers is to understand the need of the client and create designs that they themselves aren't able to do. Now, Bruno wants to build this massive shopping experience online that can take on Amazon. So how are we going to do that? Well, let's dive in and let's start exploring the world of design, the processes, and how we might go about designing a beautiful product. Welcome back. Now, this course has two paths for you to take, depending on your situation. So what are these two paths? Well, one is to just follow along. We're going to show you step by step how to go from start to finish, from sketching to having ideas to final full-fledged interactions, animations, and final designs for the product. If you want, you can follow along, customize however you want so that by the end, you have an entire design system that you can use on future projects, as well as a product that you can put on your portfolio and wow your employers. The other path that you can take with this course is that you already have a client or you have a product that you want to create. Maybe you're an entrepreneur. The way this course is structured is that we show you the exact steps a designer would take from the very beginning to the end. So by following along the step, you can actually implement your own design systems, your own designs, your own product if you already have something. We wanted to create this course so that in the future, when you get different clients, you can keep coming back to these sections and follow the steps all along so that you have a professional, full-fledged system that takes you from zero all the way to mastery, to wowing your clients. So decide on these two paths, whether you want to just follow along and customize the product that we're going to build, or you already have something that you wanted to work on and follow along the steps and create your own product. I'm excited to see what you end up with at the end of the course. Let's get started. Let's do a really quick exercise just to get our hands dirty and get us excited about the course. What we're going to do is build our first logo. Now we have a whole section where we're going to create logos from scratch ourselves and learn what the best practices are. But just for now, I want us to have something created right away. And what we're going to do is create our logo for the product that we want to build. So in our case, if we want to build a shopping experience that beats Amazon, well, then let's create that. If you have a logo that you want to do on your own for a different product, let's do that as well. And what we're going to use is some online logo makers. Again, this is just the first step. Don't worry, we're going to get into the nitty-gritty later. But for now, I'm going to link to some resources after this video. But as you can see here on zerotomastery.io, we have a resources page. And at the very top, we have some free logo makers that we can use. So there's 4 options here. It doesn't really matter which one you pick. I want you to click on one of these and create your own custom logo. Now, after this lecture, we're also going to include a bunch of design resources that we're going to use throughout the course, just so you always have a reference and you can always get inspired as we're creating our product. Let's talk about the differences between a designer and a developer. Now, you may know this already, but if you're just starting out, these terms are often confusing, and most people can't decide whether they want to be a designer or a developer. So let's have a look at these two fields and see what their differences are and also where they overlap, because there is a lot of crossover. But the main difference is that a designer is focused on the aesthetics, the experience of the user, versus a developer is focused more on the internals and the things that make a product work. But let's get a little bit deeper into that. You see, the first phase of building any product is the planning phase. This planning phase is probably the most important. This is where we decide and map the entire project. How should the product look? How should it feel? What should it do? This is also the part where you're usually interacting with the client and deciding what their goals are, what the user's goals are, and planning out the project so that you have defined goals that you want to achieve with your product. From the planning phase, we go into the design phase. And the design phase is all about using all the information in the planning phase and making it into reality. Usually you'd create something like site structure or mobile structure. You'll have visual representation. How will the product look? What would the users see? By the end of the design phase, you usually know what the product should look like, what the product should do. From there, we get into the development phase. The development phase is where we do the programming work. We usually take all the assets and information that we've gathered from the previous stage, that is the design phase, and we try to implement it on a live website or a live mobile app. You might use things like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to make the designs come alive so that they're online. They're on your phone. Once you've built the product, you've developed the product, then we get into the exciting phase of the launch phase. This is where we deliver our product to the users, to the public. Usually there's some polishing that we need to do, maybe some design tweaks, maybe some testing of our site to make sure that it works properly. But this is the critical part. Once we launch our product, it doesn't end there. The next step is the post-launch. This is usually where we hand off the product to a client, but we also monitor how the launch goes. How do the users use the product? Are there any issues? Because most of the time when you create something, it's not 100% right from the beginning. So instead, you learn from your first version that you launched, and then you iterate. That is, you improve upon it. You maybe do user testing and understand why users aren't clicking on this button, or maybe users are confused how your product works. And this turns into a loop because from the insights that you get after the launch, you can now start improving your product. You can start planning again, designing again, developing again, and launching again so that you get better and better insights. You improve the product over and over. And this whole process continues. You can never really finish a product because a product can always be improved. But we're talking about designers and developers here. So where do they come in? Well, a simplified version of this is that a designer is in charge of this part. They're heavily involved with the planning phase of working with the client and deciding what the goals are. What do we want the users to do? They're obviously heavily involved in the designs. They need to design the product so it looks nice, it looks friendly, it looks usable. It meets the client and user expectations. But they're also involved in doing things like user testing, learning from the users and improving their designs from what they learn. The developers are mainly focused with this part. They are usually the ones that receive the designs and start using things like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to implement those designs into an actual working website or a mobile app. They also might help with the launch by putting the code that they've created on a server, monitoring and launching the product. But they're also going to encounter bugs in their code. Maybe they've programmed something that isn't efficient or is incorrect and it creates bugs. Well, they have to fix those as well. So they're also involved in the post-launch process. So remember what I said at the beginning. Design is all about these aesthetics. You don't necessarily need to code because you're involved more at the beginning stages and later stages of the product development phase. But it doesn't hurt to know how developers use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to create websites, which is why we've included those sections later on in the course, so that you also understand how you might want to do this yourself. But as a developer, you also might want to learn how to design, how to plan things, because then you're able to understand the whole product better. So these borders, although might look rigid right now, can overflow into each other. But if you wanted just a guideline, this is it. To be a great designer, you need to focus on these three things. Sure, HTML and CSS and some programming will help you. We've added a couple of extra videos in there for you to still see the whole picture. All right, this video is getting long, so let's take a break and I'll see you in the next one. So designing websites and apps. Sounds pretty easy, right? Everybody can do it. Well, not really. Because when you first think about design, most people don't consider all the things that go into designing a beautiful product. Because when we talk about design, there's actually 4 key elements to designing, and specifically for web and mobile designers. The first part is graphic design. This is the idea of using colors, color theory, layout, typography, sketching, using fonts, imagery. It's the idea of telling a story to convey a specific feeling or to target a specific audience. Graphic design is all about the visuals, but just knowing graphic design isn't enough. The next part is this idea of user experience or UX. Because to be a good web and mobile designer, you need to study user experience and user interface design. So what is that? It's the art and science of designing products that provide users with the best possible experience. How can you make a user move through your product in an enjoyable way, in an easy flow? It's all about understanding your customer. Again, don't worry, because we're going to dive deep into these topics throughout the course. The next part is conversion focused or goal conversion. As a designer, you need to know how to design a product that drives the results that your clients want. For example, Bruno hired you because he wants to be successful with his product. So you need to design something that increases this conversions. Conversions meaning that a user takes a desired action. So your job is to motivate the visitors of your mobile app or a web app to take that desired action. Maybe sign up for a mailing list or buy a product. And there's a science to goal conversion. And then finally, we've talked about this, but it's this idea of platform development, whether it's on mobile or web. Although some designers limit their work and don't focus on web development or mobile app development, having at least a basic knowledge of how the platform you're designing for works, for example, HTML and CSS on the web, can be a really important skill and a really boosting skill to be a top designer, which is why we've included it in the course. Now, these are the 4 main things that you need to learn and we're going to learn to be a top designer. Throughout all of these, and something that we keep mentioning is this idea that you'll also need to be good at client and project management. But we'll get to that later in the course. Now, throughout the course, we're going to use all modern tools that top designers are using right now. but we're also going to link to some resources that you can use to help along your journey. Now, we've already checked out the zerotomastery.io resources page where we have a bunch of resources that you can use. But here are some of my favorite ones that I recommend you check out. The first one is goodui.org. And this is great for that goal conversion that I was talking about. It actually tells you how you can improve your conversion on your designs by showing you A/B tests. So for example, Amazon discovers that showing structured product detail is better. So it actually shows you which design or which layout is better. So they have a ton of these that they constantly post, so you can learn about good patterns, good UI practices that you can use for your website. The next one is awards.com. And this is great to get design inspirations. And you can even search for inspirations like different colors or different topics and get ideas for designs that you may want to use. Another one for inspiration is this one right here. And this again shows off other people's portfolio, but can also be used as your inspiration. Now, if you ever want to use icons in your products, well, I personally like using flat icon. But if you're looking for a free version, there's also things like the Noun project that give you beautiful icons that you can use. If you want images for your product, something like unsplash.com is also great to use. Now, this is just scratching the surface. There's a ton of resources that you can use. But the key is to remember, we have a lot of resources online as designers to develop our ideas. So don't get too intimidated. You don't always have to start from scratch. So as a designer, you can expect three things or three types of work environments. One is a freelancer. You're your own boss. You have your own clients. It involves a little bit more management on your time, but again, you're your own boss. Another scenario might be you're working at an agency. An agency is a company that has a bunch of designers and developers, and they look for clients for you. And those clients talk through the agency so that you don't have to go looking for clients. And the agency just assigns you different projects, which is a great way for you to gain experience working on different types of projects. And then finally, the last type of work you'll see is working what we call in-house, working for an actual company, working for a product, and you're the designer or a lead designer for a specific company. As you can see, the world of a designer is vast. There's lots to learn, but there's also lots of opportunities, which is why you're taking this course. So enough jabber. It's time for us to get started. Moving forward, Daniel's going to show you the step-by-step process that we're going to take on this course, but also for all your future projects. Remember, the flow of the course is simple. We start with a client, and then we end with a portfolio for you to use on future projects, plus the system in place for you to use moving forward for all future projects. All right, let's get started.
Hello and welcome back. We're going to be talking about sketching today in this lesson. And sketching is really interesting. I mean, there's so many different ways we can use sketching for user experience design. One thing I really like to do is use it just for idea generation. And, we're going to learn about that. We're going to learn about the process. We're going to learn about sketching different types of flows and some tips in between. So let's jump right in. We're going to start with an intro to sketching. So sketching is a two-step process. It's very important to remember. Designers consider their options and then proceed to work out those details. That first step is called idea generation. And what we want to do here is we want to approach a new product and generate as many ideas as we can. It isn't uncommon for us to be missing certain ideas or elements or details, but it's just about getting ideas out there quickly. Doesn't matter. It isn't really focusing on the detail just at this moment. Generate as many approaches and then decide on which one is the most efficient for the task you're trying to solve for. The next step is adding detail and refinement. So step by step, you work on refining those sketches and then adding more detail. It's okay to kill some of your ideas here, and that's the point. So don't really get bogged down by all the messy sketches or the lack of detail. Just keep on going and refining, and it'll come over time. Now let's jump right into how we actually take a look at that process and we go from idea generation all the way to refinement. Now that first step is generating ideas like we just spoke about. Now these are the initial sketches you basically create, and they have lower level details. They have no colors usually, maybe some colors to signify key parts of the sketch, but the goal here is to draw a lot of basic sketches. You'll notice here that there's just like a square, an arrow, some text. I mean, at this point, like I said, just generating as many options as you possibly can. Don't get bogged down by those details. From here, we're gonna start really kind of refining and start adding some details, and we can start making some sketch-like wireframes. And you'll notice that your promising sketches start to lead to more detailed view. And it may not have all the details still, and that's totally fine, but it will have a lot of the key details, and you want to refine those from those sketches that you had over here. So you'll notice that like we start adding a little more elements and different types of UI elements up here, and down here, buttons, different types of inputs. This is when we're starting to think a little bit more about interaction. Now, it will feature a lot more detail flows as well. So we'll get into this soon, don't worry about that. The next step, so when I'm getting into visual design and start thinking much more about these wireframes in much more detail, I'm actually going to refine a lot of sketches and start to pull out certain elements that I think are really needed. So like I'll start to realize that as I start building out these kind of components, I'm going to need like buttons, I'm going to need different inputs, I'm going to need to account for different types of content. And that's really going to help us in the future when we're thinking about the different types of requirements that we need. That is the basic process from going from ideas all the way to components. Next, we're going to be talking about entire sketching process. Welcome back. We're going to talk about the sketching process in a little bit more detail. There's a couple different steps and steps within those steps that I want to talk about and touch upon so that when you start sketching, you're just ready. That first step is be prepared. Always be prepared. Prepare your tools beforehand. Lots of papers, pens, markers, pencils, whatever works for you, even if it's like a tablet. We also want to think about what our goals are. You can think about what you're trying to solve for. Maybe it's a certain flow, maybe it's a certain interaction, but that should always be the center of your attention. We're also going to think about our audience. This is really important. If it's for yourself, go crazy. Be as messy as you want. You don't really need to annotate anything as long as you understand your own process. But if it's for somebody like a client or a stakeholder or your teammates, you need to clean them up a bit. So maybe add a bit more detail and explain your thought process so you don't waste time trying to explain it while you're presenting it to them. Remember, always time box yourself. This is like one of the best pieces of advice I ever got in my career is to time box anything. Time box your sketching, presentations. Keep yourself under a time limit because it'll help you focus on sketching for your goal and it'll put a little pressure on you to just throw out those ideas, not get bogged down by those details like we talked about earlier. So don't worry about them being messy. Just time box yourself and I promise you'll just produce a bunch. Step 2. Now what you want to do here is just start. Just go. Draw a frame for your device. Is it a browser? Is it a desktop window? In this case right here, we have a little mobile frame. So it just needs to be a frame. It's just going to help you kind of guide your sketch a bit. The next step is to think about the bigger picture and more basic elements that are much more redundant that you'll see. They'll really help you kind of frame your sketches, whether it's a footer, it's a header. Think about those elements that you're going to be seeing a lot of. And then from there, move on to some of the more detailed elements and the more detailed interactions. Have fun, start sketching those interactions, keep them very simple at this stage. All you need is 1 or 2 shapes. Squares, circles, rectangles, that can make up any sketch. You'll notice here that they're just using rectangles, we have circles, we have lines. They get their point across pretty well. Now, this is really important. This is one of my messy sketches. So I want you to just annotate and document your sketches. The worst thing is looking back and not understanding what you sketched before. You're going to be creating messy sketches, and sometimes you may not understand what you drew the day before or the week before whenever you revisit them. So the thing you need to do is just be as detailed as you can, but just quickly point out some certain reasoning or proposed interactions. Like over here, I have some titles, I have some text explaining what the interaction is. It just really helps give a little bit more context to what you're drawing. Now, what I need you to do is just keep going. Find the sketches you like and start building alternatives from that. Don't just stop. Organize the ones that you think have the potential and keep on going. And what's going to really help you do that is by sharing them. Share those sketches, bring them to your product team to discuss. I mean, if you're working beside them, just tap them on the shoulder, set a meeting time, just get everyone in a room to just talk about certain things that you've been working on, whether it's an interaction, whether it's an overall flow. I like uploading my sketches into Figma sometimes, and I share that document with the team and people can comment. I also just bring printouts or originals. So if I'm sketching on paper, I'm just bringing my paper there, or if I'm sketching within like a tablet or something, I'm bringing that printout. What I'm doing is I'm just talking to everyone. It doesn't matter. Developers, product managers, QA, everyone has valuable insight that you should really tap into. And after you get some feedback, you can start building off of those sketches a bit more. This is an ongoing process for every type of feature that you're going to design. The last step is refining. So how do you clarify your sketches? So you have some sketches indicating some sort of flow or interaction, and you want to clean them up a bit or think through them a bit more, but they're a bit messy and unorganized, and that's okay. So what do? Add titles. You really want to add titles for all your sketches. They really help you understand which screens are relevant and without thinking too much about it. This is so useful if you have a bunch of sketches like we see here. And yes, annotate again. I know I mentioned this before, but here it is again. Annotations are like little notes right beside elements that explain its purpose. They also really help clarify certain things that are just too hard to draw. So it's really great. So I mean, like over here, you can see that there's a bunch of different annotations in regards to the sketch and these different UI elements. But we also can use numbers. Try numbering your sketches. It can really help define where certain sketches within a flow or interaction. It helps speed up discussions, and it really helps others to try and make sense of where something fits in within your sketches. It also helps others to point out certain numbers when they're giving you some feedback. So they could just say, hey, Daniel, screen 3, I love it. We're going to keep that the same. And it really helps you gather that feedback as well if you're taking notes. Definitely use arrows. Arrows help to indicate a transition. So we can see here that if somebody interacts with this element, something else is going to happen and may push them in two different directions. Even though I don't necessarily understand this flow, I do know that something's happening here that's going to push them in two different directions. And that's with no context whatsoever. You can only imagine what somebody with context could see and the level of detail and context you can give them. So remember, use arrows. That can really help indicate where there's a page transition or even an interaction transition. And lastly, if you're feeling a little brave, you can start drawing some gestures for certain interactions. These are a bit hard, and there's a bunch of different ways you can kind of do this. You can try to use little circles. You can use arrows to indicate them. But what I usually do is I sketch really quickly, and I'm not really worried about refining these gesture sketches. What I'll do is I'll just go right over to the developer that I'm working with or developers and have a conversation. I mean, I run it by them and try to explain this in person, maybe even sketch on a whiteboard, and so they can really understand my intention and I can get some insight into what they think about the interaction. These are the different types of things you can do when you're thinking about the actual sketching process. Next, we're going to jump into actually sketching some UX flows. Hello and welcome back. We're going to be sketching some UX flows. You can tell that I'm on a tablet here because I just want to demonstrate how we can sketch those flows without using paper. A lot of people like to use tablets, and I'm using an application called Concepts. It's a free application. You can pay for some additional features, but I'm not paying right now. And I can just draw. I can export this as a JPEG and send it to myself if I need it. And that's all we really need for sketching. So I totally recommend it if you want to go the digital route. You can even do it in Figma. And yeah, so I mean, you can just grab your pen. You can even change the size of it. If you want to get a little more thick there, if you double tap with 2 fingers, you'll just go back. This is your eraser. So for the sake of this video, I'm gonna keep it pretty, I think that's good. Also, you can select different types of pens. So what we'll do is, right now we're using the regular pen. There's the fixed width pen. That's something that I rather use just for actually drawing the wireframes. So let's bring that down. I think that's it's a little too thick. Okay, perfect. Now we're ready to go. Here we're going to be focusing on a user's experience through certain journeys, both big and small. Before we even jump into those types of journeys, I just want to give you a little understanding of what I'm asking myself every time I approach something like this. Step 1, I want to understand what I need to draw. So I got to figure out exactly what I'm thinking of sketching. Do I want to sketch a large journey, or am I thinking about a small interaction? Step 2 is defining some sort of starting point. You can start at the beginning of a journey, or in the middle, or at the end. You choose what you think is best. Typically, I like to start thinking about the most difficult or riskiest parts of the product first. Some people actually like to start at the end and work their way backwards to figure out how users get to a certain point. Like I said, it's whatever works for you. Step 3, decide your next steps. After you define that first starting point within your flow, you need to know where to go. Well, that is up to you, and you need to ask yourself some important questions. Which way does this step lead our users? Where do you want them to go? What does the user need to do to get there? In the end, when I'm thinking about alternate scenarios or alternate flows that I'm trying to sketch, I think about all the different questions in terms of alternative ways that a person can go through a certain route. So what options do they have? What happens if the user closes the app at this point? Where will they resume? So these are the types of questions I'm always asking myself every time I approach a sketch. So let's start with our very first sketch. We're going to talk about mapping overall flow. Think about a user's journey through the product. That's like from point A all the way to point B. We want to understand when they come in and when they leave and what that experience is like. It's like creating some sort of customer journey. And here we can really outline different types of pain points when they're feeling happy through this journey, when they're feeling sad, and pick out different types of opportunities where we can really improve that experience for them. And also understand where exactly we can branch out and focus on different types of flows. Let's start sketching a general journey. It doesn't need to be neat. It needs to be just a little, you need to be able to understand it. We're going to start sketching a flow here. The first one I'm thinking about is mapping the overall journey for our client habitual. So if I think about step 1, I'm just going to put 1, I'm going to draw a frame. And we're not really focusing on UI elements here or anything like that. I just want to think about what the user is possibly seeing, what screens they possibly are going to, and what they're expecting. So when they come to our application, they may see a welcome screen and like some sort of button. Maybe it's an onboarding process. We can figure that out later, but now we've kind of established that. Step 2, let's create another frame. Maybe the user, when they come here, they're thinking about searching right away. They want to find a product. That's why they would use something like Habitual. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just draw maybe home screen. That looks like a cube. That still looks like a cube. That's fine. We're going to just draw some boxes. Okay, so they come to this home screen, and what they're going to do is they're going to search for a product. And the next step is that they're going to actually find that product. So they find their product and they go and research those details. And from here, after they've done that, they're interested in actually purchasing it. But right now, you'll notice that this is a very happy flow. This is what we really want our users to do every single time they come into our product. And that's not always the case. So they'll probably see a cart with a little X. Maybe there's a checkout button. their details of whatever they're purchasing, whatever product they want to buy. And if we move that over, okay, a little messy, but that's okay. I mean, we're getting a general sense of what this journey is looking like. And they get some sort of confirmation that the package has shipped. You know, you bought it and it's right out the door. And then I don't think the journey really ends there. We need to think about what happens after it's shipped. In this scenario, it's delivered and the user is happy. So this is what our whole flow starts to look like. User comes in and is welcomed by us. They search for a product. They find that product and review it, add it to their cart and check it out. The package ships and it is delivered to them and everyone is happy. Now that always doesn't happen, and this is where I'm asking myself, well, you know, we asked ourselves the question of what the goal was. The goal was to sketch the whole journey. We thought about what steps come next, but we didn't really think of alternate scenarios. So what happens if they can't find their product? There's a scenario there. If they can't find their product, maybe they have to go through some category searches. So they start searching based off of categories, or they start maybe reading reviews. There's different things that we need to always take into account. Not very rarely, and this is an assumption, and we always try to validate our assumption, but my assumption is that very rarely that everyone goes through the same exact flow. Maybe they want to read reviews. So we're starting to think about all the different types of scenarios that a user may experience in their journey. You know, maybe over here, they're happy. So we can give them a good onboarding experience. And over here, when they're searching, you know, maybe they're a little confused, and maybe this is a great way to implement a really easy search experience that makes them happy. Oops. So maybe we can really capitalize on that opportunity. We really need to think about who our users are and what they really want to experience when they're moving through our app. So that's how you map an overall flow using sketching. And if you wanted to, like I said before, you can just export this, bring it into Figma, clean it up a bit, and start thinking about it there if you want to. But that's how you map an overall flow. Welcome back, and we're going to jump right into sketching more flows. This time, we're going to focus on screen flows. Now here you should really focus on a user's actions through a specific flow. It could be a small sequence of screens, or it could be a journey that branches. So let's think about our client again. This could be a user who actually searches for a product. So let's get in there. So I'm just gonna title this. I mean, it's really hard to kind of draw on this tablet, but I'm not gonna really title everything. We can just say like, search, zoom out. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna just draw a frame here. Perfect. Once again, not really worrying about the details here, but we're gonna just focus on how does a user complete this flow properly? How do they achieve their goal of finding a product? What I'm going to do is I think, they'll come to the home page and they may access our search bar. There may be a navigation. I'm not sure what those navigation items are just yet, but this is what the makeup of the page is thus far. After they interact with that, the next sequence is a user sees results. So pardon my messiness, but that's okay. So they'll see some results, and over here we'll have some images. I know that there's going to be some sort of content here, and this is going to really help me start building some sort of requirements that I need to account for when I'm designing elements. So I know that there's these cards that have an image, they have some text. I'm not sure what that text is. It could be a product name, it could be a combination of that plus price plus other elements. But I do know that when they do click over here in this area, we're going to move over. Step 3 would probably be something like a product description. So we'll just write item. So, you don't need to copy exactly what I'm doing. I really urge you to think outside the box, take some time to just sketch out. You can use a tablet, whatever really works for you. The item description, I'm starting to really think about some of the content that's going there. It could be like a name. Let's get in there and start writing a little bit of content. Price could be over here. There could be like options to change color. I'm not sure exactly, but there's some text. And then maybe there's like a button sticky to the bottom that says like add to cart. Just double tap with 2 fingers in concept and you'll be able to actually just go back. So if I go like this, double tap, perfect. Next step, they've clicked that button, they've added that to their cart. Step 4. Actually, you know what? If they add that to the cart, they found the item, they'll probably just go to the cart and we'll end the flow right here. I think we can actually start thinking about alternate scenarios. So they've added their item to a cart, perfect. And maybe there's a checkout button over there. Another interesting thing is we start thinking about different things like hierarchy. So if navigation's sticky to the bottom, maybe we start using that for primary buttons and start sticking other things to the top, which are a little bit more harder to access on mobile. Just different things we're starting to think about in terms of like page hierarchy. It's really going to help us influence like ways we start building sitemaps and actually start building that page hierarchy. Let's think about different alternate flow. What we know here is that we made the assumption that they're going to come in and they're going to click that search bar. But there's other ways to actually find a product. And this is where we can start thinking about other ways to make this process a little bit easier. So we'll label this 1 and we'll just call this home. But what happens if we really think about like placing products strategically there? Products for our user. So we do know that the application that we are building is for a personalized shopping experience, like a really personalized shopping experience based off of their habits, based off of their interests. And we could really push items at the front and really hope that these users will go down that funnel instead of actually just searching. We want to make this experience much more enjoyable and more catered to them. So we could really like take advantage of that. So we'll start thinking about maybe there are images here of products that they could like or products based off of their interests, products that maybe they're in their wish list and are on sale. So we start thinking about these different types of scenarios. Looks like an F. I just fixed that. So if they do come to the home screen, they could actually tap on one of these products here. And if they do, the next step in their flow would be to actually go for the item description page that we actually built over here. So we start thinking about all those different scenarios and look at that. We already kind of came up with a little user flow and an optional user flow. We should always think about more than one scenario when we're building something like this because there always is more than one scenario and one route to get to a certain page or reach a certain goal. This is really going to help influence our page hierarchies, like I mentioned before, and sitemaps. That's how you draw screen flows. We're back in concepts on my iPad, and we're going to be sketching navigation schemes. Now, navigation schemes really help you figure out which options your users can choose, the directions they can move in, and various parts of your product. It helps to define your navigation and the hierarchies within. I always do this at the beginning, and it really helps influence my user flows later and my sitemaps. Basically, this is the structure of your product. So what I like to do is, let's just title this quickly. So number 3 is a different type of flow, and we're going to call it structure. I like to call it structure. There we go. Okay. So number 3. Now, what we're trying to do here is we're really trying to think about navigation schemes. We're trying to think about that structure of our product. Sometimes I start thinking about the different types of screens that we actually do need. The one screen I know we need and that we've actually had sketched a couple times was our home screen. That's that main screen that somebody comes to. So when I think about the home screen, I'm thinking about maybe a welcome message on top. Maybe there's a profile image, just different things like that. I mentioned certain things like having product images at the top, so we can start thinking about that a bit more and what that could look like and what that experience can feel like. Maybe there's some deals at the bottom, but I do know that there is some sort of homepage. So we can kind of create a little icon here. Now, when I think about a user moving through this app, maybe they have a saved page as well. Sometimes we don't want to buy a product right away, or we're waiting for a sale and we just save it to some sort of wish list or something like that. So let's have a saved page. I think that's a really smart way. We're allowing users to keep track of their products. So maybe there's some text there. We have some sort of persistent UI or navigation at the bottom. And over here, it could be something really simple, like just a list of products that they have with some details. Maybe there's a call to action here that, add it to your cart and buy it right away. Maybe this is synced to some sort of notification, like when a product goes on sale. But we could start thinking about like, okay, we have a home page and maybe we have like a saved page as well. I do know one thing we do need for sure, and that is a cart. And we need to make that much more prominent, because if a user adds something to a cart, we want that to be right at the bottom or right in a place where a user can see it and click it easily and notice that maybe there's a notification there. So let's create like a little cart screen. And now I'm starting to think more about that hierarchy. I mentioned it a little bit in the last video, but maybe there's a button at the bottom. And if you notice, like we've had a persistent bottom navigation over here and over here. And what we've done is we kind of switched that up a bit. At the bottom here, now we have a button that links them to like the checkout process. And it'll allow them to easily tap that, especially on mobile, and especially using that kind of design pattern. We're allowing them to click easily and then putting the option to go backwards up top, which is a little bit more harder. But if a user is going to cart, my assumption at least is that they want to check out, review their products, check out quickly. So we want to make that experience really quick. So we have several navigation pieces over here. Cart could live in here as well. Let's draw a little cart. That's going to have to work. Okay, so now we know some basic navigation pieces that we like. Now we can start thinking about like our home screen a little bit more. So like if we redraw it here, see about making your sketches messy. I mean, it doesn't really matter about the details too much. Those start to kind of come naturally later on. If I start thinking about where these different things lead, I can start thinking about the structure of our whole product. So I know that there's a home page and that's the first layer. This is layer 1. But on layer 2, I can actually go straight to a product page. So I know that's on layer 2. And from there, I can go into checkout. So I start thinking about different ways I can prioritize certain tasks that are really important to a user and really important to our business goals. Okay, there's our cart. But now we start thinking about that. We can also start thinking about, well, what happens after this scenario? A user has gone through the checkout process and they get that nice, happy screen and their item has shipped. Well, don't you often keep track of your orders? I know I do, but we can test that assumption later. Maybe there's a different navigation piece. We talked about a profile, the little profile button at the top, and maybe that leads to like a user settings page or like your current orders, but doesn't seem like that is prioritized, and maybe that should be prioritized. So maybe we could create an order screen. So if we go back up, maybe there is an order screen. And let's draw that up just quickly. Right here, we can start thinking about maybe you can search your existing orders. I'm not sure if that's a feature we would build right away, but we want to build like the minimum viable product, the pieces, the features that users really want right away. So if we think about what you would see on an order screen, you'd probably see your products that you ordered, their details, and maybe the status. There's multiple statuses that we need to think about, and this is what I mean when we're talking about the different requirements that just naturally surface when we start thinking about different components on a page. Right here, this could be a product that has been shipped and there's like a map with a tracker that's like pulsing. We can start thinking about things like motion a bit. Maybe over here, this is a delivered one. So we could start thinking that, we have maybe a fourth navigation piece. I would argue that, your search is a part of your navigation because it's a very prominent feature for a product like this. Being able to search and find products is so important. So from here, what I would naturally do is I would start kind of, sketching a little bit more screens, thinking about how these different screens link together. I would actually start building some sort of like mini sitemap. So I know that home is like my ground zero. And from home, if I move over, I get items, the product description. I can get to, what else can I get to? I can get to like a category possibly. So let's write that in. And there's other things like, okay, so this product is about personalization. Maybe there's like an interesting portion about like interest. Maybe that's front and center on something like a product like this. So maybe there's like, I don't know, a component around interest. So I start thinking about these types of navigation trees. We can also think about saved as well. Like we created a saved page. So if I make a little box here for a saved and I go down, I can start thinking about where saved actually leads. I know I have products. I can go to an item description page, and that obviously can lead to the cart. This isn't an entirely complex product, but it's a lot of different ways you can find certain pages. From saved, I could probably go directly to a checkout. That would be awesome, especially if something comes up as like on sale or like a flash sale. That would prompt a lot of people to probably just bite the bullet and buy what's in their wish list. Maybe we have other items that are relevant to them and whatever's in their wish list. Maybe if they have something in relation to like shoes, maybe there's another pair of shoes that we can kind of push to them and hopefully they'll choose those pairs. It really depends. So we could start thinking about this navigation tree, which will definitely affect how we build out our sitemaps. So that's how you can take an approach at sketching navigation schemes. It's a really easy way to just kind of get that overview of your application. I mean, we just kind of scratched the surface over here, but I urge you to kind of go back. You don't necessarily need to copy exactly what I did here. Like I said before, use what you think is best, whether that's like paper, do it digitally, refine them, ask questions constantly, never stop asking questions because you'll find different routes like we did. And that's navigation schemes. Hey, and welcome back. We are going to be talking about sketching screen states. Now, I love sketching screen states. This focuses on drawing the entire screen or different interactions. An example is a user comes to a search page, clicks on a search bar, an overlay pops up, they type, get suggested searches. You get the point. We start thinking about those little micro interactions as well. That's the fun part too. I spend a lot of my time actually drawing these. So let's go back to our client. Let's think about something that we can work on. I kind of gave a little example about searching for a product. And I think that's a good way to kind of start. Let's think about our home screen just a little bit more. So let's just title that. And what I'm going to do is, well, you'll notice that I'm not really writing any annotations because they're kind of illegible. But since we're doing this together, get out your sketch pad, keep on going. You know what I'm drawing and we don't really need them in this case. So if I start to think about this in a little bit more detail, I start to think about, well, what are the kind of like the different types of features and different types of elements that this page should have. We talked about a profile image. We have a search here as well. And we could start thinking about, well, we created a saved page. How does a user save an item? So we have our item here. Maybe it's a little heart on each image. I don't know. I kind of like that. I start to think about different things like the user can see in relation to that image, that type of content that's really important. So if we zoom in, I start thinking about like the product name. Start thinking about like maybe there's the price, maybe there's some product information if that's useful. I'm not sure. Is there a button? Can users click this whole section? Is it like a card? That's really going to be up to you and what you think is best for users. Typically, I don't like placing like little buttons over here and just limiting a user, because like on mobile, you want to tap larger surface areas. You got to make your buttons much larger too. In this case, I probably will use like a card. I'm not sure just yet, but something to start thinking about. So this probably like this interaction, when I'm thinking about it, maybe it's a carousel. So when the user kind of swipes left, what will happen is this will go there and we'll kind of start getting images that go left to right, which is pretty cool. So those will go left to right, but let's think a little bit more about this home screen. I mentioned like thinking about interest. We can start thinking about like ways that fits into the app. Maybe there's like a interest title and like a see all thing where they can go find more interest or maybe edit their current interest. Maybe they'll see items in relation to certain categories and they can click on them and put them into a different funnel. So I'm starting to think a little bit more detail in terms of like what's on the page, what I need to account for when I'm building a product. And that's really helpful, especially with screen states. So we did talk about search. So what happens if you actually click this search over here? Let's draw a state. When somebody clicks a search, I'm thinking like an overlay will pop up. What does that interaction look like? So let's just start ground zero, number one. We'll just name it overlay. Maybe an overlay pops from top to bottom. There's a little X with the search. We're on mobile, so we have to remember that, there's a keyboard here. It's a lot of rectangles. We also need to remember that these keyboards have some sort of large button that could be used as like an enter. So that's an alternate way for them to select something. So if they're writing something in there, if they're typing something in there, we need to start thinking about what happens. So once they start typing, we'll stay in the same screen. Everything up here will stay the same. But now we'll start getting some type ahead result. Here, let's zoom in so we can write a little bit more neatly. So if I start typing in something like book, we're going to change our pen weight just a little bit more. And we can bold it and say something like books for 8+. And that's a great way just to kind of like make the user's life a little bit easier. Maybe they're looking for a bookshelf. So we can do the same there where we just bring that down and it'll be like shelf. It'll just finish off the rest. So it's just kind of auto-suggesting, auto-completing for them. So we start thinking about those types of elements that we're going to need. Obviously, this kind of stays persistent. And we'll start thinking about, well, what happens then? Maybe it's like a 1.1. But the next step is that they would go straight to search results. Now, what do search results look like? Maybe there's like a back button. Maybe we got our search at the top, whatever we wrote. Maybe we have some information about the amount of results. I don't know, maybe there's a filter up here. Let's draw a little filter icon. Not the best, but it works. And they get the results here. Now here we start thinking about, well, what do they see? What can they interact with? I know that they could be, if we split these up, maybe they seem more like cards like before, so they can tap the whole thing and go straight into like a product page that we've been sketching a bunch lately. But, there's probably a couple of other things that we can pull out here. Maybe we have that heart and users can go straight to our saved page, whatever that may look like. I started off with understanding that I'm going to be creating an interaction for this certain flow, searching for some sort of product. And I asked myself the question, well, what comes next? And now I'm asking the question of, well, what alternate scenarios are there? So there's a couple different scenarios here. Users can, from here, we have different flows. Users can go see a product. Users can save their products to a saved page. Users also can enter a new search. It can go all the way back. And users could even filter. Users could also kind of like just abandon the search if they want to. Maybe we have a persistent like navigation at the bottom. So there's so many different scenarios. Like what happens with filters? Maybe it's like another overlay. It comes down from the top, nice little animation. And I'm starting to think about these animations a little bit more, these micro interactions, because if I leave them all the way to the end of the project, they're not going to look good. They're going to look amateur, and you should really incorporate motion early on. They really help a lot with different types of things like feedback and understanding the state of a screen. And we're going to do a whole lesson on motion later, but it's great to just start thinking about it right now. So this is like our filters. We're just going to call it fill. And now I could start thinking about the content here. Now we're branching out, and that's totally fine. Sometimes I don't branch out. Sometimes I just kind of stop here and I start refining this kind of flow. But it's pretty cool to start thinking about all the different types of things that you're going to need to account for, like the different types of UI elements, different types of content. So if I think about filtering for a product like this, there's a title, maybe that people are going to want to filter for something like price. So that may be an option. Maybe it's by customer review, or maybe it's by like newest items. Maybe there's another section where it's by review, solely by review. So we can start thinking about what we're going to need to actually implement moving forward. It's going to really help us in the future. And this is why we actually just kind of sketch and, just do it quickly. So take some time to really go through that. Like I said, don't get bogged down by the details. Like you could tell that we just went through it really quickly, and we learned a lot about what possibly could be in our application. We created a bunch of screens, and we have a really good like jumping off point. But now we can take these, use them for like user flows, use them for our site maps, and even start building wireframes like ASAP. The whole point of sketching is to just be lean, be agile, and don't get bogged down by the details. Ignore things like dribble, or where you see like really high definition like sketches. Just go for it, jump right in. And that's it for sketching screen states. So we're back again in concepts, and we're just gonna go through some quick tips just to kind of wrap everything up in terms of sketching. So let's just give ourselves a little title here. I'm gonna repeat a couple of things that I've been talking about, but I really want you all to understand how important they actually are. Number one is don't worry about being messy. Go, jump right in, ask yourself those questions, and just keep going. Like you saw, I created a home screen pretty quickly, and I started understanding that, maybe we do need these elements here. They're going to probably be useful. And I started learning about what content I can actually get from just like a quick sketch like that. And from there, we can actually go in and start refining that a bit more. Add icons, figuring out maybe that's an avatar, figuring out what type of information goes in here. Like we found out that we needed a heart, and maybe we need a price tag. Most definitely need a price tag, but this is the kind of stuff that it's just a natural progression. And you don't worry about drawing something like this, because eventually it's going to get to something even better and to the product that we eventually build. Don't worry about being messy. Like I said, be lean, agile, sketch quickly, and save yourself some time instead of worrying about the detail. The next tip is, it takes a little practice, but only a little. Think about it as building blocks. All you need are some squares, rectangles, maybe circles, and you can build a fairly decent UI like we've done before. Like our cart screen is, just an X, whatever text we have there. We have a square, some lines, another square. To us, we understand what we're building here. We can refine that if we're going to present it to teammates. We got a fairly good understanding of what we need to build a screen like this. Don't worry about it too much. If you want to have a little bit of practice, like you can go and open an app that you love or a website that you love and try just sketching that out, just using some shapes or like some basic type. And eventually you'll just develop your own type of system for sketching. And there really is no wrong or right way to do it. It's just whatever is going to work for you. Next tip, keep your sketches safe. Buy yourself a folder, please. I mean, if you're doing it digitally, that's great too, because like services like this will allow you to like export it in JPEG or whatever file format. It doesn't really matter for sketches like this. If you're using paper, store it in a folder, scan it right away, take a picture, please, because I can't count how many times I've lost sketches that I really needed or I really liked. And sometimes you lose details. Just remember, keep them safe. Always be prepared. Keep a sketch pad near you, a pencil, a pen with you. On my desk at home, I always have my sketchbook. It's a dotted line sketchbook, so it's really easy for drawing wireframes and stuff like that. So keep something with you if you like to draw digitally, like on an iPad, or if you have a tablet that you draw on, like a Wacom tablet. Keep that by your side because you never know when an idea is going to come. You just never know when you need to sketch. Keep it by your side. Another thing I like to do is I like to hang my sketches up. So like say if I have some sort of like board beside me or a wall, I just like to hang up my sketches for some inspiration, and then I just write additional notes. If I'm working from home, I have my whiteboard that I hang up, and it serves as a daily reminder just so I can like see what I've been thinking about. I can maybe scrap some ideas. I can maybe take this new idea that I have or this old idea I have, and maybe something else comes from it because I've taken some time to just take some breathing room. Just put it up for yourself. And if you're working with teams, they help as well because other people can kind of get into it and they can start to provide some valuable insight. You want to keep people in your team participating. So that's the best thing I've always found is just put your sketches up, share them. And that leads me to like my next tip over here. My next tip is to kind of communicate. Just please communicate. Don't hide these gems that you're making. And I call them gems because like every product starts from something like this. That may not seem true, but that's what really is the skeleton of your product. They'll always start from like a messy sketch. So share them with people because this is a collaborative process. Share them with your team. Talk to every teammate. It doesn't matter. They'll always provide valuable insights. We talked a little bit about like a certain feature over here where there was going to be a carousel. We'll just quickly draw it again. And if a user swiped left, the new image would come in. And if I were to develop a feature like this or build a feature like this, first person I would talk to would be a developer. And I would like to understand, is this feasible for our timeline? What's the best way to do it? And you can have those conversations early on. Next thing I like to do is I mentioned it briefly about like putting your sketches up, but some people like to get a big whiteboard and sketch on a whiteboard. And that's totally fine too. I love sketching on whiteboards. Now, it's very collaborative and it's easy to involve team members in this discussion. And, when you're just drawing screens, everyone can kind of just come in, point certain things out. Because it's marker, nobody really gets tied to the details. Everyone's thinking about like the overall flow. You have so much space. Sometimes you'll be surprised at how fast you can actually fill that up with your whole team. And what I also like to do is I like to pin my sketches there as well. So maybe they have some sort of relation to a certain screen. It's a good jumping off point for yourself so you can kind of go back to your desk or wherever you're working and start thinking about different things that could relate. And one of the last tips I have, and I do this fairly often, sometimes I'll grab a sketch. So if I have our search experience, like so, it's easy to, it's easy to just sketch these out, but sometimes you don't necessarily get like a feel for the product. That's natural. It's because it's on paper or it's just static. And sometimes you want to understand, like, how does that feel when a user actually clicks this? So what you could do is you can export like individual frames, any which way you want to do it. Like you can export this whole thing here in concepts, this whole canvas, and you can kind of duplicate it and crop it to crop out each individual frame. and you can bring it into Figma and link it together in a prototype. And bam, you have like something super simple, and it'll give you a little bit more context on how it will actually work in the digital product. So sometimes I'll do that, or I'll scan in a sketch, and that will really help me to figure that out if things actually work while I'm tapping it on a mobile screen. It'll also give me a sense on, these elements need to be bigger than I thought. Maybe it's not going to work here. So like on a home screen, we thought about things like the little hearts, but maybe we'll realize that that's not really feasible for our user to tap. Maybe it is for larger images on a mobile screen, but maybe if we're thinking about smaller ones, maybe we leave that out there because it's a little confusing, and a user may go to tap that and then actually tap into the image when they didn't want to. Where do they go? They go to like that product description page that we've been talking so much about. All these different tips are going to really help you create a much better user experience. It's going to help you like drive that communication throughout the whole team, create that collaborative process. At the end of the day, it's going to make you a better designer. It's going to make your users happy. So follow these tips, follow that process we talked about earlier in the lesson, and you're well on your way to sketching some amazing interactions and different types of flows.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to be learning about inspiration. And inspiration is a pretty tough topic because I always get the question of like, how do you stay inspired? Where do you find your inspiration and things like that? I mean, it is a tough question to answer, and we're going to get right into that. I often get the question, how do I stay inspired? And it's easy to go to a site and find like a mobile design, and you may get excited about that, but I mean, that just kind of burns out eventually and you don't know where to go from there. It's tough to stay inspired, and this is what we're going to learn right now. So it's not a secret that being creative, like you can get drained of ideas. It could be like you're working at work and you're on a single project and it's just like, it's draining the life out of you. And that does happen. And it's hard to stay inspired in moments like that. So creativity is kind of like a muscle. And if you don't use it, you kind of lose it. I mean, well, not entirely, but it may get weaker. You must constantly stimulate your creativity so that whenever you're asked for like a great idea, you're just ready and you're on the ball. That's the goal. This doesn't mean that like you're hanging out on like Dribbble or Behance or any site like that and looking at pretty screenshots. There's a couple of things that I do and a couple of things that my coworkers do a lot of. So you want to learn? Let's jump in. Number one, this may kind of seem obvious, but I mean, talk to the people your peers. I mean, having engaging conversations with the super smart people you work with is going to be amazing. If you're not doing this, you should. Some of the most inspiring conversations I have been with my peers over lunch or coffee or a walk. Sometimes these chats end up with you maybe helping out with a design challenge of some sort, or just understanding what they're going through. It may make you think about your problem a little differently, or may inspire you to do something differently. So definitely talk to your peers because they are where you are. They are smart like you, and they have a lot to talk about and they have a lot to share. So tap into their brains. Next is study others. This is another big one. So I kind of lied a bit when I said that, you should be studying your peers and what your peers are doing at all times. I mean, it could be on Dribbble or something like that, but it's important to study their work and break down their solution to discover how they thought about it. It's not just about looking at what the solution is, but it's also about dissecting it, understanding what their solution was for, what the problem was. I like building little collections of these solutions that I can always pull from as inspiration. So if I'm thinking about like a certain design pattern, like social login or something like that, I may have like just a collection of screenshots on how people solve that I really like. I think you should collect examples of great techniques. Don't copy, but learn from them so that it can inspire better solutions for the products you build. The next one is you should surround yourself with great design. Try thinking about how you can surround yourself with that inspiration. It could be your home. It could be a desk like this. It could be digitally. If you have like a Dribbble collection or something like that, I keep on going back to Dribbble. Keeping inspiration around you allows you to pull from whatever you need to. It also serves as a great reminder for what you want to achieve. I also find that even making like your workspace just very comfortable and very much attuned to how you are as a person could really help just your workflow in general. Like a desk like this is really nice, and it may not suit all of us. I have a really nice desk at home, and I really love just sitting there and working there. There's some plants on the desk. There's some lights just to have less strain on my eyes. It's just a more comfortable workplace, and it's really zen for me. And I also have some paintings that I really love hung up around here. So surround yourself with great design. Surround yourself with things that inspire you. I think this one's it speaks for itself. You should really educate yourself and stay educated. Reading books is huge. I love to read. I love to read on a variety of different topics. Not just design. I like to learn about product management and how to increase my workflow and increase team velocity and stuff like that. So stay educated on a variety of topics. Remember to always try and learn. It's huge. Read books about your discipline. Read books about other discipline. Read articles. You don't need to be an expert in terms of the different types of disciplines that you're reading about, but you should want to learn about things like development or facilitation or user patterns or marketing. This really helps you contribute thoughtful ideas whenever you discuss those types of topics. And sometimes it's good to have that extra context so that you can approach it from your designer mindset. So if there's a problem with marketing, maybe a couple different things about marketing, you can approach it differently. It always helps me to read up about development and really lean on my peers who are developers to understand how things are built. So when I approach my design, I know that certain things are not feasible. I know certain things that can be achieved. So I really try to learn about different disciplines, and it has made me a much better designer, a more well-rounded designer. And the most important thing is knowledge is definitely power. So this is probably the best thing you can do, is just stay educated on a variety of topics. Sometimes you have to take some time to design for yourself. It can be exhausting designing for a client, and sometimes it can get demoralizing at some points. You may be stuck on a project for 6 months. I know people that have been stuck on projects sometimes for a year, and it really depends on what type of company you're working for, but it may happen. And at that point, you could be, like I said, on a project for months and have total lack of inspiration. You may feel like your work or your ideas aren't inspiring you or anyone else. And you should probably think about ways that you can design for yourself. It can be anything. It could be an app. It could be painting. I sometimes like to paint on my spare time, especially with my children. So, stuff like that, it just really takes the load off your shoulders. It allows you to kind of express some of your creativity and get inspired to also design. Now, this one is another great one. I don't do this personally. I have a lot of coworkers that love to travel. And one thing they say is travel exposes you to new culture. It could be different people. It could be different experiences. And by immersing yourself in an area away from your home, you kind of push yourself out of your comfort zone. And it kind of opens your eyes to new possibilities. So, travel the world if you can. I know a lot of remote workers that love to travel and work elsewhere. So that's definitely a possibility, and I've heard great things. And the next one I do this all the time. It's so easy to just stick around at your desk and try to come up with ideas. But, scientifically, 2014 study by Stanford University found that walking boosted your creativity. And sometimes you just need to leave your office and go for a nice walk. You don't know who you may see. You don't know what you may encounter. I often like to chat with coworkers on a quick walk. I like to go grab a coffee or something like that and just get a breath of fresh air and then come back to a problem if I'm having a tough time. So these are the different things that I do and my coworkers have done, and they've been proven to work. I feel inspired all the time just because of my surroundings personally. And I love taking my walks. I love talking to my peers, and I'm just staying educated on a variety of different topics. Take these tips with you and do your best to stay inspired. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to talk about how I find inspiration online. Now, we already went over how we can stay inspired, and generally that's where I get most of my inspiration, talking to peers, walking around, studying other people's work, staying knowledgeable about different topics. That's what really keeps me inspired. But I also think that a key to your product design process, this is what I find absolutely necessary, is to have a constant source of online inspiration. So there's several sites that I like to visit. These are some of them. The main one I like to visit is Dribbble. So here's Dribbble. It's a great place. I'm sure many of you know it already, but I love it just because I can just make a bunch of collections of different types of like design patterns that I really love. Also searching on here is really easy. And this is probably one of the best places to go and get ideas for your designs. I mean, not because there's so many people posting cool things, but it's a great way to study your peers. You can discover some of the world's top designers and creatives. And you can also get inspiration from a wide range of disciplines, like anything from animation, branding, illustrations, product design, web design, print. I mean, there's so many different things on here. There's always a project you can learn from. And what makes it great is that it's a place where people can post their content and get feedback. I mean, feedback doesn't happen very often on a lot of these posts, but it's just a great way to get a lot of different type of inspiration. Some people even like showcasing their portfolio for potential clients or studios. And because of this, like final pieces that are uploaded are like of the highest quality. I generally love to catalog different things like I mentioned before. And this is what I generally do, and this is how I use it. So I like to sometimes just browse all. I'm a big fan of like different things. I guess like an example would be like if I just typed typography. Some people are doing some really interesting stuff that may inspire me. Like just seeing something like this print collateral and looking at all these different shapes and the way they're positioned and even the way like the text is bolded and laid out. Something like that could inspire me for like website hero page or something like that. So like anything you can grab inspiration from. And I feel like a lot of people get really hooked up or held up on trying to find just the right solution that they can kind of mimic. Don't do that. I mean, that's one way to kind of stunt your creativity. So what I like to do is like if I'm going to search for something like navigation or mobile navigation, I like to see all these different types of like options. So like if I go into this is pretty cool. Just the way they have these little kind of micro interactions and animations. So I may just like save that, and I have a bunch of different like collections. So you can see I have a collection for calculators or carousel forms, color. There's like CRM tools that I like to look at. I may save this under mobile navigation. And I can just create a collection really quickly. So this is really cool. And there you go, it's saved. You can even like it if you want. And you can start typing, and some people like to give their feedback or just ask questions. It's a really great place. So this is what I would typically do. Like I would grab this, I would save it, I would type in like mobile navigation and start creating a collection of different ways people have done this if I'm trying to solve for a similar problem that I'm stuck on. Now, I may not be stuck on this per se, but I may get inspired by something like just how they have done these smooth animations, like in this example I just showed you. So I may really like this, just the subtlety of it, and I may want to implement something similar for my product. And the easy way to get there is to hover over your profile and go to like my collections over here. And you can see like I have like even a test. I have a bunch of different options here. So I have mobile navigation right there, and I'll just, kind of go through them. I may like copy them or like make notes about this mobile navigation if I edit it and add a description to it. So that's how I typically use Dribbble. I mean, like I said before, you can get inspiration from like any type of discipline, like even if it's branding. Like just seeing like maybe like just the way that they've incorporated a background here seems very interesting, and how sharp like in terms of contrast there is between color and shade. Don't limit yourself just by trying to find the right solution for what you're trying to do. Look elsewhere. Another thing I like to use is Pinterest. This is a whole lot of library of visual content. I mean, you can get inspiration for everything here, but there is a lot of noise. I think the best way to get inspiration from something like Pinterest is to do what I've just done here. Just have a very like targeted search. So I've chose mobile design, and yeah, there are a lot of different options here. And what you can do is you can just kind of save it. I have like a keto family meal plan little kind of collection over here, and you can like save those collections for yourself, or those boards they're called in Pinterest. I mean, one thing you can also do like is create a bunch of different boards about different types of design patterns that you love. So that's one way to use Pinterest. I also like to just like use Pinterest just to look at different things. I mean, it could even be like interiors. It could be anything like design related, even if that's interior design. Like I said, don't limit yourself just to like finding the right solution.
So what I typically do is I like to just kind of go into one and I'll save it to a certain board. So like I'll click save and it'll go into that board. It went into the wrong one, but you can kind of change that. You can pick basically a bunch of different boards. You can even make a new one on the go. So that's definitely an easy way to keep track of a bunch of inspiration. There's also a plugin that allows you to actually like save different types of content. So if we go back to Dribbble, so here's my Pinterest extension. And what you can do is like, if I focus on here, I have it pop up over here that I want to save it to somewhere. Even if you're on a different site, you can save things to your Pinterest board. Easy way to use Pinterest and collect inspiration over time. The next one I like to use, I don't use this very much, but I mean, one thing I really love about Behance is that the quality is really good here, and there's a lot of explanation behind some of the work. This is another interesting place to find a bunch of different types of inspiration, whether it be like graphic design, all different types of design. I often use this kind of like alongside Dribbble, but not as much as Dribbble. A good thing to note is that big businesses will spend a bunch of money advertising job roles here with hopes of attracting like top talent. So since there are big brands on the lookout, you can expect to find lots of work. There's a lot of great ideas and lots of creativity. So if I go here and I search like mobile, like I can already see there's a bunch of different like options. And one thing that's really great about it that's way better than Dribbble. Dribbble just kind of gives you a snapshot of a design. Over here, like a lot of people like to upload like so much content in regards to the actual app. Like you often only see like just a snippet that looks really good, but you kind of are left in the dark about how the rest of the application pans out and if it's good at all. So this is what like a lot of the different types of like kind of things you'll see on Behance, like a lot of different types of gallery images like this. They'll break down like the challenge or customer development. I like this stuff way more than the pretty screenshots because I'm really interested in like how they solved the problem and how they got to the solution. So some people will often post things like that. I like to see how people even lay out like or define their style guides. So this is really cool, like see more in-depth animations, which look really, really smooth. I like to see different types of things. Like they have a transactions over here. They have card settings, just like how the bank cards will look. It just gives you a lot more versatility on how you want to like view those projects and what you're looking for. Like if you're looking for a quick solution for like a design pattern, then, maybe Dribbble may be one of the better sites to look at, or patterns, which we'll get into next. But this was really great to get overview of certain projects. There may not be as many, but a lot of the projects on here are just top notch. So another thing I really like to use is patterns. So one thing you need to know is that patterns isn't free entirely. This is essentially like a focus on mobile design patterns. And there's some great mobile app designs here, and you'll get screenshots of like in-depth UI elements. You can even search just based off of UI elements, which is really cool. And like I said before, it's paid, so it kind of limits the amount that you can see. Sometimes what you can see is enough, but I mean, if you're really looking into solving for different design patterns and you don't mind paying for premium, then I think this is a really great resource. So like if we take a look on the side here, we have like different categories, which is really cool. Like if I'm going to look for cards, I see how different people have handled cards, and I'll only get to see just a little bit. I think it'll stop me like right now. So it's not a lot, but I mean, it's not necessarily like everything is super pretty, like in terms of like the Dribbble effect, but you get to really see some actual solutions that have been implemented, which I value, I think, a bit more. What else do we have here? Like, I love to see different things like, lists is another cool thing, like how people handle different lists. So, I mean, this is really great for just finding individual like UI elements and stuff like that. I love using patterns. I have a paid account through my company, so that really helps. And yeah, this is how I solve a lot of like different types of like individual problems, or like problems that are kind of more secluded and more focused in a certain area. So like if an example would be, how do I handle like privacy or popover? So I have privacy here, and there isn't many options, but it's very interesting. Like, they have a verify your identity option. So I may think about that when I'm implementing something like that.
If I think about like popovers, I think like, maybe like an overlay can come from the top, it can come from the side. So I see a bunch of different implementations of that. And the last site I kind of use, I like this site, especially for websites, is awards. So this is another great option for web-based design. They have an award system, like you can see that over here. And it displays exceptional designers, and they have expert judges and a pretty strict evaluation process. And you'll notice a lot of the latest web trends are over here. So we can search up something like banking. And here you can search by websites, you can search by like elements. So if we go to load all results, let me just click that. If we go there, we can see a bunch of different websites based off of what we searched for. And what's really great is like I searched up something like banking, which you would assume would be really like rigid and, strict in terms of like their design and their design principles. But you see a bunch of different like takes on what banking could look like. I mean, not all these things are necessarily banking related, but there's a lot of inspiration here. So like we could just click over here. We have a small banking business, and this is Lone Star National Bank. It's a really great site. I can see just a bit of the hero. And if we click into that, we'll go to the actual website and be able to actually experience that experience. So this is obviously a little bit different than what we saw, but maybe they've had a design update, and maybe for the better or for the worse, but it gives you good context as well into like the solution. Going back to pretty screenshots and not necessarily knowing if certain things have been implemented, these have pretty much all been implemented, and you can see how that actually functions when you go to that website and try those different like interactions or, explore navigation schemes and stuff like that. So these are basically the top ways I get my online inspiration. I mean, I mentioned before that I get a lot of my inspiration by just staying inspired in general and like staying knowledgeable on different topics, whether that be like design trends, whether that be like development trends, everything like that. So I think it's really important that you kind of catalog some actual visual design inspiration online as well. And these are some resources that you can definitely use. So if you want to categorize everything from all different sites, Pinterest is probably best to have like one source of truth in terms of like a board. But if you want to stick to certain sites like, Dribbble, you can like save collections there and have it all in one place over there. So this is what I use, and, go out there, have fun. Don't copy people, but just try and stay inspired online and surround yourself by online inspiration. So that way, when people come to you for ideas, you're kind of on the ball, you understand a bunch of different design patterns, and you just have general knowledge of what are the latest trends. So go out there and have fun.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about user flows. I know we talked a little bit about it when we were talking about sketching, but now we're at the point where, we have a bunch of sketches and we really want to go in and, find some details there and maybe explore some of those screen flows a little bit more. So what are user flows? I see this question asked about user flows all the time. I mean, a bunch of people always want to know what exactly they are because a lot of people work on them, but they never really share them with the team, which is mistake number one. And when they do create them, they're usually just this mess. And we're going to get into what that looks like and how we can remedy that. So what are user flows? User flows are as simple as that. I mean, not necessarily that simple, but that is essentially a user flow. A user flow is a series of steps a user takes to achieve a meaningful goal. So step one, whatever's here, they click on it, they get to their step two, and then they go to step three. And this is their goal at the end. So why do we use them? Well, they're used to communicate the intended flow of a user through various pages and actions in a product, in an app, or in whatever website. That is essentially what a user flow is. So how do we make them? Well, your flow should include a name, steps, users, and a description of what happens at each step. So let's scroll down here a bit. This was created by Ryan Singer, and he created this great shorthand for user flows. He actually calls them UI flows, but same thing. What the user sees what they do next, and the next step is what they see next and what they do next. That's how simple it is. So you should think of your current screen as what the user sees and what they need to do. And that arrow over here will lead to the next screen, and there they'll see what they see next and what they need to do next. But ultimately, user flows are just another method that we use to define the product, experience, website, etc. But wait, it isn't just another method. They have the ability to really define scenarios or sections of something abstract or technical from the perspective of a user. So if we're thinking about like a user onboarding or a user checking out, I mean, that could be very technical, especially when we're thinking about building features and writing user stories for development. But if we break them down into individual user stories, depending on the different routes a certain user flow may take, all of a sudden it starts coming much more from a user's perspective. Let's get into this. First, I want to talk about an example here. So step one, a user goes to a welcome screen. Their goal here is to register for a product. Step two, they've actually gone through some sort of social login. And step three, they get instant access to the product. So there's 3 steps. Some sort of welcome screen, which takes them to a social login, which is a really easy design pattern. And then they are right in the app. You may be asking, well, why do they help? Well, they're the best way to solve the issue of communicating the way we want our products to work and the way users really interact with our products. They help us think about our product and the users who interact with it in 3 simple questions. What is the goal of this thing? Who is doing it? And how do they do it? So before we actually jump into like understanding the do's and don'ts and building our own, I want to talk about the process of actually creating a user flow first. So let's jump right into that. Before we begin, let's start with step 1. What is the purpose of your user flow? You need to name your flow, and that name describes its purpose. That is the goal the user achieves by completing the steps. So surprisingly, a lot of people actually forget this part, or they make it really vague. I want to know what the user wants to do. So I know at the end of this, the user is going to find the right product. So really describe that actual title and don't forget it. Step 2. Despite popular belief, user flows go in one direction. Limit your decision points in each flow so you can avoid these crazy huge sitemaps or huge prototypes. I mean, they have their place, but not really for describing user flows. It's okay to have multiple decision points, prototypes, and a sitemap, and we'll get into that later, but right here we want to convey a distinct interaction. User flows really work best. So just keeping it simple. And you may be asking yourself, well, why is this the case? Well, we're telling a story. And it's easier for anyone to remember a story like this than a large sitemap or a series of cards in Jira or Trello or whatever product management tool that you may be using. So try your best to tell a nice, simple story that goes in one direction, doesn't sprawl everywhere. Your user flows should represent a complete task. To ensure that your product is organized, the scope of each flow should really be a single task or goal for your user. So even though over here we have like a negative experience, we need to possibly break that out and get them back into some sort of funnel. Right here is the end goal, and we're describing each of our steps to get there. But we're not making this crazy sprawling map like I spoke about before. So keep them concise. If they're too short, then you fail to really tell a story. And if they're way too long, then you basically lose the meaning. Remember, your user flows should be the clearest model of your product, and you can do that if you follow the rules I laid out. Just remember, number 1 is what is the purpose of the user flow? Number 2 is go in one direction. And number 3 is represent some sort of complete task. Keep them concise as well. Next, we're going to jump into the do's and don'ts of user flows. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to jump right into the do's and don'ts of user flows. So user flows show the purpose of what you're trying to create, and really we shouldn't be vague at all. So this title tells me absolutely nothing.
Vague user flows and names really hide the potential complexity and doesn't communicate enough information back to the viewer. Remember, we have to be a little more detailed when we think about these. I do not know what is happening here. All I know is that there's some sort of vague flow and it's going in different directions. Maybe this could be broken out. I don't know what profile means. Maybe the user's trying to get to their profile. Maybe the user is on their profile, or maybe the user is signing up. I'm not sure. What you should do is use descriptive names. Maybe it's add user payment details. Organize them maybe into separate flows. Is the user trying to get to their profile to edit their profile picture? That's a separate flow. And by naming your flows, you're really able to design from the user's perspective, and you can split goals based off of what they're trying to do. So remember, you can create separate flows. Don't be afraid to make as many as you want. It really helps us break down all the different requirements we need and all the different scenarios that may pop up. Your flows should always go in one direction. I mean, there's really no excuse to do something like this. I mentioned it before about sprawling like flowcharts or sitemaps, but these are confusing and they don't really do a good job of actually indicating some sort of user flow. They may tell me all the different possibilities that the user may encounter while they're in our product or website or whatever we're building, but to take a look at that, that's incredibly overwhelming. So these work as a good sitemap or to show the way the navigation works in your product, but don't use it for a user flow. What we should do is the following. Split them up into distinct flows and categorize them. So if we zoom out just a bit, we have like 3 different flows broken into one or put together as one. And over here, what we've done is, even though there's like a decision tree in one of our flows, we've actually just broken them out separately. We'll name them, we'll write descriptions for each task, and they'll have an end goal. So remember, keep it simple, break it out. It's okay to be a little redundant, but it's going to help you in the end. And the last don't, your flows should represent a complete task. Don't do this. You're missing a bunch of details here. There's a bunch of useless information, like click button at bottom. I'm not sure what button means. Fill out fields, like what fields? And I mean, there's just nothing left at the end. We should have some sort of description of what that end goal is. We need to know the details the user needs to take to complete a task and the actions. This is what you should probably be doing. Add the right amount of detail outlining each step and goal. This way, anyone can read and understand your flow. So I know that this flow is purchasing a product instantly, and that can mean a lot of things, but we can break that up into several flows. So I can review a product detail. I can review a product's details and use the Buy Now button, and that pushes me into the next step. I am reviewing shipping and payment information, and we can even add to this. Review shipping and payment information, confirm details, and make purchase. Let's just open this frame up just a little bit more. Great. And the last step is that purchase has been confirmed. You get an order confirmation and you receive some sort of success message. So remember, add the right amount of detail and outline each step and goal. That way anyone could read it and understand it. We don't want people looking at those confusing sitemaps with not enough information outlining each step or each scenario. And we don't want people to be confused. So follow these do's and don'ts, and you'll be ready to create your very own user flows. Hello, and welcome back. Now we're going to jump right into creating user flows in just a second. What I want to do is I want to make our workflow just a bit better. We have these pieces here. Let's go over to our layers panel. If you notice that they're just basically their own kind of rectangles and stuff like that, and that kind of isn't that good for reusability. We're actually going to pull some of these out, and we're just going to create like a little components page. That's what we're going to name it. Components. And I'm going to show you how to create some
reusable components pretty quickly. Okay, so let's pull some of these out. We can delete that. We can delete that. I'm not sure about all the different types of components we're going to need, but this is a good starting point. I think that's fine. Actually, that's pretty repetitive. Maybe we'll create some header copy. Maybe this is some other copy. So we're kind of just creating some concepts based off of our user flows. Our interfaces don't necessarily need to be super detailed right now. We can refine those over time. And we're going to definitely refine those when we start our wireframes. Now, how to create a component. So this is going to be our screen background. And what we're going to do is we're going to right click, or you can actually go up to here. The short form for it is Option Command K. So if we just Command Z, Option Command K creates that as a component. And what we can do here is we can create a new one. I've Option Shift clicked, and that is now an instance. You'll notice it in the panel down here. So this is now an instance, and you can create new components from this instance. But one interesting thing is if I click that and I start modifying that, it modifies the actual instance as well. So the instance will inherit pretty much everything from the master component. It's a great way to create a lot of clarity within your product. It's a great way to actually just have some consistency, even when you're thinking about user flows or something as simple as that. So that's what I'd like to do. Let's group rename these as, also Command R, and we're selecting all of them, and we'll just call these text. And we'll group them in a frame. And that frame is essentially, we'll call that text. And Option Command K to create a component. And there we go, we have a text component. And all of a sudden, now we can start putting things together. So we have a text component. Let's do it for the arrow over here. Command K for the arrow. We'll call this one large product. So large product. Option Command K. We'll keep these very close together because, you know, they help us with our flow. So we have that. We'll call this headline. Option Command K. And really there is no perfect way of doing this. If you want to follow along, I advise you, just use our resource that we have there, and you can definitely start creating components as well. So we have large product, we have text, maybe this is field. So field, Option Command K, there we go, we got a field, we can even make that smaller. So it's set to scale currently, but if I adjust the constraints to top and bottom, now it's going to actually work with the frame. Okay, that's great. These are small products. So I'm going to batch rename them so I have them all selected. Command R, and I'll call them small products. Small products. And Option Command K with them selected will create a frame and that component will name it small products. Great. What should we call this? So we can just call this confirmation. And this one, let's group the field together. Oops, let's put the button there. Perfect. So this one's going to be our button. Option Command K, and perfect. So now we kind of have our own UI here. Let's see what else we can do. We can make everything pretty equal. This one, if we want to have it like as a carousel, we'll just keep it like that for now. Everything else looks about good. We're ready basically to start creating our own components. And we're ready to start creating our user flows. So what we're going to do here, just to give you just a sample on how this works. Option and dragging. So if I have that there, I have a headline, I have another one here. I can alter this component if I want. That's totally fine. That's good. We can take this component and then have a button. And there you go. We've created like a really simple concept page here. And it's kind of like our messy sketches that we had before. And now we can start creating more components, or we can start creating more screens from this. Next, we're going to jump into actually creating a user flow. Hello and welcome back. We're going to talk about creating our very own user flow for onboarding. So in our last video, we sped up our workflow a bit, and now we have a bunch of different components that we can just plop into our designs really, really easily. And we're going to use those to just kind of signify fields, text, and we can work out those details just a little bit later, but we really want to understand what users need to click, what they need to do, what they see, and what gets them to the next step. I think for the first user flow, we should probably do something like onboarding, or those very first screens that a user sees when they first come to our product. We really want to make a great impression, and we want to push them into the funnel of registering and telling us about their interests. So let's actually do that right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to press F, and we're going to create a frame. It doesn't matter which size. I like to have a big canvas to work with, because, you know, we did actually show a couple of flows that went beyond 3 steps, but I think we're going to probably go to 4 or 5 steps, and that's totally fine. We're going to keep it simple. So we'll call this onboarding flow. What we're going to do here, if you notice that we have our assets and layers tabs. So if I go into assets, I can go into our local components, and I'm going to go into user flow demo. And into there, I have my components screen, or my components section, which is actually this frame over here. And I can start pulling components from there into my user flows. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab that screen background. I'm going to grab this as well. I'm not sure what else I'm going to grab right now. So let's think about this flow. So step 1 of creating a user flow is to have a title. So let's think about our title. Our title should be, what do we want the user to actually accomplish during the onboarding? I want the user to register with our product. Okay. I like to keep things really neat. I like using this font. Gilroy, it's really nice font. Let's just set that. Okay, that's going to work for now. So we want our user to register with our product. Step 1, when they come to our welcome screen, they should probably see something like, I don't know, like a welcome banner, maybe a button, probably see some text too, some welcome text. That's just saying, hey, welcome to Habitual. We are an awesome product and you should totally register with us. If we think about this a little differently, we'll notice that there's probably a decision moment here. We shouldn't force a user to register. We could probably give them the option to skip and, you know, go right into our product, and we can handle that later, but we should probably just have a screen down here as well. And maybe we'll have like this can signify some sort of like skip text. Oops, I didn't actually make a smaller one. So what we could do, we can duplicate this, go into our stroke, We're going to say none. And we're going to say round on our cap ends. That way we have a nice kind of hill looking cap. And there we go. Let's actually open this up just a bit. So that way we have a little bit more breathing room because we're gonna have to write underneath these. So let's open up our frame. Like I said, like the size of the frame doesn't really matter right now. We can clean that up just later. Right now I am focused on creating a good flow. Okay, so we'll group these. Actually, let's go to our layers panel. So let's do Command Z just to show you what just happened there. We'll select both of these since they are instances of our initial arrow. So we want to actually disconnect that. So what you can do is you can right click and you can detach that instance, or you can select them and click Option, Command, and B, and you'll notice that they're both frames again. And if we do Option, Command, K, now we can name them second arrow. And we can copy that and paste it and take this and put it into our components file up here. So now we have another component to use. Okay, so now I know that step one, let's write step one. And let's make that smaller. And let's start writing a little bit of a description for it. Okay, now we have our text. Perfect. So what we can do is our description should be something like, what does the user see and what do they do to get to the next screen? So user arrives at our welcome screen and notices a button to proceed forward for registration. This text is a little too big. We can bump that down just a bit. The user is also able, let's break this out into a second paragraph. The user is also able to skip this step and go straight to our home page. So now we know what the user can do on step one and what they can do here. So I know that in step one, I'm going to be able to click this big primary call to action and go straight to the registration, or I can avoid that and skip it, and I'll eventually have to register once I check out, but I can go right into the home screen and we can give them a little bit of a teaser on why our app is so great. So step two, what happens on step two? So step two, we're not going to really focus on the actual home screen right now, but we're going to focus on step two. And step two should be something like the user starts the kind of the registration process. So maybe it's like the user is prompted to add their email and password. They can confirm those details and proceed. Okay, so let's just build that out really quickly. I'm going to use the Assets tab right here. There's probably, this should be, let's go back to our components page so we can just fix that really quickly. So another interesting thing you can do here is you can right click and go to master component. And over here, all we need to do is select top, bring that right in. And now we can select top and bottom. So perfect. Let's go back to our flow. So we have an input, we have a couple of inputs, and we have a primary button. Great. Okay, that's step two. Now step three, what should the user see? The user should probably see a step to add their photo, possibly. So the user can add a photo or skip that step. So we do want to make this registration fairly easy. So the ability to actually skip the step is kind of key, especially here where a photo isn't necessarily needed. So we'll just write that in. And you'll notice the way I'm actually writing, it's not really friendly. It's kind of extremely logical. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I really want people to understand and be able to kind of read this once, and it's kind of like a manual or a blueprint in a way. I really want them to understand it at first glance. So that is step 3. Step 4, now we probably get into some more interesting things like actually adding their interests. So step 4, the user can now pick interests and hobbies to personalize their shopping experience. So this is probably like a headline. There's probably some text here. There's probably a bunch of little buttons, like little pills or checkboxes that they can tick off. So let's put a headline up here. Let's give it some text. Maybe there's a series of checkboxes. We can actually just modify these if we want, just to speed things along. Okay, so now they are prompted to actually pick their interests and hobbies to personalize their experience. And the next step is, what should the next step be here? So they've picked their interest, they've possibly uploaded a profile. You know, maybe we're missing a step here, and that's totally fine. We can review these. I often just go back to my team to just get some insight on what they think of our current flow. So you should definitely do this, not necessarily in a silo. Get some feedback really quickly. We're going to end our flow right here. So step 5, success. The user has registered for the habitual product and can now access all of our features. So essentially, the user will see a success screen. Maybe it is this little ball, maybe it's some like welcome screen text that we've used there. That is perfect. And that's it. That's essentially our user flow for onboarding. It's really detailed. We understand the actual purpose of the flow. We understand that, you know, there's a possible break here, and we need to think about what that looks like for the user. We started building out these steps a little bit more and thinking about them, that this is a pretty linear flow right now. There are some moments where the user can make a decision, like over here. They can actually just, they can skip a step. Well, now we're starting to think about all the elements that are going to be here as well. If you have more refined sketches, you can actually start wireframing at this point. There really is no right or wrong way to do this. I like to think about this very conceptually, so I'm not really worried about like the visual design or anything like that just at the moment, but I do know that I'm starting to think about this from a user's perspective and what they should be seeing and what they should be doing at each step. So this is our flow for registering with our product. Let's jump right back into creating some more user flows. So we left off at registering within our product. I think the next user flow we should probably think about is, maybe finding a product, something a little bit more interesting. Well, not necessarily more interesting, but possibly has a little bit of risk. So what I'm going to do is just delete this. We're going to rename this to searching for a product. Searching for a product. Okay, so there's multiple ways to find products within our application. We've already kind of understand that. Let's start creating user flows for each type. The one that we're going to focus on right now, at least, is finding the right product through search. Okay, so let's get right into this. Let's just start fresh. We have our first step.
Obviously not this step, but we'll work on that. Okay, so step one, when I'm starting to search at the home screen, so I probably need an input. There's probably a bunch of stuff here. Maybe there's like a headline, some large products. We kind of made this before. Maybe we should have saved that as a component of its own, but it's okay. We have some small products. If we were to try to create a flow for finding a product, we could probably find one through this route, whether it's like a small product or a large product. And, those flows will be different from the one we're creating. So let's focus on just search. Actually, you know what? I like to highlight that, make it look like a CTA. And that's another thing you can do with user flows. You can distinguish based off of color and stuff like that. We can do that with our search over here. Step one, the user is able to begin their search from the home screen. I called it the welcome screen, but it's actually the home screen. The user is able to begin their search from the home screen, and that's basically it. So that's step one. Let's just copy that over. Step two. Now, what should step two be? So like I said before, we can actually start creating, like this actually applies here as well. So we'll know that we'll need to create another flow for selecting a product directly. So sometimes I'll leave like a little note here and just say step 2.1 or something like that. The user is also able to find the right product if it shows up on the home screen. So we can actually create a flow for that if we want to afterwards. Now I know that it's just there as a reminder. So the user is able to begin their search from the home screen. Okay, and what happens next? So the next step, let's just copy that over. Perfect. Step two. Actually, let's just finish this off just a little bit. The user can click the search input. So once they've clicked the input, there is something here that happens, and that should probably be them entering their search. So what can we signify as that? We can just say this is like a keyboard. So the user receives a keyboard prompt within a search overlay and is able to enter their search. Perfect. So that's step two. Now they have a prompt. They're able to enter their search. Now, when we were sketching, we started thinking about things like type ahead a bit. So we can actually highlight that here. Okay, let's take that. We can use this as like our type ahead results. So another Figma tip, if I'm going to press Command Shift and duplicate that, I can actually let it go and then press Command D to duplicate the exact same thing I just did. So I can create multiples. Now, I'm just going to change this as the same color. I'm going to signify that these are actually the suggested results. So step three, as the user types, the product gives the user suggestions of potential searches. The user clicks on the search item that relates most to their intended search. So essentially what's happening here is the user is actually clicking on here as they are typing. They're getting suggested results, and the user can actually just not click one of these, but they can just keep on going and click enter or whatever that CTA is within the keyboard.
but we're just going to highlight that they can actually click through a suggested result. Okay, so step 4, let's jump right into that. So step 4, what do they see now? Well, what do you think they see? Let's just remove some of that. So they probably still have their search at the top. I'm just gonna continue to use this and modify it from here on out. I'll use this as well. Can modify this as well. What I can do here is go back to the master component and make this a bit more scalable. Fix the constraints there to make it left and right, so when I do adjust that frame, it's going to adjust with it. So we can play around with that. So let's go back down. Where are we? Here we are. So let's fix that. So those are search results. Boom. Okay, so these are the search results. So this is step 4. The user is presented with many search results, and now they choose the product that they have been looking for. So another interesting thing here is, okay, I'm just going to highlight these really quickly. So let's just highlight those just so we can signify that this is being clicked. Like I said, I mean, there's no really right way of doing this. As long as you're explaining this really clearly to your audience, they're going to get it. Just make sure to use what I've told you in terms of like a very clear title, clear direction, and clear details, and the rest will just kind of follow. But one thing I'm noticing here is that, you know, we spoke a little bit about what the makeup of this page could be, and I'm just going to create like a little button in there. You know, maybe I'm thinking that, oh wow, like there is a filter here, and now we have to think about a filter flow. So as we go through individual flows that we're trying to solve for, we're going to find a bunch more that we're going to have to solve for. So this is the great thing about user flows and keeping them separate, because it really breaks things apart in a way. Even though there are many to actually create and work through, it really helps us kind of make it much more manageable and understandable. So what I've done here is I've just highlighted the search results. So that's just going to indicate that a user is clicking through there. Perfect. Wow, we are on step 5. So what happens on step 5? So they've clicked the search result, and now they've found what they've been looking for, and that is the product. So we're just going to kind of end this here. Let's just steal that again. So honestly, at this point, like, don't waste your time going crazy in terms of visual design or anything like that. We really just want to get into, like, it's the same concept as sketching. We just want to keep on like generating ideas, and we want to work through these and refine the details later. It's really easy to get bogged down by all that kind of stuff. So, okay, we have a CTA at the bottom, you know, like purchase this product or add it to your cart. We have probably like a headline. We have some text. Maybe there's like similar products or options here. So there you go, we've kind of created some sort of wireframe. Very easily, took 2 seconds just using some of the components that we built. And we can even create a larger component library if we wanted to, but for the sake of moving with speed, being a little lean, this is super easy just to do if you're just quickly jumping into something. If you do this often, and sometimes you will, maybe it's great to create your own kit. So step 5, the user is now able to review the product that they had searched for and can decide if they want to add the item to their cart. Perfect. So now I know that after this, there's going to be another flow, 100%, and we're going to tackle that soon. But this is our flow. So finding the right product through search. Step 1, the user is able to begin their search from the home screen. There's our search bar. We do know that users can find a product elsewhere, so we'll probably create another flow for that. Step 2 is this user gets an overlay here with the keyboard and search. They can enter their details, and when they do that, they get suggested results. Here they have the option of actually just clicking the button and going to the search results page, just based off of their search, or they can use one of our suggested results that we've given them to push them to the search results page. So that's what the user does here. The user actually clicks this button here, and we can define that interaction a little bit more later. And now they see a list of search results, and over here what they're going to do is they're able to click on a search result and move to the next screen, next step in our flow, which is the product description page. We also do know that we probably need to make another flow for what happens if they don't find their product, what happens if they decide to filter. I mean, there are so many different scenarios just loaded in this one screen. And that's what I mean when we have to start asking ourselves some questions in terms of like, well, what is going to happen here? What happens if something doesn't go right? We often always design for the happy scenario, and that's totally fine because we do need to design for that scenario, but oftentimes that doesn't happen. So we need to make sure that the unhappy scenario is just as pleasant. So what happens here is they click on the search result, and now they're right into our product description page. And from here, they would probably either add the item to the cart, they can actually add it to their wish list. So that's another scenario that we need to think about, a flow that we need to actually build out. And yeah, that's it. So this is our flow for finding the right product through search. Great job, everyone. Hey, let's jump right back into creating some more user flows. So where did we leave off last? Well, we actually finished creating a user flow for finding the right product through search. And right at the end, we finished with the product description page. And I think that's a good kickoff to, possibly adding an item to the cart. Let's just duplicate this. Let's rename it. So Command R. What should we call this? Making a purchase. Perfect. Let's delete this. Let's start cleaning this up just a bit. So hypothetically, the user has added this to their cart. They're back at the home screen. Let's delete all of that. Let's put our title. So our title is making a purchase. Very nice. Okay. Step 1. Okay, just quick before we jump in, I'm going to click this. And right now, this is the instance that we're on, this button. What we can do is we can click right here in our panel and click the instance section, so button, and I can replace it with anything I want. So I'm going to replace it with field. And there you go. And you don't have to keep on going back to your assets toggle if you don't want to, your tab over here. So we actually didn't make a navigation, and that's totally fine. We'll just make one really quickly right now. Okay. Let's spread that all the way to the end. That is going to be on the edge. Another Figma tip, if you wanted to spread these all across evenly on the horizontal plane, what I'm going to do is go up here and distribute horizontal spacing. Perfect. So we can just do something like this. And then, so this is going to be our cart icon for now. If we really wanted to, we can jump and grab the icon, but we're just going to just use this. And we're going to create another circle. So think about when we usually have something in our cart. When we're using an app that has something in their cart, we usually have some sort of notification that's constantly there to basically push us to check out. So we have a little notification there on top of our cart icon, which totally looks like a cart, just to nudge the user in that direction. So the user is able to see a cart notification that they can interact with. The user taps on the cart navigation item. Okay, so that's step one. Let's duplicate this again. Step two, nice. Okay, so what do they see now? Okay, there's probably some text at the top that says cart. In our sketches before, we started building out what this screen looks like, so we kind of have some sense of hierarchy here. So let's just take some items. So, whoops, there it is. Let's bring that in. So this is our item in our cart. It's looking fantastic. Let's grab a button. You notice how quickly we're just creating these user flows with our components? I mean, it's all about speeding up your workflow. We don't have time to go over and recreate the wheel all over again every single frame. So make your life easier, set yourself up for success. Okay, so I have a beautiful cart screen, totally a cart screen. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna just write a description for this task. The user is able to review the item/s items in their cart. Once they are happy with this information, they can proceed to the checkout process. Okay, that is perfect. So step one, cart notification nudges them. Step two, they go into the cart screen. Now step three. So let's actually give a little bit more detail here. Once they are happy with this information, they can proceed to the checkout process by tapping the CTA. I know we're kind of moving quickly, but it's always good to just go back and do your best to add any details that you think are relevant. I like to kind of break it into two different sentences. I mean, they don't have to be limited to that, but they also don't need to be paragraphs. So the first sentence is what the user sees, and the second sentence would be what they plan to do. Sometimes that's kind of molded together like we have here. The user is able to kind of review their item in their cart, so they are kind of doing something at the same time. But once they are happy with that, once they've seen that information, they're able to do something else. So in this case, they're clicking that CTA to actually start that checkout process. Awesome. I love it. And it is coming together. Let's go to the next step. So review purchase details is probably what we would do next. The user is able to review any details in relation to the total price, user payment details, user address details, and that's probably it. I'm trying to think. So total price, maybe some checkout details. Maybe those are things like shipping or shipping price. What else could there be? There could be like promo codes. So we do really need to think about all those different scenarios as well. So see how the details are kind of just coming to me as I'm building these screens. It's never going to be perfect. And that's honestly, it's all about iteration. It's about, putting something down on paper or digitally and then building off that and getting better and better and just providing an overall good experience for your users. Don't just jump right into the pretty and fancy stuff just yet. So what would we have here? The user is able to review any details in relation to the total price, checkout details, user payment details, and user address details. I'm just going to break this off. Once the user is satisfied, they can complete their purchase. Great. Okay, so let's just kind of break out this screen a bit. So they'll probably have the item details there. What else could they have? They'll probably have some information regarding like their account and payment details. Maybe that's at the bottom. I'm not sure about the hierarchy just yet. That's something that you just kind of test over time. You prototype with people just to get it right. Maybe there's a field for a promo code. I don't know what it looks like just yet. For this checkout process, there's probably like a headline. Okay, so we have like our item. We have our promo code. Maybe some details around the product, or about the user's details, like their method of payment, their address that maybe they'll be able to edit. So I'm starting to think about that kind of stuff that I need to design for and think about. Maybe this is a good place to throw in, like this is what the total could be. Okay, perfect. That actually kind of looks like a receipt. Totally unintended, but I like it. Okay, so what do you think the user should do after here? The user probably confirms. So once the user is satisfied, they can complete their purchase. The user gets a confirmation screen and is able to return back to the home page. Okay, so when a user gets like a confirmation screen or something like this, that's a pretty big deal, I think. Personally, I think it's a huge deal. And I think this is where we can start thinking about, well, a user just did something pretty amazing. They made a purchase on our platform and we should kind of like reward them with something, whether that's like a micro interaction or some sort of animation, just for like delight. So maybe it's something like we can start making a note here that just says possible animation for purchase confirmation. So we can just kind of highlight that there and we can just label it a different color, because I want to really start thinking about these types of things early. I don't want to leave it to the end because it's not good to leave it to the end, especially like how we spoke about that in terms of when we were sketching in sketching interactions. So we can kind of break this out a little bit more and start thinking about, well, what does this look like? What is the possible animation that we want to build here? If we do want to build an animation, do we want to build an animation around like the notification? So I'm going to probably leave a note here too. So Command C and Command V that. Perfect. Possible animation around notification. So I'm starting to pick out some key details here in this flow, just so it makes my life easier when I come back to this or when I'm building this out further. And that's it. There you have it. That's making a purchase. So step one is the user is able to see a cart notification. Step two is they click on that notification, then they go to step two, and step two would be them in their cart screen. Look, I kind of think I forgot something here. Maybe in their cart screen, they possibly see additional items that they would like. So that's something to probably think about. I'm not sure if that's feasible or if we want to distract them here, but something to think about as well. Anyways, so step two is they go to their cart screen and they're able to review this information. And if they're happy with that, they're going to go straight over here. And when they're done here, reviewing their whole order, payment details, other types of input fields, checkout total, they're able to click on this button to place their order. And once they're done that, they go to a confirmation screen that basically gives them like a high five for doing what they're doing. So like I said, keep these user flows simple, because there will be more user flows. 100%, as we saw, like there's probably a couple of flows that could come from this. Like what happens if the user needs to change some payment details? We can easily create a user flow for that. What happens if the user deletes the item from here? Where do they go? Just keep making your user flows purposeful. I mean, they need to have a purpose. They need to be detailed. So that way you can keep track of them and other people can really understand them. And then from here, we can really start defining much more of the structure of the app and also much more of the details that we're going to need to design for. And that will definitely lead right into us actually creating some wireframes with some content. That's it for user flows. This is making a purchase. Hey everyone, we are back at it again, and today we're going to learn about sitemaps. So before we even get into creating them, we're going to talk a little bit about the anatomy and why they're so useful. And yes, they are still useful. So the big question is, people still use sitemaps? Of course they do. It's not just limited to information architecture. Everyone should use sitemaps, especially designers. They help provide structure for your product. Like, look at this. We have the primary navigation, our secondary navigation. We can really plan out all the different navigation schemes within our product. Sitemaps help a lot. So what are they? Sitemaps are hierarchical diagrams of a website or an application that shows how pages are prioritized. I want you to think about the last lesson that we went through. User flows that we did prior are kind of like a street view of what we were discovering in terms of like how the user should achieve goals and where we discovered different types of content we needed. You remember this user flow over here. This is making a purchase. And we discovered a lot of different things. We discovered like the different steps that it took to actually complete a purchase. We discovered different types of micro interactions, all the different close-up details that we didn't necessarily know before. Now, a sitemap is essentially a bird's eye view. This way we can take an early glance of what our product looks like from the treetops. So when do we use sitemaps? Well, sitemaps are generally used in the beginning or really early on in the design process, like right after discovery or kickoffs, right after you get all that information from your clients or from your product team, kind of like what we're doing right now with the application that we're trying to build. They'll really help us when we need to start working on our wireframes. Welcome back. So you may be asking yourself, well, how do I create a sitemap? Well, let's jump in. The first step is anatomy. Let's learn about the anatomy of a sitemap. So essentially, a sitemap will consist of all these linked pages. So we have this as our page. I mean, they don't need to necessarily look like this. Like I said before, with other things, it's all about what works for you, what best represents what you're trying to get across. So right now, I'm just kind of using a little card. I don't necessarily use this when I'm creating a sitemap. So this is the main card. And within the anatomy, you have a reference number. Some people like to use reference numbers. They really kind of help when you're like creating actual wireframes afterwards. You can use that same reference number. You don't necessarily need to. I know a lot of people that like to, but it's a preference. But one thing that is definitely needed is a label. So this label over here is definitely going to be needed because it'll let us understand what the page name is. That is what we really want to know. So what you want to do is you want to start with your homepage always. The rows that follow afterwards are by the highest priority. So I say rows because typically people, when they build a sitemap, they're building it from the top to the bottom. You can build it from left to right. Like I said before, it's all preference. So I'm going left to right now. So the next step of the sitemap would be like your primary, secondary, and tertiary pages and so on. So right now we have a primary page. So if we were to think about our current client, we have our home page and you could access a category on that page and that would be our primary level. And then afterwards, you may be able to select a subcategory and that would be our secondary level. And it could go on and on. I wouldn't advise doing that, but you get the gist. So this is our primary and our secondary, and this is ground zero. Now you could use a legend if you'd like. It's totally up to you. That's another preference. If you're sharing it with a lot of people, it may help if you have a lot of symbols in there. If you have colors, I like to use colors because it helps to signify whether like a page is public or member only. So totally up to you. If it really helps to get through what you're trying to say with your product and your sitemap, use a legend. So there are two types of sitemaps. This is a flat sitemap. And this is better suited for smaller to medium-sized products. I'm thinking maybe like 10 to 100 pages, maybe even less, to be honest. There are 4 or less vertical levels. You'll notice that there's only 2 vertical levels here, and that's probably what we'll be using when we create our sitemap. But there are 4 less vertical levels, and they all help enhance the discoverability of content because there are fewer levels to click through. So you want to use this for smaller products. You don't want people to be going too deep unless it's absolutely necessary. The next type of sitemap is a deep sitemap. So these are better suited for larger size sites, and they help house a lot of information. So we're talking like hundreds and hundreds of pages. We're talking maybe pages for like a government website, maybe like a huge e-commerce website. They can get around to 5 vertical levels, which is huge. I mean, we're at 4 here, and you can imagine the amount of pages that you can get into. This ultimately makes it harder to discover content, so you'll need to think about the different ways for users to get to places like menu shortcuts. But yeah, so deep sitemaps, use them for larger products. Don't use them for a product like we're building. So why are they so valuable? Well, they help you plan for usability, and it provides a full overview, which can really help teams simplify and trim unnecessary pages. But really, when you build a sitemap, you can also strategically place content where users can find it. It results in the creation of navigation, hierarchies, and categorizations of your product. You get a good understanding of your navigation, you can calculate the amount of content you need, and it gives you a good understanding of your scope. So sitemaps are incredibly useful. You may not create like a final sitemap, and that shouldn't bottleneck you in terms of starting wireframes or even like sketching and user flows, but you should really start one to get a sense of what your entire navigation scheme is going to look like. Let's jump right into Figma and let's start building our own. Hello and welcome back. We're going to be talking about sitemaps, and we're going to be building our own in Figma. But before we build our own, I want to go through a couple of different things about my process and how we can just get started on the right foot. So what I like to do is I like to grab all those sketches that we created in the beginning, and I like to just drop them into my files, wherever they're relevant, of course. So if I'm done sharing them with the team, I'll put them in some sort of folder or a page where I can share. So I'll just click share and copy that link and just drop it into a Slack group or whatever messaging platform we're using. And over here, we have all our sketches. So I'm using them in our sitemap file right now, and they're going to help us really figure out the structure of our application. They're going to help us think about maybe some details or details on pages that could really influence the categorization of certain things. So we started with mapping out the overall journey. So I know that we need an onboarding screen. I do know that we need some sort of home screen, or this looks like a search results screen that I quickly mocked up. I know that there's going to be some sort of like order screen, says package shipped here and a package arrived. So there's probably maybe another screen that will pop up for the user, but that is probably just conditional. So we're not going to necessarily worry about that kind of stuff just yet. I do know that there's a product page over here as well, and we have a cart. So I know that there's certain areas where I can get to like the cart differently. So I can probably get to the cart from the product description. I haven't necessarily thought about that too much, but it is a possibility. Maybe once you add an item, it'll push you into the cart. But mainly, I think we thought about the cart from a navigation standpoint and keeping it there at all times. So we'll probably keep the cart in the navigation, and we're going to worry about that when we're talking about actual sitemaps. So it looks like our main navigation is like home, save, orders, cart, and there's going to be some extra information on each page that we're also going to break down. So right now we have a home page. It looks like we have some products here. I have like a profile avatar that'll probably allow users to actually access a profile and maybe account settings. So we'll think about that while we're building our sitemap. We do have like a saved section, and this save section probably has different items, more similar items, a way into the cart section. What else do we have here? We have a cart, so we've already thought about that a bit. And here I'm already thinking about some of the navigation schemes. So I know a search leads to a product, or results that then leads to a product. We have a product that leads right to checkout. We probably have categories down here that we need to think about. We spoke about kind of like those primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. So we're going to think about how far we need to go. Probably not too far. I'm thinking only like secondary. So what do we have here? We have orders. So we probably have an orders page. Okay. And yes, we do have some sort of navigation scheme that we started building out. And what I have here is home, description. So What I really want you guys to do is grab all your sketches, digitize them, put them into Figma, and use them to really help influence what you're trying to build here. Sometimes people sketch and they forget about the sketch and they start building something entirely different, or they start kind of fresh. We don't necessarily want to start fresh. We want to influence the work as we go along based off of our findings. So whatever feedback you got, implement it here. Don't have to necessarily go back and like redo everything. Just keep moving. So we have screen flows, and we know that a search will lead to results and a results to description. Okay, so we basically know where we're going with some of these sketches. Now let's review some of our user flows here. So we have registering with our product. We know that there will be like a welcoming or onboarding. I'm not sure what that would look like, but it'll lead into a registration flow, which we need to think about, which would push us into the home page. So that's helpful. Over here, we have finding the right product through search. So we've done this already with our sketches. So this is just more refined. Yeah, we've done that. And we have making a purchase. And so we understand the cart. So we have a lot of refined little flows here. And since our application isn't too detailed or complex, we have a good starting off point based off of what we have here. And you'll probably have much more than this. And, you should start thinking about all the different types of flows. But like I said earlier, the design process is just constantly evolving. You don't necessarily stop sketching. You don't necessarily stop creating user flows. Everything's always kind of happening simultaneously in a way, especially with sketching and user flows. So don't worry if you don't have too much. You'll figure it out once you start building out the sitemap that, maybe this doesn't necessarily make sense and I need to go back and think about it. So don't be too hard on yourself if you forget something, because it definitely will happen, especially once you start talking to more people and getting feedback. So before we begin, I just want to explain what I have here. And these are a couple of components, and you know how much I hate recreating the wheel. These are some components that I kind of took from a resource for sitemaps, because if somebody else created it and it's a free resource, I am down to use it because it's going to make my life easier. And I'll link that original resource for you, but you can use that. You can use what I've created here. I've kind of modified it a bit. It's just what I need at least. So let me just break this down. These are the individual components that we'll be using. And I know I explained sitemaps a little differently in terms of just having a label, but I really like to build sitemaps in a way where I can start understanding the content structure inside. So each page may have their own set of content that will link elsewhere, and you can kind of start merging some sort of sitemap with like a little bit of a flow diagram. I mean, like, you don't want to get too complex, but it really helps you think about different types of content that you're going to need on the page. So this kind of stuff will be obviously influenced by your sketches and your user flows, and it'll give you a good overview if you have redundant content somewhere, or if you don't have a piece of content that you forgot about, and we'll probably figure that out now. So what do we have here? So I have public components. So this basically means that if a person uses our app and doesn't have an account, this nice shade of blue, if they're a member, they'll only be able to see content that is member-based. And we have a login or sign up button, and we have an outside link. I'm not sure we're going to be using outside links, but it definitely helps to have some variety. And we can obviously create more of these. And if we do Option Command B, we will essentially detach that instance, and we can recreate our own instance by going Option Command K, and we can rename it to something else. Okay, so let's just Command Z out of that. And in here, this is just the container. So I kind of have it set up similar to what the original file had, which is this nice, cool little browser looking window. It has a title, and this is going to be the title of our page. And we are going to name all these pieces based off of the content. So I will show you what that looks like right when we get into creating a sitemap. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to jump right into creating our very own sitemap. So I have a copied instance of that initial component that I was talking about earlier. So this is going to signify which page we're on and the different types of hierarchies and content within. And yeah, this is going to be great. I'm going to show you one quick thing. It's within a frame. If you notice, the frame has a thing called auto layout. And auto layout, essentially, it's really great for something like this. So I'll show you how that works. It's going to structure the content vertically, and you can set the spacing between. So this is the container for the pieces within. So you can set the space on the top and bottom. You can set the space on the sides. You can also set the space between components. So that's really cool. And if I add a component or remove a component, this whole container will grow. So it's really great for something like this, where we don't have to constantly resize something. So let's go ahead and just position this in the middle of our frame. Perfect. And what we're going to do is we're going to rename the title to home. And let's start thinking about the different types of content within. So we're definitely going to have a search that's going to be public. We're going to have something like a shopping interest thing. I'm not sure exactly what that's going to be, so I'm going to have to sketch that out later. So shopping interests and habits. So we'll have that. We will probably have a login and a sign out on that page. So the reason why I'm even breaking this page down even more is so I can really understand what other pages I can get to, or what other pieces of content I can get to from here. It also allows me to really understand maybe how I should structure that content when I'm thinking about how I place those items on a page, especially through wireframing. So what we'll do is we'll duplicate the search in here. I guess we're just gonna have to detach this whole instance, and that's totally fine. Perfect, that will work. Okay, so we have search. Maybe I want shopping interests and habits to be right at the forefront, and maybe I'm not sure what that looks like right now, but I know we're gonna probably have to have categories in this section because we don't really have it in the nav at the moment, but we're gonna reach out with categories. Deals, we'll probably have a deals section. Let's just copy this a couple of times. So this is all gonna be public. And we're gonna have a cart. Okay, what else? Let's think about the other things we're going to have that are related to members only. So we are definitely going to have a wish list, a way to get to the wish list. We are going to have orders. What else do we have? And a profile. So these are the different things that we will have. I've kind of listed the navigation in here that I've kind of proposed prior. It's up to you really. It's going to depend on whatever your preference is. It allows me to really think about the structure of the entire page as well as the navigation in one shot. So that's, like I said, that's just a little bit of preference. So I'm gonna copy this all the way over here, and let's start thinking about shopping interests and habits first. So I'm not sure what that's going to look like, but let's start thinking about that, at least the structure of the page. So we do know that this is definitely going to be a members only page, and if you're not signed in, then login or signup's probably going to be at the forefront of that. So we can go ahead and delete all these different public links. So probably there'll be a way to like discover new products, maybe like a my interest portion, like where you can edit them or see what you're currently interested in. There'll probably be some categories based off of those interests, and there'll probably be maybe like some deals. I think that's pretty sufficient right now, since we're just trying to get a sense of what the overview of our app looks like. And the second step is categories. Let's build that one out too. So categories, we won't necessarily need to have anywhere logins. We can go ahead and actually select all of these. Oops. We can delete these, and a quick way to switch to the public instance is to just go into our instance panel over here and select public, and automatically that changes to the color. So let's think about what could be on the category page. And what links may link elsewhere. We may link to certain pages that may seem redundant, like trending items or whatever that means. That may just link to like a page that is like a default list that we reuse over and over again, but we just name it differently, whether that's like deals, results. So just something to think about. Trending items may be there. Oops, Command C. What else may be on the categories page? Probably like this is going to be a page where we can get to the different categories throughout the entire application. We do know like with larger products like this, there'll probably be like categories around like gaming all the way to like fashion and maybe health. So it just is probably pretty vast. So we'll probably have to break this out just a little bit, like, and make it more interesting. So we'll probably have like a trendings item section or something like that. Maybe some more like most popular categories. We'll definitely have like an all categories section. And we're going to probably have like a deals section again. So you'll start seeing like there's a deals section here and deals section here. And like we probably won't show all the deals, but we'll give them a sneak peek and they'll probably be redirected to some sort of redundant type of page that we kind of reuse over and over again. I shouldn't say redundant, more so that just a reusable kind of like page. So I think that's pretty sufficient for categories. What else do we have here? Deals. Okay. So we got deals. And like I said, this could be something easily accessible. So you can get it primarily, but you can access this from like the categories page and elsewhere. So the deals page probably has like the trending deals, probably has deals based off of categories. So I'm not sure if these are the right choices right now. And that's a good thing to remember when you're designing. Like everything that you're doing without user research is definitely an assumption and you should treat them as such. So just something to think about as you're building. Don't just build the first thing that comes to mind. Go out and test with users. I'll definitely cover that in another lesson. So we'll have here all categories. So I'm just going to go member only. So there'll probably be like a member only section. If you are signed in and if you have enough content or data that our developers will be able to pull from and match you with certain deals, like deals just for you. There we go. Deals just for you. I like that. I think that's pretty sufficient for now. See, now we're getting a sense of like what each page should probably have and where you can access it through the hierarchy. Wish list. I'm going to call it wish list for now. We've been calling it saved, but I don't think that really does a good job of indicating what exactly it is. I'm going to actually steal that button because this is going to be a members only section. Definitely a members only section. So we have probably like your saved items. Maybe there's multiple lists, but we can handle that once we start wireframing. Sharing, we'll be able to share, so we have to think about maybe where that leads. And similar items, so another way to get them into the funnel of buying other items that are probably relevant to their needs. So we have a wish list. What else is there? Let's copy this. And so we have orders over here. So that again is going to be a members only section. So let's do that. So, well, if they do come into these pages, I'm thinking about having them be hit with like a registration block. So you can't necessarily create a wish list if you don't have an account with us, or you can't really order if you don't have an account with us. So if somebody comes in and they don't necessarily sign up yet, then they'll be blocked to actually access these types of pages. So we're definitely going to let them try out our app, but they're going to be blocked for the majority of it. Search and filter will probably be on the order screen, so they'll be able to search through past orders What else do we have here? We have in progress orders and past orders. Maybe there is somewhere like a customer service based thing, like a help. Maybe a help section. So that's good to just think about. What happens if an order is lost? What happens if an order is late? So customer satisfaction is very important. And we have orders, profile, and cart. Okay, let's think about cart first. This is not a members only page. You can view your cart. You just won't be able to check out. Let's just switch out with public. So we'll be able to see like items in cart. What else will we be able to see? Let's duplicate that a couple times. We'll probably be able to see maybe similar items. I'm not sure if that's relevant right now, but I'm going to put it in there anyways. And I think that is fine. So items in the cart, and the last one, we're running out of space. So I'm just going to shift these all over a bit. Bum, bum, bum. And there we go. And profile. So this is definitely another members only section. So I'm just going to copy that and bring it in. Oops. You see how they just kind of like with auto layout, you can just kind of like place things so easily. It's really great if you're like designing for one use case. Figma has yet to really implement something that makes it totally responsive. So I wouldn't necessarily use them like when creating containers for a responsive website. For mobile, if you're focused on just creating something that's maybe like growing or shrinking, then I think it's really great, and we'll build that out as well eventually. So profile, what do we need to think about? If they are not signed in, they're definitely going to get hit by a wall here. So let's just do a members only section. And so the different types of things they can see here. They'll be able to see like my profile, I'm guessing like, or account. So account settings, Command C. So we're just gonna copy these. They'll probably be able to see like their interests, maybe stuff like customer service could be here tucked in somewhere. What else could be here? I think that's fine for now, actually. So their account settings, that could be anything from like their profile image to payment methods to address settings. Interest is definitely just like categories that they fall into, and we have customer service just in case we can link back to if they need help with something. And possibly orders, maybe it's another way to get to the order screen. Okay, so that looks like the first kind of tier. We can easily lay this out nicely. What I want to do is just select all of them and go and click up here and distribute horizontal spacing. So now they're all evenly distributed, and we'll just center that as well. What we can also do is there's a plugin called Autoflow. So we'll click that plugin, and there it is. And this is really cool. I'll show you how it works. So if I select this container and then this container, it'll automatically create a line. And you can customize what that line will look like. Right now it has a 100 pixel radius. If I select 0, it'll just make a straight line. So we can use that. That looks great. So now we have our structure. I like this a lot. And we can remove that for now, and we can just select all of these. And you know, I'm not really worried about like the structure of what my current page structure looks like here on the side. I mean, these are meant to constantly be reworked, shared with others, and kind of like constantly recreated and refined. So don't spend too much time on making things perfect. So that's our first layer. let's take another look at it. We have shopping interests, we have categories, deals, wish lists, orders, cart, profile. That seems pretty sufficient. And let's stop here. In our next video, we'll get into building this out just a little bit more. Hey, and welcome back. So we finished up our first section or our first tier in terms of our sitemap recently, and there's other things we can do that we haven't necessarily thought about because our actual sitemap doesn't necessarily start at our homepage. It starts with our onboarding. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just duplicate that, and this is where I kind of like to merge these sitemaps with a flow chart. I like to call them product maps. I mean, it's whatever you like to call them. Just make sure you don't call them something that totally doesn't relate to what you are doing. But so when I come to the onboarding, I will have an option to go to registration. I will have an option to log in. This could be like our welcome screen if I've logged out from the app. And I will have the option to skip the onboarding. So this is like, generally we have to think about first-time users and also for users that log out, even though that doesn't happen as often. So if a user decides to log in and register, they'll get a login register screen. And that's where they can log in. And that's where they'll be able to register. So we're going to make those instances login and sign up. We will make those instances login and sign up. Perfect. And if they do register, remember when we created this user flow, they'll go through a registration process. And that will be profile details that they'll have to enter and interest-based details. So I'm just going to do that, and I like to line everything up with each other so it's nice and neat. What else is next? We have to also think about search, so we can actually link these. So if I bring in autoflow, onboarding could lead directly into there. That's where it will typically lead. If they do skip the process, it can go there. So what we can actually do is let's delete that line. Another thing with autoflow is you can select directly from inside the container as well. So I'm going to take my login, that's going to go there, and my registration is going to go right there. I can also go from registration to there, and this is going to take me back, but I'm not going to actually do that right now. So, okay, that looks good. I like that. And this login will take me back into there. So actually that's getting a little confusing. I don't think we need that. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. What else do we need to do? Let's talk about search. If we just, so now it's not necessarily looking like a sitemap anymore. I mean, this portion is, we know the hierarchy of our entire product. But over here, we're just thinking about like what happens even before the product and what that hierarchy looks like. So it's just something that helps me figure out how I want to approach wireframing. And it actually kind of helps me think about the different types of inputs or elements that I'm going to have to design for. So we're going to have a search, and we'll have the input. We'll have a way to have previous searches. So this can be like a member only thing, and I'll just change that in a second. Actually, let's just leave it at that. I like that. That's totally fine. So what do we have here? We have members only. So that's good. And search results, I wanted to kind of just create a little screen for. And let's fix that. Search results, perfect. So we'll have, they'll delete that, and let's think about the content here. So we'll definitely have an input for search. We'll have filters. We will have items. So now I know essentially what this is going to have. Let me just make sure everything is aligned. Okay, let's just bring in autoflow one more time. And I know that search is going there, and I know that this is going to lead to my search results. So I could actually go in and individually link all the different pages to their part. I mean, you could do that. It starts getting confusing because there's so many crossing lines. But this is what our sitemap has begun to look like, and you can definitely build this out more. You can go into here and think about, what do categories mean? What do those pages look like? But as you can tell, we're probably not going to go past another level. We'll probably grow one more level in certain areas, and that's it. The main content that we're really focused on, like searching, is going to be very big primary action. Same with things like shopping, interests, and habits. I have it structured so that this is the way that you're necessarily going to come across it on the screen. That could change, but that's the way I'm thinking about it right now. So I want you to continue building out this sitemap as you see fit. I mean, go for it based off of your sketches and your user flows. Think about those a bit more. If there's pieces that you think come up that you or I have missed, I mean, fill in those blanks. Have fun with it, and yeah, go ahead and build your own sitemap. Hey, and welcome back. We're back in Figma, and this is the sitemap that we had just built. But I want to give you a couple tips so you can get started on the right foot. When you're thinking about actually creating a sitemap and building off of it, I mean, I want you to think about only the sitemap at this time. I mean, don't worry about crazy user flows that we've been thinking about. Don't go off and try to do two things at once. If you're working on the sitemap, don't start thinking about where to put things while you're thinking about what things to put. So focus on one thing at a time, and you'll make way more thoughtful decisions. So you can see that I was starting to think a little bit about this here, but I didn't get too into it right now. I just know that I'm just thinking about basic hierarchy, and that's going to help me when I kind of revisit that with those user flows. So don't try to do two things at once. You're going to move, well, much more slower. So stay focused. Also, use your user flows to help build your sitemap. I have several over here that we've been using, and I honestly recommend that you use these. I mean, you should be using them because they just influence that sitemap so much. They indicate the types of pages you need and where they may fit within your structure. They also reference your user goals as well. So higher priority goals like buying products on our product should be prioritized accordingly. And that's what we've done because of our user flows and our sketches. The next tip is tools. You can honestly start with sketching like we did over here. I mean, this really helped us just get started so quickly. But once you start to revise, move it over to an online tool like we did with Figma. You can use any tool. There's a bunch of different tools out there. I use Figma, and I think like if you're going to use Figma, just keep it all in one ecosystem so it's so easy to share everything with your teammates and with clients. So move it over to an online tool when you decide to start revising. Another tip is colors. I mean, we spruced this up and it actually looks pretty fantastic. I always use colors in my sitemaps because they help distinguish between certain things. They also make them less boring. I mean, this is kind of borderline boring, but can you imagine if it was something like this where there were no colors at all? I mean, we can just, let's see how it would look if we had no colors. I mean, nobody really wants to look at that. Let's just get a sense of what this could look like. So, I mean, this is much worse. So don't be afraid to use colors. I mean, just because it's a sitemap doesn't mean you should shy away from that. You can use colors to highlight things like screens that are visible to certain users like we've done. Also makes your sitemap much more easier to remember instead of just thinking about it as like black and white set of cards. It's super boring. Like, look at this. It's harder to remember something like this as opposed to something like this. We know that this is like a member-only screen, same with these types of screens, and it'll be easier for others that don't necessarily have the context like you do to remember your sitemap. And my last tip is you don't need to aim for perfection. If you've noticed, when I've talked about sketching, when I've talked about user flows, and now sitemaps, I mean, once you have a good idea of what your product structure is going to look like, just move on to your wireframes. You don't need to finish this to actually start wireframing. There is no like rule about that, and you shouldn't limit yourself like that. We're working in an industry where we constantly have to create ideas and move quickly, and it doesn't make sense to spend days and days on sitemaps. You could probably spend like not even half a day building one, and you can already be on your way to sketching and building wireframes. So just use them as a way to get that view from the treetops and then just get going. And the thing is, your sitemap won't necessarily answer all the questions, but it'll give you a good starting point, like I said, for wireframes. And it will bring light to new insights and changes within your story map when you actually start wireframing. So you're never going to get it right on the first try, and don't worry about that. Just be lean. And that's it. Those are the tips that you should probably follow when you actually start wireframing. It'll make your process go by much quicker, and it's less pressure on you as the designer to create something like this, which can get you wireframing so quickly. And that's it. Have fun wireframing.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to be talking about wireframes. So we're really going to get into designing very soon, but we're done our sitemap. We're done user flows. We've done a lot of sketching, and we have a good understanding of the content and the structure that is going into our product. So now I think wireframing is pretty much the next step. But the big question is, well, what is a wireframe? Now, you may have seen images like this when we were sketching, and wireframe is a low fidelity layout that serves three simple purposes. It presents the information that will be displayed on the page in a little bit more detail than our sketches and our user flows. It gives an outline of structure and layout of the page, and it conveys the overall direction and description of your user interface. It's basically, as you can see here, it's just like a blueprint of a building, but instead of a building, it describes the details clearly and specifically while giving everyone involved a good overview of the product. It's kind of like that middle ground between your sketches and higher fidelity designs and prototypes. They help you really plan layout, interaction patterns for your users without worrying about distracting details like colors or copy or typography. All those things can really bog down your design process. Another thing to really know is that they are really heavily influenced from your prior work. So if you've done story mapping, you have user stories, if you've done things like user flows or site maps, all these different artifacts should really influence the way you create your wireframes. So just keep that in mind, that you shouldn't just be like jumping in and creating a whole bunch of wireframes and not necessarily really understanding the type of content that needs to be there and the requirements that need to be there. So really consult all those artifacts that you have. And if you don't have them, talk to the right people that can get you that information, whether that be product managers, client stakeholders, internal stakeholders. Use your voice if you need those requirements to even start. So why do we use them? Two big reasons. I like using them because they really help to test your concepts and your structure. So they really help you to understand how users will navigate your product. Sometimes you can use your wireframes to highlight certain areas that you think need to have prominence on a page to test if that piece of content is actually working and if the user flow makes sense. So this is one of the big reasons I use that, so that it could be like user flows again, but in much more detail, understanding the different types of interactions and putting it into a wireframe makes it a little bit more easier to test with users to get, better results. The next best thing, actually, I think this is the number one thing actually, you need to use them to learn. They are fast, cheap, and impermanent. Don't get attached to wireframes. They're meant to change as you gather more information through research and feedback from your clients and from your users. They're a great place to fail, and I don't mean that negatively. On a project, you want to fail as quickly as possible, and that means you want to test your assumptions as quick as possible before it gets to high fidelity designs or even development. They serve as that common language for your team as well. They're complex enough to inform everyone, but simple enough to not get bogged down by too much detail. Now, the little kind of graph I have here is the build, measure, learn graph. And if anyone's read Lean Startup, I think that's amazing because it's an amazing book. But if you haven't, you should definitely read Lean Startup. It talks a lot about building, measuring, and learning. So what that essentially means is you build, and that could be a wireframe, that could be a sketch. You measure it against something, what metric you're testing against. It could be like, I want to know if this interaction works. I want to know if users actually are interested in my product. You learn from those results, and then you build again. So wireframes really help you to kind of implement that build, measure, learn cycle. So I want you always to think about that whenever you're kind of testing with users or just talking to other clients or stakeholders. Keep that in the back of your mind because the design process isn't linear, it's very iterative. So how can we use them? They're useful for three big reasons right now. They help your team estimate the type of work they're going to complete. Clarity and common understanding across the team. They help your team understand what is going to be built. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. It gives them an opportunity to chime in as well if you're presenting to them, and you should always be presenting to them, even if it's just like ad hoc, talk to your peer really quickly. Specs are kind of dated and wireframes can be really much more collaborative than that. So get your team involved as much as possible. The next thing is user testing. We use them a lot for user testing. The sooner you test, the better. And that's the big thing. Like I said before, fail fast. So you can get quick feedback without necessarily developing complex prototypes with all those different types of visual things like typography, color, and all the different types of details like that. So testing with users really uncover like the different types of pain points and opportunities. So this is a little customer journey map. If you've created one at this point, that's great as well because it will really help you understand how the user moves throughout your product and other products. So really document how your user can move through your wireframes, understand like what their pain points are. And usually there you'll understand that there are certain opportunities that you can really benefit from. And I also I think this is kind of inevitable, but I really like to use these to, demo to clients. It's a good way to get really quick feedback instead of like going all the way and sprinting towards like that beautiful design or that beautiful complex prototype. You got to remind them that it isn't the final design because, you may have a client that is just like, this has no color or this has no like typographic elements. Like, what is this? It doesn't look good. And it's not necessarily meant to look good. So you need to explain that to them just so they can give you some quick feedback on certain things like interactions and, flows and just placement and layout and hierarchy. Another thing about getting quick feedback is that, making changes to high fidelity designs is like really time intensive and you don't want to be making bigger changes when you're nearly done the product. You want to be making those changes as you go along and the earlier the better. So that's how we can use wireframes. We can definitely use them to like test. And I think like that is the biggest thing is testing early and testing often and not worrying about the details. So I'll teach you next how to create them. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about how do I create my own wireframes. So the one thing I really want to stress is to keep things simple. Don't worry about fidelity, especially when you're wireframing. You just need just enough to really get people to understand what you're trying to convey. Pencil and paper is probably the best way to wireframe quickly. This is one of my mantras. Like we've already done this. We sketched a bit, we did some user flows, and you've already kind of started wireframing. Even if you have a whiteboard, you can use one, but pencil and paper are huge. If you do have a client, you can polish them up to showcase some of your interactions or more prominent areas within your flows. And, pages that you're designing for, you can definitely like add a little bit more fidelity to just showcase or demo them. But you want to keep your colors to grayscale. White and black is perfectly fine. Grays in between. Don't go crazy on fonts. Maybe two. You can even get away with one. You can easily show hierarchy with bolding fonts as well or increasing the size. Avoid any flashy images. You can use rectangles and squares and, an X through the middle. Just say that that would be an image. And for videos, you can add a triangle in the middle to indicate that that's one as well. So, keep it simple. Don't worry about fidelity, especially at this stage. Next thing is you got to ask yourself some pretty important questions. What are the users and the business's goals when interacting with this page? How can the content be organized to support these goals? What should the user see when they first come to a page? What will the user expect to see on certain areas of the page? I think these questions are a perfect segue really into wireframing. And, consult your old artifacts. Right here, I have a story map, and definitely go back to the story map if you have one to really consult like user stories and requirements so you can understand what will be on every page. We even did user flows as well, and we're going to get into that right now. So consult your user flows and your sitemap. As I consult my sitemap, I'm always looking at the key requirements and hierarchies for a certain page. I want to know what is the most and least important thing that should be there. Different user stories, they're really great because they're a better indicator of what exactly needs to be built from a user's perspective. And a proper, if you have a story map, like I mentioned before, we would, have user stories for every single instance throughout the product journey. And then we would come together to discuss which is the riskiest part of the product we want to tackle first. So for our client, we'd probably want to, tackle search or the homepage or maybe the initial registration, all those different points where it really depends on users actually finding products or registering their interests. So that way the product can actually be successful. They're high traffic areas and the interactions are pretty integral to the user goal, and we need to get them right to succeed. I always, and I mean always, tackle the riskiest features first. So like I mentioned before, that's a perfect segue into this because everyone has a different definition of what risky is, and it can mean a lot of different things. It could be features that dictate the success of the product. It could be certain assumptions that your team and client have for a certain feature. When I'm in a kickoff meeting or I'm talking to clients, I really I have a list of risky assumptions that we have as well. And I mark all those things down. Anything from what we assume the user wants or assume will be a good feature, or certain things like risks. There are high traffic areas that really depend on nailing the interaction in order to succeed for the business. For our client, if we release a search that just doesn't work or the interaction is way too complex, the product essentially will fail. So there's a lot of things like that we need to account for, and we should probably be focusing a lot of our attention on, in comparison to another feature like profile or a wish list. So always keep that in mind. Another big thing is to bring your team into the process. I mean, this is huge. You should often be talking to every member of your team. It doesn't matter. Product managers for business goals, developers for development strategy. You can even talk to quality assurance people, quality analyst people, to talk about just how certain things work within the product and what their expectations are. Other disciplines will provide priceless insight into the ways you can build those wireframes. So make sure that you include others in your process. It may be a business goal that you aren't meeting or a technical challenge that you may have, for certain interactions you want to come to life. So tap into your peers. Example of, trying to do things that are way too hard to develop. So if you have a wireframe that is just way too complex, you should definitely be talking to your developers. I often take a look at Dribbble, and I mention Dribbble a lot because it's a great place to get inspiration and all that, but the majority of the designs showcased there will probably never be built and have never been built because they just are way too complex and time consuming. I'm not saying that it is impossible because everything is possible with enough time and money, but most times you want to build your way up to something that is considered perfect. And we may release in different stages, whether that be a minimum viable product that has only the features that you truly need to validate if your product has any, legs. Or sometimes we may be releasing on top of that the next best features. And over time, we'll get to a point where we can really hone in on the design and polish different things. But generally, you want to release in waves instead of building out a product from 0 to 100. You want to get 25% of the way there, build another set of features, improve on other features based off of what you've learned from your wireframe testing and even just basic prototype testing. So remember, loop your team in. It's really going to help you understand what you can and cannot build. It'll also really help you understand what kind of different business goals you may have that you haven't considered. Maybe stakeholders have certain goals. So these are the tips I often give other designers for when we want to actually use wireframes and when we actually want to create our own. So follow these tips and you'll be well on your way to making some awesome wireframes that are based off of facts and different types of data and are used to actually validate everyone's assumptions.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. So where we left off, we were ready to create our very own wireframes, and that is exactly what we're going to do. Now, wireframes are very dependent on just the type of content you have, whether that be what you've decided within your sitemap.
and your user flows and even your sketches. So I have some sketches here and I have my user flows. I have a sitemap we created, and I'm going to start building out a couple of pages. But before I get into that, I really want to talk about my workflow when I'm designing wireframes. So let's jump right in. So when I'm designing wireframes, I usually start like with sketches. I go to user flows to kind of like flesh them out a bit. Sometimes I'll do my user flows within sketches and then maybe like go back into Figma like I showed you before. But when I'm really going into the details and getting into the details and thinking about like all the different types of content that is going to be on a page or for like an interaction, I'm really focused on speeding up my workflow as much as possible. So I use wireframes for a bunch of different reasons. I use them to show to clients. Mainly I use them for myself when I'm creating prototypes so I can quickly get prototype out without necessarily worrying about all the different types of like styles, that being like color, typography, like grids, all that kind of stuff that we gradually build our way up towards. So I typically want to go and build like really quickly, black and white, grayscale, maybe some color if I need to. And the best way to do that within Figma is to like have some sort of component library or style guide. Now there's a great resource that I have linked for this lesson, and it's going to really help you just speed up your entire workflow. And I'm just going to go through it quickly before we get into it. I've just basically modified it a bit for myself. And what I have here is like, it gives me a bunch of navigation bars if I need them. It has like containers, there's like tables. I mean, you have everything you need. Like these are a bunch of UI elements. These are really great. And like I said, it's all about speeding up your workflow. And this component library is amazing. It really is. I found that like using something like this, I could easily get through tons of wireframes without getting bogged down by trying to create my own. And essentially these components, you can just like drag and drop them into your like wireframes. You can grab them from your assets panel. You'll see them here. So if I want a UI element, like a field, I can just like grab that drop down. Here it is. So I can get a drop down with a label really easy. And there you go. It's already designed for you, and you can just adjust the content to what you want. So I definitely recommend using something like this. I'll link the original into our resources so you can use it. You can modify it the way you want. I've taken out a couple of things that I don't necessarily like. I've also kind of like added some icons if I need to, but this is really great. I'll show you a little bit more. So we have like a bunch of different icons, and they're all categorized by like categories. So like most used, you have account, you have badges. We even have some screen templates if you want to use those. I mean, like you don't necessarily need to use them. You can just create like a frame that's the size of like a tablet or like a phone device. And when you go to prototype, you can just select the device and it'll play within that. But if you want that extra little bit, this even is good for like using it for like showing off your designs if you want to. What else do we have? We have cursors if you want to illustrate something, which is really great. Like if you're trying to illustrate some sort of interaction and you need a little bit of help explaining, that's great. They also have like just a standard color palette. So you'll see like the local styles here, right there. So if you need them, really awesome and easy to use. And just some typography styles that give you a wide variety. So this is not like a design system or anything. I mean, it's very generalized, it's very vague. It's up to you to kind of put all these different elements together to create whatever you want. So definitely I recommend using something like this just to speed up your workflow, because it's going to really help you get your product ideas like in Figma and ready to prototype without necessarily getting bogged down by all the different types of states, different types of elements, possibly styles. So this takes care of it for you, and I definitely recommend it. In the next video, we're going to jump right in to creating a couple of pages within Figma. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So what I want to do is I want to start creating some screens for
our product, which is habitual. So we went through the process of like sketching some ideas out. We also started sketching like user flows. We started like way back when we were sketching, we were thinking already about, let's find it, some navigation trees and how certain things are connected. And I really want to start thinking about our homepage in much more detail. So this is our homepage. We're definitely going to have a search. We're going to have something around like shopping, interests, and habits. We're probably going to have a place for them to get to categories, maybe deals. We have like a navigation, which is like wish list, orders, profile. We have the cart as well, and we have a way to log in or sign up. So let's jump right in and start thinking about what this could look like. So I'm going to just create a frame. I'm going to press F and I'm going to just select that. And I'm going to call this homepage. Perfect. So the easiest way to start is like, let's take a look at our sketches and where we kind of left off. So for our homepage, we could tell like we were thinking about like having some text at the top and maybe like a profile. We can see like we could start thinking about the navigation as well. We have some images there. Those are some rough sketches. So we do know that we were thinking about a search there. I know at some point we were thinking also about a search in the navigation. I don't know where that is. I think it's here somewhere. Anyways, we start thinking much more in terms of screen states. So we have like a save icon, we have the name, we have price, maybe some categories possibly. Looks like alternate funnels they can get into. These may be categories, maybe interests, other things. Okay, so this definitely gives us a lot to work with. And I'm going to start building based off of my sketches. Like we don't need to match them directly, but I think they'll allow us to have a good starting off point. So let's get started. So the first thing I like to do with my sketches and my wireframes is start building out some of the most basic things like navigations and stuff like that. So I'm actually just going to go to my assets tab. I'm going to go up to UI elements and let's see where it is, navigation and containers. And just like that, we have like a navigation bar. So I think we should kind of start thinking a little differently maybe. Let's go to our assets and icon social, that's okay. Let's just replace that nicely. So we got icons, we have social, heart-filled, perfect. There we go, easy. Let's think about profile. I know we said like we could have orders down here, and that's very possible. I was thinking about that, but we should probably test some different options as well. We shouldn't necessarily just like stick to just one. There's a count. That was a good guess. And icons. What else do we have here? Shopping, maybe? Yeah, cart. There we go. Okay, cool. So there we go. We have our very own navigation, and we can just like, just to show that we are on the home page. Okay, and what I want to start doing is actually, let's see what we got here. We got search. There we go. So we have our search up here. That is good. Okay, and I think we should probably have some text. So we could just start typing some text in here. So we have like, maybe like a big hello. You know, some apps are really inviting like that, and I kind of like that. I mean, I think we should kind of test our messaging as well. So we can go into here in our font styles. Let's see how big some of these are. Ooh, that's way too big. So let's just go down here. I think that's fine. Perfect. Let's zoom in. Okay, so I'm gonna grab some more and I'm just gonna write, we have some
Recommendations. Oops. For you. Okay, so that's just going to trail off and we're just going to have to bring that in. And let's set that to like 16 regular. Okay, that's going to work for now. Okay, so we're starting to build out a bit here. Like I said, it's kind of like sketching too. I mean, we're being a little more thoughtful about the type of content we have. We're also thinking much more about like the hierarchy of the information. So I know that I really want search to be prominent in some way. So for now, I'm going to bring it up here and see how it performs when I test with users. I'm also going to, just hierarchy in terms of our copy as well. It's just like a big hello, like a welcome, and then some recommendations. Maybe this could lead into some images or like some interest-based stuff just for you. We can bring that in just a little bit. So just the auto width brings it right to the width of the content. I like using that. Okay, so we got a size 16. We can do regular. Let's do size 16 bold. And right now, like I'm not thinking too much about style. Like I just want to kind of get everything on the page. Then we'll refine. Design has a very iterative process, and you're not going to get everything right in the first go, 100%. I will bet on that. And that's okay. I mean, it's all about just like learning, building, learning, building, and learning over and over until you get it right. And you're definitely not going to get it right on the first try. And that's okay. So what do we got here? Content. No, we don't need that. Menus, option menus, chips. Maybe we'll search up image. Perfect. Look at that. So we have an image placeholder. We actually may want to bring in a grid here. So I'm going to bring in a grid because it's going to help me lay things out a bit more. So what do we got here? We got 6. I'm going to bring it to 8. The margin can be 24. The gutter can be 24. And don't worry, we are going to learn all about grids and how awesome they are. But they're going to really help us to determine how we kind of lay things out. Perfect. Okay. Okay, there we go. So we may have like a larger image, I was thinking. Something like that. I like just hitting them with something really nice right away. To toggle your grids, if you're using them right away, we will get into it at a later lesson, but Control G is really your friend here. So Control G just to hide and show. Okay, so we're just going to duplicate that. And so when I'm thinking about the type of content I'm going to need for each product image, I'm thinking about like the product name. We don't need that to be bold. It could just be like regular 16 pixels. I'm also thinking about price. So we could just write like $25. And maybe this is bold. I know people like to read the name first, but price is like one of the bigger motivators. So we can do like a size 16 bold. And like you can tell, like I'm whipping through this pretty quickly. And maybe we have some information. I like that. Okay, so we got a size 14 regular. Plugins. I like to use Lorem Ipsum. It's just a plugin. It's really great. One sentence is probably more than enough. So one sentence, maybe we'll bring that down to 12 pixels because that's taking up a lot of screen real estate. Let's bring that down. Okay. So let's just space things out just a little better. Okay, so we got something here, and I'm just going to call this large product card. Okay, so now we definitely have, we have two. You'll notice that that just kind of sticks on that grid, which is great. And it's using a base unit of 8 pixels. So it's just going to move in increments of 8. And we'll get into the reasoning for that. But nice, that looks really clean. What else should we have here? We should definitely have like categories as well. Let's think about those. Deals and categories. So deals are pretty big. Oops, I actually forgot something. Let's think about, we also wanted like a heart. So let's just bring that. I'm going to search for heart icon. Perfect. And let's just make that white. And like I said, I mean, use something to make your workflow much more quicker, much more easier. I mean, we're not worried about being perfect right now. We're just worried about making sure we can get these designs kind of done, get them into a place where we can start testing with them, because you will most likely throw these designs out. It's just the nature of designing wireframes. Okay, that's good enough. Cool. So we have the product image, and as you can tell, we have like the name, we have the amount. We can just duplicate this here. We're gonna fix this to the bottom. And we're gonna bring this over. And yeah, so we can start thinking more about just the type of content we'll have for maybe smaller images as well. Make sure that's inside. Okay, cool. I want to start thinking about smaller images too. So if I turn on my grid again, it's going to help me figure out what is the perfect size. So yes, it's definitely gonna have a product name. We're gonna group this, and you can actually start creating like your own little components here, your reusable patterns. So I'll make this a small product card. And just to speed up your workflow, if you plan to use these throughout your entire app. So we got that. We can even bring that in just a bit. Cool, there we go. So like we already have like deals laid out, and what else is next? And next I do want to have something different. I want to have categories. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna grab assets over here. Grab a card. Cool. And I like the idea of letting them kind of fall a bit off of the page and like letting the user scroll horizontally. So we can definitely do that. We can definitely prototype with that. Okay. Let me just call this like tech or something. Okay, let's do like a size 14 bold. Perfect. When you're creating these wireframes, remember, just constantly reference your notes, reference your sketches, your user flows. I mean, you shouldn't be going into like something like this blind. Okay, and I think that's a good starting point, 100%. I mean, that's definitely enough to kind of get us testing. We have our categories here, we have a navigation that we can use. We definitely have like deals, and we do have something around like our interests and stuff like that. But I do think we're going to need to improve on this. Like maybe this can stay, but maybe down here, maybe deals is deprioritized, or it's not too high in terms of like the order of hierarchy. So, there's different things we're definitely going to figure out while we test. And you shouldn't necessarily just design once and be okay with it. Validate your assumptions. Go out, just ask people questions, talk to your client. Does this necessarily like fulfill the goals? Will users actually be enticed to start clicking on certain things? Does this make it seem like a more personalized shopping experience? I don't know. I don't honestly know just yet, and that's fine. I mean, we are going to create many variations, and you should be doing that too. Don't just settle on one. So this is the homepage that I've just wireframed really quickly using all those components, and you should definitely give it a try yourselves. You don't need to copy exactly what I did, but go ahead and try to think about other ways that you can like incorporate special interests or like recommendations. Think about ways that you can get users like into our funnel in terms of like purchasing. I know we kind of had like shopping interests and habits over there. We kind of knocked everything off in one way or another. And you should really think about, I know the goal of this project is really to kind of drive the point home of a more personalized shopping experience. So come up with your own feature. Think about different ways you can kind of, achieve that goal. And that's it for our homepage. In our next video, we're going to figure out what else to build with our wireframes. Hey everyone, welcome back. So in our last video, we built a quick homepage, and I am actually going to build another page. I was thinking about building like the product image page or a product like description page. We'll just call it product page for now until we figure out a better name for that. So we got product page, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start copying some of the stuff that we made. I mean, this is where using these types of things comes in really handy. Okay. So what do I have here? I have 40%. Let's just copy that. And when I think about the product page, so I've just laid out my navigation because I may repeat it there. I don't know yet. I'm not sure what's going to be best for this page just yet. I'm going to go and reference some of my, do I have a product page here, my sitemap? No, not yet. Okay, so I'm going to actually go to my user flows. So I have my product page here, and what I see is I probably have like a full screen image. I may have some like, similar products. I obviously have a description of some sort. There's probably going to be much more there. Some content there. Let's take a look at my sketches as well. So that's making a purchase. Okay, so let's take a look at my sketches. So yeah, I do have like an image with the content, an add button. Yeah, okay. So this is going to give me a little bit to start off from. Okay, so let's take a look at what we can do. I'm just going to start copying some content here. We're going to just remove this. We'll keep the price. Maybe we'll keep that for now. I think we can keep that. So we can definitely create our own. I think that's fine to be like featured there. We're going to create some, so I'm thinking like a carousel is going to be here or something, just so users can see multiple images. Okay, so we have that. What else do we have? Let's turn on. So I'm just going to actually make a grid style. So I'm just going to call it grid. And I'm going to bring that grid into here as well. There it is. Perfect. Okay, so we have a grid, and we're just going to give this like
generic product name. That's cool. It's not gonna expand more than that amount. Maybe we'll have some copy in terms of like the description. Let's build this over here. So price is of the utmost importance. That's my assumption right now. I was thinking maybe something along the lines of like 18 pixels. Yeah, okay, maybe bold. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so we have our price, we have our product name. I think that's a good start. Let's think about like maybe we'll need a button. Oh, okay, perfect. We can use this. So what we can do is we can actually like make this button ours. If we wanted to, we can just, I'm gonna go over here, I'm gonna press Option Command B, and that's just gonna detach that instance, and we'll be able to essentially do what we kind of want to with it. We'll have to do the same. Option Command B. You can also right click and detach instance. So you can do that as well. Okay, so I'm just going to bring that in. Add to cart. I like it, that's good. Okay, so we have our big button here that just says add to cart. Let me turn off this grid so we can see it better. Okay, and now a little description here. So I'm going to just go to my Lorem Ipsum plugin. Maybe like 3 sentences worth. Okay, and 16 regular. Oh, that's a little big. So maybe like 14 regular for text like that. Okay. And like, obviously it's not looking beautiful, but I mean, we can start seeing like how the hierarchy of this page set up. So when they do come here, they're gonna see this big like call to action or CTA button to instantly add this to our cart. They'll be able to like it if they want to. They'll get all the details they need right up front. They'll be able to even swipe through a carousel. What else should we give them? When I think of product pages, I'm thinking about reviews. Definitely reviews. But let's think of how we can lay out reviews. Let's go to our assets. Perfect. Actually, let's just grab that. We can detach this instance. We can just delete these. We don't need them. So what I like to do is sometimes, I mean, because it's such a vague component library, it's not going to suit all our needs. I don't expect it to really, but we can just start like using the components and then just like editing them, removing them. We don't need to necessarily keep them the way they are, just because, I mean, at the end of the day, you need to use it the way it's going to work for you. So don't just stick to it, even though it's a pain. So edit it in any which way you need. Okay, so we have a name that I just randomly came up with. What we can do is maybe have like an avatar. Oh, perfect. I mean, we can use a real image, or we can just use something like that for now. Maybe like the name goes beside it or below it. Okay. Okay, that's good for now. This is just going to be confined to the size of the content. And what we're going to do here is we're going to maybe like the date. Maybe it's a dated review. Like we need to start thinking about these types of little pieces of content. So I want a date on here. We need a name, most definitely, or username, or whatever we decide to go with. So the name can be like that. We have our stars. So we have like a 5-star, just a general one. Okay, we can even copy this down here. And amazing. This can be like the title of the review. Amazing product. Let's bold that. We can copy this down here. So like, as you can tell, like my workflow is pretty quick now that I have all the pieces I kind of need. And like, there you go. We kind of have a review already built. So just don't get bogged down by too many details. Worry about the type of content you're working with. So I'm going to just group this and just call it review and put it right here. And we can just copy and paste it. And right now I'm just going to think about, okay, 3 reviews. If there's, here, let me just fix this. Just gotta fix the constraint. Top and left is fine. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, so just think about the type of content you need. Like I was just thinking about reviews. What do I often expect? I expect the user's name. I expect like maybe an image, possibly, not required. Definitely the review. So if we're going based off of stars, we're gonna need that. Maybe like a title and some content, like their actual review is helpful. Maybe they have images in their review. So I need to maybe think about that in the future. But for now, for our V1 or our version 1, we are just going to stick to this. So maybe like there's a secondary button and it says something along the lines of see more reviews. And there we go. So we already have like our product information, we have reviews. And I think maybe like the last kind of bit would be to have let's bring this. So like we created this before and we can just reuse it and call it like similar products. So if they don't like this product, maybe they'll find another one that they do like. And without the actual description. And there you go. I mean, we've just come up with our own product page pretty quickly just by kind of like thinking about the details that we wanted on this page really quickly. Definitely we needed a name, we needed imagery and the ways to kind of customize that. I'm probably missing some things. I'm guaranteeing you I'm missing some things. There's probably stuff like what happens if this certain product has like options like color. So we need to also think about that. Maybe sizing, if it's like a shirt or something like that, or shoes. So we need to think about all those different types of options. I think reviews is pretty solid for now. Similar products looks pretty solid. See more reviews. I have to think about that interaction. Will it go to a new page? Will it just expand? So there's definitely a lot of work to do here, but I think this is very good for like a first pass. So what I would do here is just kind of like bring your teammates in, get their feedback on this, you know, maybe even start testing with some people if you can, if you have the time. So this is how you make a quick product page in Figma using our library. In the next video, we're going to create one more page. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So in our last video, we touched upon like building a product page and we created something pretty quickly and we did it really well, I think, especially for a first pass. You're never going to nail it on the first try. So I think we did really great here. We have reviews, we have like all the product information, we have different ways to get them back into the product funnel, and we have our navigation. So I'm going to actually create a new frame and oops, I keep on doing that. Do not know why. Bad habit, I guess. I really want to think about the cart. Okay, so for the cart, you know,
Maybe their navigation's there. I mean, we could have it. Actually, I don't know if we should have it, but let's just keep it for now. We'll definitely iterate on this. So if we have something in our cart, maybe we'll have like a notification, so we can add like something small here, like red. I'm just gonna throw this on top. That's cool, I love it. You know, I often don't think, especially for something like this, I'm not sure if you need a badge that shows the amount of items in your cart or anything like that, but I think it's pretty cool to have like just a little notification or badge there that is just red, and it just reminds the user, hey, you got something in your cart, buddy. You should probably buy it. So for cart, I'm going to give this a title. I'm just going to call my cart. So I'm going to call it my cart, and that is the title of the page right now. Let's apply our grid just so we have something to work with. Awesome. So we have our cart title. Okay, so let's think about the different types of things we're going to have in this cart here. We're going to have our items. So we're going to take that. Let's just copy that into here. So we're going to have our items. This is definitely going to, I think it's going to be a little different. So there won't be a heart. At this point, we want to get them into purchasing an item as quickly as possible. So probably like that. Let's look at our icons. Like maybe we'll get like a garbage can. And I'll show you what I'm thinking right now. Trash. Okay, we're gonna have to go searching for that. So icons. No, I'm looking for a garbage can because what I do want to build is like a little add, remove kind of thing where they can add more items to their cart if they want to buy doubles, or, you know, it really depends. Some items you may want to buy more than one. So there it is, garbage. I love it. Perfect. Just going to detach this. Going to remove the group. So there's our garbage can, and I want a plus button. Oh, there's the minus button. There's the plus button. So something like that. I'm going to detach this and break up the group. Shift Command G will break up that group. So I have that. Perfect. Okay. So I'm just turning off my grid so I can get a better look at this. So if there's one item, I think like we should just like give them the option to add or remove that item. Let's just resize that. I think like that's going to be fine for now. Let's bold this. So it's 16 bold. Okay. So we have something here. Oops. So we're just going to align that, and we can. Okay, so there's our product. Maybe if we have a second product, it'll look something like that. And, you know, maybe we can, where's the remove? Delete. We can do something like this. So if there's more than one product, so these are the types of interactions I'm thinking about a lot, especially in the beginning. It's better to start thinking about them earlier than later. So perfect. Okay, so there is our adding and removing. Let's just group that for now. Grouping them, bringing them up. Okay, so we have that. I think we need some more information, maybe like cart total. So we can like just start grabbing some stuff here that we've used in the past. Cart total. And we're just going to shrink this.
Perfect. I don't think this needs to be like 20. It could be something smaller, like a 16 bold. Let's get that. Perfect. And we can have the cart total on the right. So it's gonna be $75. Okay. You know, maybe there's like address information. There we go. We have some address. Deliver to Leslie. And the information. So if you want to get some quick information, another great plugin is Content Reel. So let's just bring that up. Next, you know, you can get names, you can get avatars, icons, so many different things. You don't even need to sign in. I'm just going to get an address. So there it is. Just gave me a random US address, and that's perfect. This we can bump down in size, maybe like a 12, maybe a 14, a little hard to read. Okay, so there we go. We got an address easily. And I think like that's pretty much it. We're gonna probably need, let's think, what else would we need? We will need a button to check out. So primary, button. There we go. Perfect. So we are definitely thinking about like the hierarchy over here. You know, my assumption right now is people want to see the items in their cart and then maybe some other items afterwards. I'm not even sure if this is actually useful right now, but I think maybe it's good to like give them a heads up of like, hey, is this you? Is this who we're going to deliver to? Maybe it's something worth checking out, and we can ask our users what they expect, and if it's something that kind of surprises them, maybe they'll like it, maybe they won't, and we can definitely make changes based off of that. So we have checkout. We're going to definitely need this. Some other things I'm thinking about also is like some things I've been thinking about. I don't know if I want a navigation in the cart screen. Maybe it's best to kind of like make a sticky checkout button rather than a navigation, because we want to get them checking out much more quicker. So something we need to also explore. I think we can even use this, maybe like in this screen. This is another assumption of mine as well. Like maybe if they don't want to check out right away, they're just looking at their cart. Maybe there's another way to kind of push them into the funnel once again. Okay, so this is a basic cart screen. Like your cart screen doesn't need to be like complex. It could just show just some images in terms of like the items that the user has purchased or has added to their cart. Definitely the total needs to be there, and there needs to be some sort of button to push them into the actual checkout process. You know, this is all optional. I'm not sure if this is actually useful. Same with like this. I'm not sure yet, but I've seen this a couple of times before. So I'm not sure exactly if these are going to work, but we are definitely going to iterate based off of the type of feedback we get. So I want you to kind of take a stab at the rest of the screens that you feel are really necessary. Things like cart, things like a wish list maybe. What does the search look like when we wireframe it? You know, have fun with it. I mean, think about the different types of content that will be on each page. Think about that hierarchy when you're actually laying it all out. If you need a grid, it's so easy to create one. So go ahead and do that. You don't necessarily need one, especially at this stage, but it helps keep things consistent in terms of like when you're starting to think about laying it out. And yeah, definitely just keep on building those wireframes and test them. Don't just stick with one set and then, you know, forget about it, because I know that I'm going to have to change this. I've already accepted that fact, because it is a fact. I mean, we're definitely never going to get anything right on the first try. So go out there, test your assumptions,
and make those changes and test again to ensure that you're doing the right thing. And that's it for wireframes. I hope you all learned a lot, and I hope you've seen like this component library will definitely speed up your workflow. So go out there and create some wireframes and have fun. Hey everyone, and welcome back. Now this is going to be a pretty exciting lesson. We just created some wireframes, and I have several of those wireframes here, as you can see. And we're going to use them to actually create our first prototype. Now we're going to get into the basics of it and how you can link together something really quick that you can test with users, or you can just show to your clients, or you can just show off to your team. So let's go right over here. You'll notice that when you want to design, this is what you would click. You would click this little design tab. But if you want to get into prototyping, you click the prototype tab. Now we are going to be working on mobile. The first thing you want to do is select a device. Now they have a bunch of different variations. You can even create custom sizes if you want. If I'm on mobile, I'll probably use like a phone size, depending on maybe the type of frame I'm using. So in this instance, I'm going to use the iPhone 11 Pro device. Over here, you can even like select the model, whether like that's gold, midnight green, silver, space gray. Like let's just go for space gray, keep it really relaxed. And you can even like adjust the background color. You can see like a little preview of that. So there you go. I just changed it to like a very light gray over here. We can just see a preview of what that could look like. If we go to present. So this is our presentation view. So now we can see like our app is actually in here. Wow. But like we can't click anything. So it doesn't really work. We can like tap through it. Like if we press our arrow keys, we can like go through all the different types of options there are, but that's about it right now. So let's get out of here. So it opens up a new tab. Like, well, I'll show you again. It just opens up a new tab right there. You can close that. You can keep it open if you want, and the updates you make here will reflect in that presentation, which is also awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you like you can also switch the orientation if you need to. This orientation like determines which way your prototype is presented. Typically, you just leave it vertical. So you can leave that like that. Your background color I mentioned, you can change it to whatever you want. I like to keep it like a little bit of contrast between that and the device. It really depends what I'm prototyping. If I'm like prototyping interaction outside of like a device just on a frame of its own, I probably may keep it like white. I don't know. It's up to you really. And another very important thing is your starting frame. So this is essentially like a frame that your prototype should start on. So I'm going to select home. That is my starting frame. So you can like set or update the starting frame from the prototype settings if you want. There we go. There's our starting frame. Woo. So you can change that if you want, but just because I made a connection, it goes away if there's no connections apparently. If I link it to this item, then it'll definitely stay. Okay, so let's get right into it. Triggers. Now, the trigger determines what type of interaction with like the hotspot will cause the prototype to like advance. So I'll show you what I mean. So if I clicked on this little heart at the bottom here, this heart icon to go to the wish list page, this is the trigger, this little drop down. So there's different triggers. Right now we have on click or on tap, and that basically like when a user clicks on desktop or a user taps on mobile on the hotspot, and I'll show you what that looks like. So there's my hotspot right there. If I click that, that's what's going to happen. So let's go back to our designs. So you can use them for like navigation, opening links, using menus, or exploring websites, or when you need input from a user to click on buttons, fill in forms, or confirm and dismiss alerts. You also have on drag, so that allows you to perform an action when you drag an element on the screen. This can be like an entire frame or like a single element. I'll show you what that looks like. So I'm just going to create a copy here. I'm going to remove this selection. And I'm actually going to go into my design and I'm going to select these. I'm going to Option Command G. And go like that. I'm going to Option Command G. I'm going to change that to frame 1. So that's another option. I'm going to show you what that looks like. I'm going to select this whole frame. I'm going to go to my prototype and I'm going to do on drag. And it'll go to this. So it'll go to this page and it should drag the element. Let's go take a look. Whoa, there you go. You can even do on drag. So that's another trigger. The next trigger on our list is while hovering. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to select these. I'm actually going to make a copy of this homepage. And I'm going to make this fill. Let's just turn it. There we go. I think that's fine. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to my prototype. I'm going to select this. And when I hover, I'm going to go to this page. Look at that. You can see that it is actually hovering. Really awesome. That's the next trigger. The other trigger we have in store. So let's delete this. Kind of just creating like homepage variants so we can show off all these triggers. We can have like while pressing. So triggers this action basically like you hold the mouse or trackpad on a desktop and when you tap and hold on a mobile device. So you can use this for navigating like drop-down menus or replicating long press interactions, you know, like viewing a preview on iOS. When you release this, we will take the user back to the original frame. So I'll show you what that looks like. Actually, let's do something with this over here. We are just going to make that black. So when we do while pressing, we're going to go to this page. Let's see what it looks like. I just clicked. And there you go. You have a little interaction. So really simple stuff. Let's see what else we can do here. The next one is key or gamepad. I mean, I'm not going to go over that one right now because we're not necessarily creating a game. There's mouse enter, which basically shows the destination frame that you selected. When the mouse enters the hotspot area, this could be like a small area like a button or like an entire section. So you can also like set up what happens afterwards. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do something similar to what I had. Let's change this fill to like red. Ooh, that's really harsh. Let's change it to black. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go into my prototype. I'm going to select mouse enter, and that's going to go here. And when I select, I'm going to go back. I'm going to do on mouse leave. So let's take a look at what that looks like. So as you can tell, like mouse enter, mouse leave works perfectly. And you can create a little interaction like that. This is great for like stuff like on desktop. The same concept applies to the next two, which are like touch down and touch up. So all you need to do is like when you click and when you release or when you tap and remove the tap. So we can do the exact same thing, touch down, touch up. And if we were to preview that, so it's just going to always default to this one. Touch down, click, touch up, gone. Touch down, click, touch up, gone. So really easy to use. The triggers are pretty awesome. Another cool thing is, let's just remove this altogether. What we're going to do is we're going to create like 3 frames. Okay, so I'm going to connect this to this just by clicking. Maybe we'll have a state change so we know that we're on this page. So like we'll change it to black. And then after a delay, this is going to happen. So let's go to our prototype. It's going to go back to normal after a delay. Or you know what? We can even like shift this whole thing over after a delay. I don't know. It's just something to show you how it works. So I'm going to click the whole frame and I'm going to click after delay. And I have 800 milliseconds. And it's going to go to, it's going to navigate to home. So let me show you what that looks like. So I see my hotspot there. I'm just clicking. I click. And you saw that it changed after 800 milliseconds. So if we go back to our frame, let's do it again. Boom, gone. So those are the different types of triggers you can use within Figma. I mean, use them wisely. Don't like do what I just did there because that's kind of confusing, but you may want to use that for like if you're building like a email notification list and like a new email pops up and you want to show what that interaction looks like. Does it fade in and fade out? I mean, we can get more in detail in terms of like what that looks like in a later lesson when we get into like micro interactions. But for basic prototyping, this is just really good to just do like instant actions just to get it done quickly. You don't necessarily need to spend so much time figuring out all these triggers. I typically only use like on tap for like everything at this point because I just want to get like a prototype linked together to test. We're going to learn a little bit more in our next video. Welcome back. Now we're going to go over some prototype actions next. So what we've been basically doing is some basic stuff like if we click on something like this, it goes to the next page, and this is essentially the prototype action. Do you want it to navigate to? Do you want it to open an overlay? Do you want to swap with? Do you want to go back, close overlay, open a link? I mean, there's a bunch of different things you can do. So I'm going to demonstrate a couple of them. So navigate to we've been doing, and that essentially just goes from one page to the next. Very simple. And you know, at this stage, like when you're early on prototyping, that's all you really need. But if you want to do something a little bit more complex, let's just drag this all the way down to our search. And what we can do is, I'm just trying to think, let's create a new search, and we're not going to have anything in here. We're not going to have a background. And we're just going to call this keyboard overlay. So what we can do is, let's just delete that. Let's put something together. So if I click my prototype and I click the trigger just to go over to that page, once I tap the search, what will happen is it will come to this search page. And what we can do is let's take a look. Okay, so we've gone to this page, and like on this, what we can do is after delay, we can open an overlay, and that overlay can be this. And we can have it like move in from the bottom. We'll get into this a little bit more. But this can happen like 200 milliseconds after the initial click. And I'll show you what it looks like. So I'm over here. I want to search. I click search and the overlay comes up. So that's a little weird how it happened. And we can actually customize that behavior. So this will come up. No, this will open an overlay. There we go. That's why. And this overlay will be sticky to the bottom and the center. You can like specify where that happens. So this essentially will be really fixed to the bottom. And when you click outside, you can remove it. Okay. Let's take a look. Let's press R to restart. Boom, there it is. If I click outside of the overlay, it should have closed it. Let's take a look here. So let's see, close when clicking outside. Oh, it's probably because it's the whole frame. So if I do something like this, there we go. Now it closes. So let's go back and restart that. So search on overlay, click it, perfect. And we can even like link this together again. If I click that again, I want it to open, and it's gonna automatically select like open overlay over again. So we can kind of create like a little bit of a loop here. Boom, 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 boom. So let's actually keep on going with this. The next is to swap. Now swap allows you to replace one frame with another. This will kind of behave similarly to the navigate option when triggered from a hotspot, like in a regular frame. If you apply a swap to hotspot in an overlay, it will replace or swap that current overlay with a new destination frame. So I'll show you what that looks like. So if I create another one over here and like I change the background color to black, I mean, don't do this. Okay, let's see what this prototype looks like. So if I click prototype and I click on this, I can swap it. So on tap, swap with, the new keyboard overlay, and let's see what that looks like. Do you see how it just swaps the overlay? So that's very useful if you need it. That was kind of like a terrible color choice for that keyboard, but it gets the point across. Now, another thing we can add to this is like back. So I have the icon selected here, that tappable area, and on tap, I want to just go back. That's essentially is going to navigate back to the previous scheme. This is perfect for like simulating the back button in your prototypes, which we're doing right now. So this will go back there. Let's go search, overlay, click outside the overlay, go back. And you'll notice that even though we brought in a new frame as an overlay, it doesn't like affect that when we're actually going back and forth. What you can also do to simulate the back button is to actually link it if you want to that previous screen. I mean, you're really only coming in from search in this prototype from this screen. So you can easily just link that back to like that. So let's see. There we go. Perfect. Now another action is like close overlay, and we've kind of done that already. Like if we want to click on this, we can actually do like on tap, close overlay, and essentially that will remove the overlay. So let's go back, let's search what that looks like. Boom. And there you go. Removing the overlay. So this actually allows you to close or dismiss any overlays that have appeared over that original frame. And essentially those are all the different types of prototype actions that I use. Overlays really nice for simulating stuff like keyboards or like modals and stuff like that. Like you can add stuff to that overlay. So an example is, let's see, I haven't used overlay in a long time. So what we're gonna do is, so this trigger is gonna open up overlay, and you can add like a background behind it. And I think you need the whole frame to do that. So let's take a look. Yeah, so no, actually, no, it's fine. So you can add the background around the overlay, which is really nice. I mean, in this case, when you're using a keyboard, you probably may not want to, because if we're doing like predicting the type ahead in terms of what the user's typing here, we probably want to see what's showing up over here. But like if you're using a modal, you'll definitely want to add an overlay just to kind of hide that background information and create more contrast for that modal to kind of pop on the screen. So yeah, that's definitely an easy way to use prototype actions within Figma. I want to teach you about overflow behavior. So this is pretty cool if you want to like incorporate some horizontal and vertical scrolling. And I'm going to teach you how to do that really quickly. Now, overflow behavior essentially controls how your users interact with content that extends beyond a device's dimensions or within a frame's dimensions. I mean, you can use this to replicate scrolling down a lengthy page of content, as well as more advanced like interactions, like scrolling left to right to switch between elements in a slider. You know, you can pan or scroll around in an interactive map. It's really awesome. You can apply the overflow behavior just to the frame. So I'll show you what that looks like. I have a frame over here. and there's an overflow behavior, which is really easy to use. Now let's start with just vertical scrolling. So what I have here is just a long home page. This is obviously going to be way too long for our actual device. I fixed the bottom navigation bar. You'll notice it over here, and it's actually reflected in the bar over here on the side. And we're just going to see what that looks like. So you don't necessarily need to apply an overflow behavior to everything. I mean, this is just going to scroll just fine, and you'll notice that. That's an easy way to make like a sticky nav or like a sticky search bar if you want it. Now let's see if we combine something like this into a frame, and then we shrink that frame and we clip the content. Now all of a sudden, like we can't see that content. Maybe we would want to scroll based off of that content. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Maybe you just want to see just a snippet. Let's clip it. Snippet and clip it, that rhymes. We're gonna go to prototype, and we are going to do vertical scrolling. So let's see what happens. So we can scroll within this frame as well as scrolling over here. I don't recommend doing this for something like this, but I mean, gets the point across pretty easily, right? Okay, so we're gonna just reverse what we did there. Another way to do it is to actually scroll horizontally. And this is super easy. We just need to ensure that this frame is within, and we need to clip the content. Maybe we can clip it right there. Perfect. There we go. Now users can easily like swipe through. We can even just like touch this up just a smidge. If we go to our products inside this frame, so we have like 3, we can adjust the constraints so that way they don't move while we touch this frame. Perfect. And so when we do swipe, it's going to go off the device. Whoa, that is super cool. So, I mean, we can refine this some more, but you can tell that we can just easily simulate that sliding and scrolling without necessarily going to a new page. So super awesome if you want to do something like that. Now, if you do want to do, here, let's duplicate this frame. We'll keep that there. Let's just go back actually. Okay, let's duplicate this frame. We'll keep that one as our original. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to remove all this, remove this, and we're going to create like a massive map. Actually, you know what? Here, I will show you how to do this. Let's create a frame. And we're going to go to our plugins. I have a great plugin over here called Mapsicle. So I'm going to open it up. And you can just kind of set like any position you want. 500 by 500. So it's definitely big. We're going to create a frame for that. And we're going to shrink the frame in. And we're going to clip the content. And we're going to move that over here. So we have San Francisco, beautiful San Francisco. And what we're going to do is with our overflow behavior, we are going to do horizontal and vertical scrolling. And when we go into our prototype, oh, it's not in our prototype because it's not in the frame. So let's push that in the frame. There we go. And when we go into our prototype, we can easily scroll or drag horizontally and vertically. So this is really great if you're creating an application with a map that you want to be able to do that with, or with whatever content you deem necessary. So you can stick whatever size image in here. And nice thing is it kind of has like this nice animation when you kind of drag. So it really allows like users to swipe through both left and right, up and down within like that particular frame. So go ahead, go out there and test these little things out. I know a lot of people like to do like horizontal scrolling, especially with images like over here and products. I mean, this is pretty cool. Kind of like you don't necessarily need to get into any animation in order to create like a pretty awesome prototype. So that's overflow behavior within Figma.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about like the presentation view and some collaboration tools built right into Figma. So let's jump right in.
So the presentation view, which I have open over here in this tab, in which we've been testing a lot of our stuff with, over here, it allows you to see your prototype in action. So you want to use this while you kind of build and test your prototype, or when you're ready to even share your prototype with others. Now, the easiest way to access your presentation view, if we go back to our original file, is to click this little button up here. If we just access that presentation, it'll open up a new tab with your presentation or your prototype in full view. Now you can do a couple of things here. You can click through if there are any hotspots. So if we go back and we actually create one, let's do that really quickly. So just a very quick, we'll just do this instantly. So right there, okay. Let's go back to our presentation. So you can easily just interact with hotspots like that to get across prototypes. But if you don't want to do that, you can just use your arrow keys to go through your pages. If there's no prototype, there will be all your pages that are designed and you can just tab through them if you want to. But if you do have a prototype, you'll see at the bottom that this is page 1 of 2. So only 2 images or 2 screens are within your prototype right now. So let's go back. Let's just fix that prototype over here. We're going to make sure that this is fixed to the bottom. Perfect. And there we go. Okay. So we have a prototype. And there's a couple of things you can do while you're in this presentation view. You can easily change the options. That's probably the biggest thing right here, is changing these options. And essentially these view options will allow you to kind of change based off of like the size of your prototype. So if I click 100%, I can easily see it, but it's going to scale my whole device beyond my screen or my viewport right here. So I often don't use that. What I do use is something like scale down to fit. There's also scale down or up to fill. So if your prototype is like smaller, you can select that option over here, fill, to actually expand to fill the top or the width of the container. I'm working on mobile, or if I'm working on a desktop, I may have a custom size, but in the case of mobile, I usually just use fit. Another option that you can use is showing hotspot hints on click. So you can use that. Usually when I'm testing with users, I don't. So you'll notice that if I restart this, I won't see the hotspot that was there before. So let's go turn that on again. Then you'll see the hotspot. Another thing you can do is hide and show the toolbar and footer. So easiest way to do that is just to click here, but remember the way to get it back is command plus backslash. They show you the little shortcut right there. So if I turn it off, it'll give you a reminder of what it is, and you can copy your share link, because if you do copy your share link, it will update your share link, and we'll get into the sharing feature later, but it's much more immersive. So if I go back here and I actually go to my prototype, and I go to my prototype settings, I go to my backgrounds, I'm going to make that black. And that is just much more immersive than it was before. So I'm going to just bring back that toolbar, and there it is. So do remember that when you do want to hide the toolbar, you're going to want to copy that link if you want to send it out like that. I think that's really good for actually testing with users. It's so easy because it kind of removes the fluff around here, like all this kind of stuff. If you don't want them commenting or if you don't want them clicking anything around here, totally easy to just set it up for them, send them the link like this, and it's much better. Another thing you can do is actually go to full screen. So entering full screen to make the prototype much more immersive. So this is going to be a much more immersive experience. If I go to full screen, hide the toolbar, and all I see are my tabs, but the user wouldn't see that. Okay. And I think the biggest thing within prototyping over here is just like the collaboration within Figma. So when I like to share my prototypes, I'm going to make sure that like teammates or stakeholders that I'm depending on are going to comment on that. So the easiest way to do that is to have your share prototype button over here, and you can click that and you can send it to people to view, or if you're like in a Slack group with them, or if you want to just send it quickly to like a friend on Facebook or whatever messaging platform, all you need to do is copy the link. You can also embed the code if you need to. That's just totally up to you. Figma does support live embeds, but we can get into that at another time. So you can add people to the project. You can also just, anyone with the link can view. I think like this is probably what you're going to be using it for the most, in terms of like sharing it with others to kind of comment on your prototype, sharing it with users if you're like testing like remotely. I often test remotely. When I'm working from home, I'll test with a user just over like a Zoom call, and I'll send them a link like this, and they will easily be able to interact the prototype while sharing their screen. So this really kind of keeps our whole workflow in one place. We can design in Figma, and we can easily share our prototype within Figma and get all of our feedback within Figma. So remember to update your link if you kind of hide the toolbar. I know I mentioned that a couple of times, but it's really important. Another thing that I love within Figma is actually just commenting. I mean, it's so easy to get feedback. You can comment directly on prototypes. So all you need to do is click this button over here, or you can just press C, and you can kind of drag your comment anywhere. I can just say, love this image. It also supports emojis, and you can post it. And over here, you can kind of copy the link to this comment and send it to somebody. You can edit your comment, you can delete it. Any editor on the file can actually take your comment and resolve it. So let me show you what that looks like. So if I'm the editor, and another thing to note is that if you do actually want to see comments, you're going to have to actually click on them. But as the editor, you can resolve the comment just like that. All you need to do is click this little button. It's a little check mark in a circle. Click it, and you've resolved the comment. Now let's go back to our main file. And I'm going to click on the comment over here. So if you click on this comment button, you'll be able to comment, and you'll notice that the comments that we left in the presentation view also show up on our actual like designs as well, which helps us as designers because we don't necessarily need to be in the presentation view to actually view it. So you can easily see them there. You can see your resolved comments on the side here. You can view based off of only yours. You can bring those back. You can actually unresolve the comment. You can also reply to people. So if I just press @ say, hey Daniel, what's up? And that person will get a direct notification based off of the comment settings. So these are the comment settings over here. Like I mentioned, you can show resolved. You can also decide if you'd like to show the resolved comments in the prototype if you want. So if we go to our prototype over here, you can show like your resolved comments in there, and you can show only your comments in there as well. So definitely a lot of options here for just general collaboration. And honestly, when we're creating our own prototype, I really want, and I really urge you to copy like a link, get the link from here, share it with people that you want to get feedback from, because it's just getting feedback quickly. And this is why I love Figma so much, is that like you can just get feedback quickly within your prototype and make those changes right there. You're not switching between different applications. You're not fumbling over creating a prototype. You saw how easy it was. And our next video, we're definitely going to create our own. So remember that to create a good application or a good product, you need to start that feedback loop as early as possible. So we're going to link together our prototype, and we'll get it to a place where you can send it off and get feedback quickly. Welcome back. So we're going to create a couple of little quick prototypes here. And this is what I usually do when I'm like just getting out of wireframing, or I've wireframed a new interaction or a new flow. I essentially just kind of jump right into Figma with my wireframes, and I just link some quick things together. Sometimes I don't necessarily link together a massive prototype unless I'm trying to test end-to-end usability, but what I usually do is like link together some flows that make sense. So what we're going to do is we're going to link together a search experience, and then we'll link together just some navigation pieces so we have some places to go, and we'll kind of use some of the things we learned like with scrolling and stuff like that. So let's jump right in. What we're going to start with is our little search. So what we're going to do is we're just going to click prototype, and we are going to do on tap. So when the user taps that, we're going to navigate to, so no scrolling behavior yet. We're going to navigate to search. Let's call this one search type ahead. Okay, and we're actually going to take this out of here. That's going to be its own frame. And you know, what we're going to do here is we're just going to go on tap. We're going to go navigate to home. Where is home? Boom, perfect. And on delay, so I just want to kind of link together what this search experience could look like. And this is what I would do if I were working on this client project. I urge you to kind of get your wireframes. You can use these wireframes in your resources, and you can actually design with me and prototype with me. Okay, so after delay, 800 milliseconds, I think that's fine. We're going to open the overlay, and that overlay is going to be this, and that's going to come from it's going to be locked to the bottom center. You can click outside and close it. And the animation, you can have it as move in. We can get into animations in a later lesson when we cover micro interactions and motion and stuff like that. That is going to be some really cool stuff, and I'll show you what you can do with Figma. Right now, I don't think it's necessarily needed, but it can help stimulate certain things like quick move-ins and move-outs and all that kind of stuff in terms of like how things behave on the screen. You can start thinking about that, and you should definitely start thinking about that kind of stuff. So we're going to have that come up. And the behavior on here is, okay, so if I search, I want this to come up again. So it's going to actually behave like an overlay. You'll notice that Figma already does the work for you, which is amazing. So move in. Okay, perfect. And what we'll do here is, if I do tap on here, I want to actually have this come in. Yeah, that's fine. No, actually, I want this to be instant. Yeah, I think that's cool. This will link back on tap, navigate to, and it's going to navigate to our home screen. Perfect. And if I click on this, actually, you know what? Let's make a frame. So I have those as a frame, so it'll be one large tappable area. And we're going to actually go to our search results, and that'll be instant as well. This is going to go back to our home as well. Remember, this is not changing at all. The only thing that's changing is the content within. So we kind of have to simulate that behavior a bit. Okay, so this is navigating back to home. Perfect. If we do want to search, I do want to go back to here. That looks good. Okay, I think that's good. Let's take a look at what it looks like. So as you can see, like once you're done linking together some things, oops, this should go to home. Perfect. And yeah, okay. So you'll notice that once we kind of link together some things, it gets really messy really quickly. And you can imagine on a larger prototype, it'll just be like complete chaos. It really depends what your goal is. I feel like the main use for prototyping is to validate your assumptions. Use them with users, get good feedback from clients. You don't necessarily need to make like an end-to-end prototype from beginning to end of all your designs, especially if you have a large product that it's kind of crazy. So what I would do is I would kind of break it into pieces, maybe different flows that you want to highlight, things that aren't maybe as clear, like certain interactions, like maybe how this could play out. Especially when you get to the high fidelity stage, you may want to consider like creating more like in-depth animations in motion. So it's totally up to you and what your workflow may be. But I would try to avoid creating like a crazy huge prototype. I mean, there's not many use cases for it. The big one would be to show your developers. But if you're working really closely with them throughout your entire product, like every day in terms of like your sprints, or if you're just working from like the beginning of like kickoff with the development team all the way to like the end of handoff, you're essentially, they know what's going on and you should be really communicating all these little things. They shouldn't need to wait all the way till the end of the design process to get like a fully animated prototype. Even though that is pretty cool, I'm not going to lie. So let's take a look at what this looks like. We're going to press play. Oops, I am still in comment mode over here. Okay, so we're just going to remove that so we can see search. So I'm going to click on search and there's my keyboard. I'm actually going to click search again. Oh, so I moved in from the right, so we can go back and fix that. So let's just, I want that to come in from the bottom. Okay, so if we just test that. Cool, I love it. Okay, and if we do that, we have our results. Perfect, I love it. And then we can go back if we want, or we can actually, I think we're missing something really cool here. Yep. So you should be able to, if we think through the flow of this, if I want to search again, I should be able to search again. So let's actually do that. We're going to, on tap, we are going to actually, if we link right there, it'll open the overlay for us again. Perfect. And okay, so if I do want to search, actually, I feel like this one should actually go here. Okay, so let's get going. Let's see what it looks like. Search. Love it. Okay, and I'm going to click that. So that animation's a little wonky. So if I go back and I click that, it should just be instantaneous. Okay, so if I click search, actually, I would probably want to come here maybe. Okay, so, I mean, it's not going to be perfect. You may want certain things to happen all the time or certain overlays to happen all the time. And that's where you kind of just have to have a really good discussion with your developers. And there we go. We kind of have like a little product flow. What we can do is we can clean this up. Like if we do want to have a navigation sticky to the bottom, so we'll remember to fix that positioning. We can also fix this positioning if we want. We're going to actually create a frame. Let's do this. Perfect. And we're going to fill that with white. Okay, and we're just going to call this header. Okay, boom, boom, boom. This line 18. So, okay, perfect. So that's in there as well. And we can actually fix this to the top. So we can, yeah, perfect. We can fix that to the top and I'll show you what that looks like. So let's go through that search flow. Perfect. Buttons. If I were to scroll, I would see that the content goes behind both the header and the footer. So there we go. We have our little own search prototype. If we want to go back, we can go back to the home page. I mean, this is not perfect by any means, but okay, so we can see that we have our keyboard here. Keyboard's a little weird and wonky, but that's totally cool. And we can just click a result and it'll bring us to a results page. Perfect. So that's an easy way to create like a very quick flow
in terms of different types of like search interactions that we have. Actually, we can extend this some more. So if we do click that, I would love this to come in. This could be like navigate to, it could be instant, doesn't matter. We could just on tap, we can go back. I want this to be stickied. Perfect. We can even make this sticky, but it's all right for now. Let's take a look at that one more time. There we go. We got our filters. Boom. And I would have this be dynamic based off of the different types of filters. So you can even go in and make a smaller prototype. This can update based off of that prototype, which is really cool. Okay, and that's it. That's how you create a quick prototype within Figma, just using a quick flow. And in the next video, we're just gonna kind of get a little bit more in depth in terms of like different types of interactions. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're gonna talk about a couple of different things. Just to start off, we're gonna talk about smaller interactions, and we can even go into creating interactions like off of your mobile screen. So let's jump right in. So right now we have the homepage over here. And if you look over at the bottom of the nav, we have it linked to this wish list page. And essentially that's just going to pop over here, but I want to show the interaction of removing an item from your wish list. So in this kind of wireframe, my intention would be that a user clicks on one of these little hearts over here. And once they click that heart, it will get removed from the actual list. I mean, we can probably clean this up a little bit more, but I want, for the sake of this prototype, I want that to happen. I want them to click this heart and remove it directly from the list. So I'll show you how to do that. You'll get a sneak preview of something called Smart Animate, which we will get into later. Okay, so the great thing with Figma is you can kind of make these small little animations, and you probably want to start doing them or exploring them a little bit more now. So when I click on here, I'm just going to link directly to there right now. On tap, I just want to navigate to the wish list. Over here, I really would only start fiddling with animations if you want to start doing some like quick interaction prototyping. I wouldn't really dive right into it like right now because that type of fidelity doesn't matter, but I'll show you certain things that could really help your prototype if you just add a little bit of motion to it, because certain instant animations are a bit jarring for users. So yeah, I'm going to show you something that's really smooth, and I'll show you what it looks like without it. So, okay. What we're going to do here is we're going to click on this button. This top layer is going to be removed, and the rest of the content is going to shift up. So I'm just going to remove this. This is called group 20. When we do actually start animation, the key is to make sure that your names are the same. So this is named group 20. We'll call this remove, so it's not so arbitrary. And we'll call this one remove as well. Perfect. So I know that I need to just delete this. You can do whatever you want with it. You can spin it around, you can rotate it. So let's just keep up there so we just have a point of reference. So I'm going to just deselect that. Let's go into our design. Perfect. So we're just going to move that up until, oops. Okay, let's move up. That's good. We're going to get remove, and we're just going to delete it. Perfect. We're going to shift this frame up. You'll notice that the navigation actually moves with it, and that's based off of like constraints. So this is kind of, the constraints are set to bottom. So whenever I shift the entire frame that it's within, it's going to kind of attach itself to the bottom. If I had it set to the top, you'll see what happens here. It's just going to stay put. So let's just keep that to the bottom, and let's go right into this animation. Let's just make sure we have everything set up perfectly. So when I do click here, let's make that an instant animation. And let's take a look. So let's go over here. See, even that is jarring in its own way. When you click the wish list, maybe we should have something like just slide in.
You know, at this stage, I mean, if you have the time, it makes it look a little nicer. It makes it less jarring. So here it is, my wish list. If I click it, it just goes away really quickly. Okay, let's go back. That is weird. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we are just going to make sure that all our groups have product names. I am not sure why that. Okay, and we're actually just going to copy that again, and we're gonna make that same animation. So we're gonna prototype it on tap, navigate to wish list. Okay, and we're gonna make this a smart animate. And we're just gonna leave that for now because we're definitely going to get into this at a later date, but I just want to give you a little bit of a sneak preview of the different types of things you can do, because you know, at this stage, you do wanna start prototyping some animations a bit. You wanna start thinking about how things move on your screen, just because, I mean, like I said, you saw that instant animation, it was just kind of jarring. So let's go back to wish list, and we're just going to do this. And that's a little bit better. So you'll notice that if we just click, it goes away and the items move up. Now, in the actual case of a user interacting with that little element, I would probably have like a warning come up that says, are you sure you want to delete this? Or maybe if we don't have a warning that prevents them from doing that right away, or a confirmation, we have maybe like a little toast or a banner that says, do you want to undo that? So let's actually prototype that. So we're going to, you notice how like we have similar screens repeated over and over again? Well, that really kind of is the point. I mean, you're trying to create these little interactions that are actually quite complex. There's so many moving pieces that we don't necessarily take into account. So let's just create that as a point of reference. And what we can do is, let's just create a little toast. We can just have it at the bottom, which would be pretty cool. Let's just set the fill to white. We can even give it a little shadow so we have a little bit more, you know, just contrast. We are going to fix this positioning to the bottom. Let's just position it above the nav bar. Perfect. We can just give this like a little bit of a border radius, and let's just fix that shadow because it's a really harsh shadow. So that's fine. We can give the blur like a 20. We bring down the opacity on that. I think that's totally cool for now. Let's just drop some text in there. Hey, are you sure you want to remove that? So, I mean, like, even when you write copy, you should actually think about it from the user's experience. Don't just fill everything with like lorem ipsum. You have to start thinking about this kind of stuff really early. So that's a little bit big. We can actually just bump that down a bit, give regular. Okay. And we can probably have like some more text on the side here that just says undo. And let's just underline it to make it look like it's actually clickable. We'll make it bold. Okay, cool. Right alignment. I like. Very nice. Okay. Okay, so it's very good. It is definitely easy to see and easy to tap. And if the user does tap that, we need to think about them going all the way back here. And we're going to smart animate again, because what that will do is it will essentially bring that product back in the same way it was removed, or at least it should. So after delay, we're just going to do after delay. So after that happens, 800 milliseconds, let's actually go to here and let's see what happens. So actually, let's see how this works out, because there's a couple ways we can do this. So let's start again. We're going to remove this. Oh, nice. Let's take a look. So we could have that toast as an overlay. So like if a user clicks out of it, I mean, we can hide it, but I think it's nice this way because it's kind of like right in the user's face. This is a pretty big thing, especially if they remove something from a list that they created. You know, people can easily do that sometimes. Maybe we hide this within like some sort of like menu button like this, like that delete. But this is really cool. So it removes, and then after the delay, this pops up and it goes back. Cool. So that's how you create some pretty small micro interactions. And, you know, not using much of your time to create something like that, but it can easily illustrate like what you're trying to get across. So we have a little toast that pops up and it comes back perfectly. So go out there, I mean, have some fun. Think about those little interactions. Like, let's go back together and I can show you a couple that I'm already thinking about. So maybe when they click this product, you know, maybe the image expands to this section and it goes straight to the homepage. Like you can already start kind of like prototyping that animation if you want. I'm going to teach you how to do something like that when we get back into actually discussing motion and micro interactions. There's a couple of little things like what happens when you click plus and minus. Like it doesn't necessarily need to be an animation or anything, but I just need to know like a feedback change. So start thinking about these little things like that. Maybe like if you remove everything from your cart, does like the notification go away, or do you even have the notification? So those are all small little micro interactions that you can start thinking about. So that's it for the absolute prototyping basics in Figma. Like these are the absolute basics that you'll need to know at least to just prototype quickly. And yeah, you can just go out there really fast and put together a quick prototype like we did here in terms of like an interaction. Or if you really wanted to, you can link together the nav to just show people just the entire overview of the application. I wouldn't necessarily do that and like have all these built in. You could, but it would be like a massive file that it would be so easy to kind of like get lost in. So take it easy. Go out there, validate the things that you want to validate, like the small interactions or just like certain user flows, and get that feedback that you definitely need to just iterate on your product. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about a topic that a lot of people try to avoid, and that's feedback. Now, I feel like a lot of designers avoid feedback. There are reasons why. It could be that they're scared to have their work critiqued. Possibly they don't know how to actually approach the situation with clients or team members. So I'm going to show you why it's so useful to get feedback, and then we'll get into how you can actually get good feedback. So let's jump right in. So let's talk about receiving feedback. Feedback can be a frustrating part of every project. It may feel like a battle with clients. You know, with clients, you may feel like you're coming to a compromised outcome when it should feel like an alliance of ideas that, you know, elevates that design solution. Design critiques are, you know, full of little subtleties, just like any other conversation, and it can turn painful quick when you can't define a process or if egos get in the way. You know, sometimes we go out and try to get feedback and we don't necessarily let people know the proper context of the feedback or what stage of the designs we're in. And people may just be throwing out irrelevant feedback towards us, and we don't know how to actually use that to move forward in the design process. So if it's so hard, why is it so important? Well, that's because you're doing it wrong. And we're going to get into that next, but it really helps you distance yourself from your designs. You know, sometimes as a designer, you get so connected to your work that may seem kind of dramatic and over the top, but it's true. That may lead you to start making some choices that don't necessarily benefit your users. And it happens. It really does. Feedback is a nice reminder that design is a craft. Feedback can also help you take a step back and see your designs from a different perspective. Sometimes we get a little tunnel vision. It's so easy to get stuck in a silo working at the same designs over and over again. I mean, we've all been there. And feedback really fixes that mindset and helps us improve. It also really helps you grow. You're going to inevitably work with other designers, and those designers may have different opinions, skill levels, and experiences. Listening to their opinions and feedback opens up your mind to new points of view, and it urges you to try new things that you may not have tried anyways. Feedback gives you new insight and approaches to design, and you will ultimately improve because of it. Whether that be because of a team, like I mentioned before, in terms of people coming together to share their experiences or look at things from different perspectives, or working with clients and maybe understanding a problem just a little bit better. So, how do we get good feedback? There are two types of feedback that have a significant impact on your design. The first one is constructive. Now, this will help you move the design forward. It can also uncover clues to answering those open questions you may have. It can also identify new blockers for your idea's success and can add momentum towards a direction. Both negative and positive feedback can be constructive. So when I say that, I mean that your designs may not resonate with the user base, or your designs may not actually solve the problem that you should be solving. And you may get negative feedback, but that feedback is still good because it's going to push you in a new direction that you need to go in. The second type is destructive. Now, this will cloud the way your design moves forward. Your design can be misled by asking unrelated questions or wasting people's time by derailing discussions. It can be really difficult to understand what matters because there's just so much noise. This really happens a lot. I feel like, especially with clients, a lot of design critiques or feedback meetings, they often get derailed because there are so many irrelevant things that are popping up that aren't really relevant to the types of problems you're trying to solve or your designs in general. The goal is to get your group to give you constructive feedback, and I'm going to show you how to do it in the next video. Hey, and welcome back. So I left off in the last video kind of on a cliffhanger. Now I'm going to teach you how to get some really good constructive feedback. The first step is context. You need to be clear about the context of the meeting. It's so important. If you don't, each person may have a different understanding of how far along your design is. They may also try to give you feedback on irrelevant portions of your idea. And with a larger crowd, this can get so out of hand, and it can get out of hand quickly. Try preparing your invitees ahead of time with a quick intro before the meeting, or you can send them a quick message beforehand, before everyone actually sits down. It doesn't need to be lengthy, but it can be it can actually set a good baseline so everyone is really understanding of the context of that meeting. You also really want to have clear goals. You want to point out which aspects you're looking for feedback on. And you want to state the non-goals that are out of scope or just not relevant to your design yet. Another big thing is you want to let people know what stage you are in terms of the design process. Let them know how far along you are. This really helps set expectations. This matters since our fidelity naturally increases over time. We may start with sketches and gradually build ourselves up to like a really nice high fidelity mock-up. Visual feedback can really bog down the discussion, especially if you aren't even there yet. So it's really good to kind of set that precedent and set those expectations right off the beginning. You want to ask those open questions. Raise any open questions that you or your team has regarding your designs. And that way your attendees can actually bring value and insight for you. The next is invite only the people you need to. This may be harsh. I know, I get it. You may not want to do this. You may want to invite a bunch of different people, and you may think that they'll give you a lot of feedback. While this type of openness is good, not all feedback is equal, and that's just the ugly truth. For your feedback to be constructive, it needs to come from the right people. It may not be the CEO or others with big titles. It could be somebody else who understands the space much better. Could be like a customer service representative who talks to users all day. So really think about the problems you're trying to solve and who has the answers to your questions. Figure out who's mandatory. Those with the most knowledge of the problem space, maybe even developers who are implementing your designs who can give you feedback on stuff like that. Also, people who you need buy-in from.
Those people can be like your internal stakeholders, or maybe it is like somebody like the CEO or like the product manager from the client side. So you need to really think about those people that are really mandatory for that meeting. But you also need to think about who is optional. You can invite others, but you want to try and keep it a little small. When you do direct your questions, direct them to the people who you really feel may give you the feedback you need. And optional attendees, they may bring some more insight as well. You may be surprised at who brings something up that is really interesting or may really help you with your designs. The next thing you want to do is mobilize your group. Put them to work. Open critiques have their place, but you may run out of time if the discussion gets out of hand. To come out of your meeting with the feedback and priorities moving forward, you need to really get your group involved. Make sure you get everyone involved. That means all the different types of people in that meeting, even yourself. And I'm going to tell you how you can do that. So step one, what you want to do is you want to use a whiteboard that's large enough for your group so they can add their feedback or questions to stickies. Get them to do that, time box them and give them like 5 minutes to really think through things that they want to bring up so they can have a discussion about it afterwards. When they're done, they can just post their stickies right up to the wall or the whiteboard. You really just need a big space. Step two, this is the voting time. So you want to time box this and set aside enough time for everyone to go through the list of stickies and vote on which ones they think are of highest priority. They should always vote on the ones they find impactful, relevant, or important to discuss together. Step three. Now, this is where everyone kind of comes back together. They go through what they selected and they discuss. The top voted stickies aren't necessarily the best ones, but if enough people voted on it, it may mean that it resonates with them. It may be a good point to talk about that during that meeting or, writing that down and talking about it later if it isn't too relevant. You got to be wary about your conversations and your feedback meetings getting derailed. It definitely happens. Sometimes feedback may not be entirely relevant to the topic you want to focus on, and others may get so excited about it and it could derail the conversation. It happens all the time, and that's totally fine. It's just natural. The group activity that we just outlined should stop this, but in the event that this issue does arise, bring up its relevance to the goals you stated for the meeting. If somebody is bringing up something totally irrelevant, and maybe we're talking about a checkout flow or something like that, and somebody brings in something like product pages and that don't necessarily mean anything to the checkout flow, then you should kind of bring up that goal that you first stated in the beginning, and maybe hopefully you'll get back on track. I feel like it's always good though to bookmark the feedback that does come. So that way, I think it's always good to bookmark the feedback that you do get, and come back to it as a group at a later time. I always show, or I always, I always show, and I always make sure that my attendees know that I've bookmarked their actual feedback so that they don't think I'm ignoring them. So this is a process you can use to get great feedback. Just remember that you want to give them the right context. You want to set the goals for your meeting. You want to get everyone together that should be there and get them to actually work together to give you feedback as a group. So that way one voice doesn't just dominate a room. And also so you can get the right feedback from the right people. And always, always stay on track. And that's how you get some constructive feedback.
Hey, and welcome back. We're going to talk about the grid today. Now, what is a grid? Lots of people are scared of it for some reason. I get it. Grids kind of look really restrictive and they look scary. Just look at this thing. Wow. Even though they look like prison bars, they aren't as restrictive as you may think. The grid is a structure comprising of a series of lines that divide the page into columns. We have vertical and horizontal. And this structure helps designers arrange content on a page, like you can see here. Everything is sitting on a grid. This is something we never include in our final designs. You'll never see somebody print a poster like this and have a grid showing, or you'll never see a website with a grid showing unless somebody purposefully did that, but usually that's incredibly rare. Maybe as a stylistic approach, but I don't really recommend it. Now, It serves as a skeleton for your layout. And originally the grid came from print design, but if we ever think about where there are grids, I mean, they're basically applied in a lot of places. Let's take a look. We got bookcases. We even have subdivisions. I mean, they are everywhere. I want to show you more about grids, but I want to teach you a little bit about history because I think understanding the past will really help you understand the basics. Now, grids have always been linked to typography. Over here, they were first used to arrange handwriting on paper, and then later on were transformed into the manuscript layout. You can see this over here. And we're going to get into what the manuscript layout looks like and what it comprises of. Since the early days, grids were used to help aid readers in reading. Now let's fast forward all the way to the Renaissance. Now this era had a profound impact on grid systems. I mean, many artists strived for perfect geometry. Many paintings resulted in the centered symmetrical layouts, like this. We have very centered layout. You can see all the symmetry and hidden geometry within this painting. You wouldn't necessarily notice it if these guidelines weren't here to show you, but this is what a lot of Renaissance paintings really strived for. You ever heard of the golden ratio? In the 13th century, Villard de Honcourt created the diagram to achieve harmonious design. This diagram was a merger between the grid system and the golden ratio. And it was created to produce page layouts based off of margins with fixed ratios. And this technique is still used in today. You can see that, this is a fairly recent layout and it is in fact using it. Jumping forward to the Industrial Revolution, beginning of mass production and the rise of newspapers, posters, etc. With so much content on one page, like look at this, it's hard to read as is, even with a nice little grid layout. But with so much content on one page, designers needed to develop a way to communicate their message while allowing for natural reading behavior. They've achieved that here. There are newspapers that were much worse than this. Now, last stop. The grid we know and use today is very much tied to Swiss design. It doesn't look like much, but many systems were born from this. I want you to picture this. World War I, and Switzerland was neutral, of course. It all kind of became a common meeting ground for creatives. And because publications had to set 3 separate languages, which were German, Italian, and French, because there were there was such an influx of people, designers needed to come up with a solution. Typographers like Jan Tischhold and Herbert Bayer, they stepped up to address that. And for the first time, white space was used as an element in layout design. And you can see that in a lot of layouts today, a lot of white space, and they all kind of came from that. Even if you look at the print design that we saw earlier, showing that first grid, that kind of system was born from this. And, Swiss design has a profound impact on layout. Now we're going to jump into some more basics. So before we can even jump into actually building a grid, let's talk about some of the basics that impact all the different decisions surrounding sizing, measuring, and spacing. The first thing, base units. What is a base unit? This is our starting point. This is ground zero. Let's define a base unit. Now, this is what defines what every single measurement will be a multiple of. Why? This makes our designs consistent, improves how we hand off to developers, and reduces the amount of decisions we need to make as a designer. So what should you set your base unit to? I use an 8-pixel base unit because it makes scaling for a variety of devices really easy. Most screen sizes are divisible by 8. It's also divisible by itself. 8 divided by 2 equals 4, 8 divided by 4 equals 2. There are even 4 pixels, 5 pixels, 6 pixels, and even 10 pixel increments. There's no wrong answer here. Like I said, I like using 8 pixels and spacing icons by 4 pixel half step. Right here we have an 8 pixel base unit. And you can see it's spaced out to 16, 24, 32, and so on and so forth. Up next is sizing. Now all UI elements should be measured in increments of our base unit. This helps us with a bunch of things like clear alignment, consistency, and hierarchy. Let's take a look at the difference between the two here. One's using an 8 pixel base unit, the other one isn't really using anything, and there's just no rhythm. It may seem minuscule, but if I were checking out a product or a website and I came across a credit card input like this, paired with all these different UI elements, I would think twice about entering my information. Padding. This is the space between all of our elements, and you guessed it, it is measured based off of our base unit. This makes spacing consistent and readable to our users. Think about this card over here. All elements are spaced using increments from an 8-pixel base unit. It creates uniformity. We have 16 pixels on this side, 16 pixels over here. We got 16 pixels here. You see on this grid on the bottom, these rows, which we'll get into soon, we got 4 pixels, 4 pixels, 4 pixels. Next is layout. So what do all these lines and boxes mean? What are they? These are some questions you may be asking. Let's talk about the anatomy of a grid. All grids are made up of 3 key things: columns, gutters, and margins. The first one is columns. Let's cover that. Our vertical blocks right here that span left to right. So right here on this page, we got a little 4-column grid. And generally the column width won't change, but the number of columns change from 12 on desktop, maybe 8 to tablet. Some people like 4 on mobile. I mean, you can use anything you want. I like to use 6 on mobile because it gives me flexibility to place 3 elements in a row on the screen. I even like to use 8 on mobile. Like I said, if you want to hang things off the screen, we'll see that later on, but nothing is set in stone. Gutters. This is the white space right here, right between columns. They're dedicated based off of your base unit, so some designs will increase that size as you scale up or decrease it as you scale down. Other grids can stay fixed. It's not really set in stone. So right over here, this is probably like a 16-pixel gutter based off of a 8-pixel base unit. Margins are the white space between the edge of your column and the edge of your frame. You can combine all these elements to build different types of grids. The manuscript grid, we saw this before, kind of looks like a grid for a manuscript, right? Well, they can be useful for defining margins and for large blocks of text. This is the most popular one, the column grid. Kind of looks like the grids you see today, kind of what we've shown off. Now, these are the types of grids we mostly use, and these columns are spaced evenly, and that is where we start to align our content. Most grids utilize 12 columns, and you may be asking, well, why 12? Well, 12 columns can be divided into halves, thirds, fourths, and sixths. This helps for designing for responsive screens. The modular grid. This is a variation of the column grid we saw before. You'll notice that they have both vertical and horizontal rows. So we got vertical columns going left to right, horizontal rows going top to bottom, and this creates these modules that provide some additional layout options for single or larger box. The baseline grid. Now this one's important. I use this one all the time as well. I like to couple this with my column grid. They consist of these horizontal rows that you see here from top to bottom, and these provide guidance for typography and UI elements. They create vertical rhythm. And think of when you were in school and you used to write on a piece of paper. Yeah, it's similar to that. And yes, it's based off of your base unit. I like to use a 4-pixel baseline grid. Now, placing typography on a baseline grid, you use line height. And this is that bounding box right around your type. So say your font size is something like 16 pixels. You know, your line height could be something like 24 pixels. We have maybe like a 40 pixel typeset over here for the headline, and our font size for the headline. And for the line height, we have something like 48 pixels. So multiply by 8, and on that baseline grid, so we got 4 pixel here, 4 pixel here. So we got 8 pixel spacing between the top and the bottom here, and we got 12 between the subheader and the copy. So this creates this vertical rhythm that really helps to create consistency throughout your whole piece. Let's jump into responsive grids in Figma. Hey, and welcome back. Well, now we're in Figma and we're going to talk about responsive grids. Now, you may be designing for multiple screens. I mean, we do that a lot. And grids can really help with that. We just spoke about layout grids and typographic grids and the history of grids, but grids are used to scale up and down to display information on multiple set of screens. So let's jump in. We have some cool demos here. First is the fixed grid. Now, the fixed grid has a fixed container with position. I can demonstrate how this works. So as you adjust the frame, this container that's housing the actual layout grid is going to stay fixed, and all the elements within it will stay fixed as well. So this actually maintains the exact measurements while the margin sizes increase or decrease, like this. Even when I decrease it like that, they will stay fixed. Now this is great if you want all your elements to stay proportional, but when you get to larger screens, you may end up with way too much white space. Like this would be an extra large desktop screen, and you're like, wow, that's a lot of white space right there. And there are ways to handle that, but fixed grids aren't really used as much anymore. So let's just put that back there. Next is the fluid grid. Now this is really cool. Now fluid grids are measured in percentages. So the columns of the grid or your entire grid will shrink or grow depending on the size of your screen. Let me show you what I mean. So here's our grid, and you'll notice when I stretch it, the columns will stretch too. And when I shrink it, the columns and the content shrink as well. All of these sizes will increase and decrease based off of percentages. That's kind of cool, right? You know what's even cooler? Take a look at those margins and gutters. Let's zoom in. Now, we got margins on the right, gutters in the middle. Look at that. They aren't even shrinking or growing. The only thing that shrinks and grows is the size of your column. Your gutters and your margins will always stay the same. They don't change and they adhere to your base unit. So in this case, let's take a look. This is our layout over here. We got 24 pixel gutter and 24 pixel margin, and they are staying the same. Now, one con is that when you're on larger screens and you want to utilize some extra space, sometimes your content may look kind of stretched out. But there's ways to handle that. You could actually define a set width for your container, but still have it be responsive. Now, responsive grids. Here we have a set of 4 over here. This is always kind of a topic that designers like to kind of not really talk about as much. You know, we need to always keep breakpoints in mind when we're designing for responsive layouts. As you notice, based off of our little demonstration there with fixed and fluid content, content will stretch and shrink depending on your screen size. And you know, that's fine. We expect that. We can't run away from this, but we have a way to work around this. So breakpoints allow us to scale up and down our design based off of desktop and mobile. So we have like extra large screens, large, medium, small. So this is probably like a tablet. This is your mobile screen, probably like your regular laptop or small desktop, and even larger screens. The first step is to always establish the set of breakpoints. You know, don't worry too much. There's a bunch of literature out there about certain breakpoints and what works best, but here's a set of breakpoints that I always use, and it helps me get started on projects. So from small, let's zoom in here. This one's at 375, but I usually define it by a little bit larger. I think 600 is fine for smaller phones, something like that. This is just like your typical size of like an iPhone X screen or an XS. Medium, you got 600 to 899. This one's at 904, so we can, there we go. We could just bring that up. And then larger, we have 900 to 1199. So this one we can fix to that. Let's move over our content. You can see that sometimes there's really large screens that we need to think about. This would be our large, medium, something like that for small. And for our extra large, it's 1200 pixels width and above. These breakpoints will help you define small, medium, large, and extra large breakpoints, and you can definitely modify your layout grid to change dramatically based off of that breakpoint, or you can change slightly. So let's take a look at what we got here. After we modified just a bit, let's just align them together. There we go, we just distributed horizontally. So we can see on our extra large column grid, we have a 12 column grid. And when we move a little bit down to large, nothing really changes with the layout, but we still have the same type of column grid. And when we move down to a medium grid, we start seeing some changes. Like we can use a 6 column grid. This would be typically a smaller laptop screen or even a tablet. So we start thinking about things like How are these users actually experiencing our product? Do we need to scale down elements? Do we need to scale up elements just to keep them tappable? And on small, like I said before, you could use like a 2-column grid, but I think that really limits you. So over here, I have a 6-column grid. So we have 2 items together on there, and we can even do 3 items on this one. It gives you a little bit more variety. Before I said I liked 8-column grids, and I'll show you what that looks like. So I'm going to just do is zoom out here. I'm going to copy this over here so we can work on it. And we're going to change the columns from 6 to 8. Now that kind of looks skinny. Doesn't give us much breathing room in the margin and the gutter, you can tell. We'll play around with red so it's easily visible. You have 4 columns on to half the 8-column grid. But you can even, like, if you want to have things kind of scale off the page a little bit and have that as a swiping behavior, you can do that. Another really nice thing you can do on 8-column grid is have something really large and like that, and you can swipe it like that, which is really great. Now, let's just kind of set that back. Actually, we can just delete this. Okay, so these are fluid layouts. Once we stretch these out, like it'll give us an indication on if we need to actually like scale up your design, if we need to scale down certain components like I mentioned before. But this is where you should probably start if you have to actually build a product or a website based off of, or that allows for multiple screens. Hey, and welcome back. Today we're going to be using Figma to create our very own grid. Figma is a pretty powerful and flexible tool when you're working with grids. And there's so much you can do because of the way you can nest frames and styles and constraints. So let's jump in so I can show you what we can do here. So let's utilize the frame. Now this is super cool. We're going to create our own grid with a base unit of 6. So we're keeping our base unit in mind at all times. So I'm going to press F. And over here I have a bunch of grids I can choose from. I'm just going to pick a standard grid. This one looks good. Got MacBook right there. And let's just name it. So Command R for quick shortcut. So our grid, love it. Very original name. Now, what we're going to do is, we're going to select our frame and we're going to go over here. And we're going to go to Layout Grid. We're going to press the plus sign. And automatically when you press the plus sign, you get this grid based off 10 pixels. So if you zoom in, there are 10 pixels. Now we don't want to use this. What we do want to use is we want to go over to here and we want to select columns. There we go. Now here we can kind of set the amount of columns, the gutter, the margin, any other types of settings that you really want. You can make your grid blue. You can make it whatever color you want. Typically red is what I set it to, but it's helpful if you have other grids laying on top of each other. What we're going to do is we're going to set the number of columns to 12. We did. Let's just exit out of that. So here we go. We got 12 columns here. We're going to set the gutter to 16 and the margin to 16. And we're going to keep this to stretch. So that way it stretches when we move it. Perfect. There's our grid. Let's take a look. See, it stretches as we move it. Ooh, that's a little confusing. There we go. Now, another cool thing is that in Figma, we can start to apply grids even to frames within our layout. So that means we can apply it not only to the main frame that dictates our screen size, but we'll be able to apply it to individual containers or even like components like UI elements. So let's make like a card element. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press F for another frame. Make this right here. And what I'm going to do is the same exact thing. I'm going to create a layout grid. So go over here, select columns, and this is a good case where you would want to probably change the color because it gets a little confusing. Sometimes I like to even like make the opacity just a little bit darker. So I would set it on 20 there. Now this would be a container and you could set it to whatever you'd like. Typically you don't want to like have 12 columns on this, but there we go. And we can set like even a margin of 16 if we wanted to, but let's scale down the amount of columns we have. So over here we have 4. I think that's okay for now. Like I said, nothing's really set in stone, but let's set that grid. So there's our grid. It's on our elements over here. You can see it's attached to that grid. Now, this is pretty cool, right? Like you could create cards and those cards could be really uniform in style based off of your grid within a grid, and they'll be able to scale. Now, oh, see, it's not fluid. And let's get into constraints and I'll teach you how that works. So right now they're sitting on the grid. Now the constraints are much more interesting. So you remember like when we were trying to do fluid layouts, like we were just doing right now, and things weren't working as we expected to or as we saw before. Now, Figma allows you to apply a thing called constraints to a frame. Let's select this frame over here, perfect. And these are constraints on the right side. This will help you control how an element resizes in relation to the actual parent frame. So this is our parent frame, and this is going to resize in relation to that. So this card element, what we're going to do is we're going to just we're going to shift and click on here, and you'll see that it's left and right now. So that means that when I resize my parent frame, it's going to change with that. Just so you can better see it, what we're going to do is we're just going to set that to like gray, and we can turn off grids by pressing, for Mac users, Control G. So I'm going to take off that grid. I'm going to create these ones and give them a fill. We could just do something like that. So this one is the one with the constraints. These ones do not have constraints. And you'll notice that that stays perfectly on our grid while the others don't. You can even do this for the top and bottom as well. So you'll notice that if I'm going to do this, this will scale top to bottom with my parent frame. The others won't do that. They'll only move with the top because the constraint they have is top and left. And they'll only move with the left because that is what the constraint is set to. So applying these constraints allow us to maintain a fixed layout based off of our columns and gutters. Please, for the sake of your own sanity, you should save your grids as styles. That way we aren't constantly repeating ourselves when we create a new frame. Also, it keeps things neat in one place, so when you need to apply it to a frame, you just select a style easily like this. This is where you would select your style. We don't have any styles set here, and let's just go and create one quick. So let's just delete these cards. This is our 12 column standard grid. And what we're going to do is we're going to click that style button. We are going to click create a style, and we're going to name it. Naming conventions in Figma are really cool as well. So what we're going to do here is this is how you would set and break up your grid styles. I'm going to just write layout grid, and I'm going to separate it like that. And the actual name of the grid, I'm going to call it my 12 call. And I'm going to create that style. There it is. And you saw that title that I gave it is layout grid. We can even create another grid here. We're going to create a baseline grid. We set that to auto, to the top. And like I said, I like using a 4 pixel grid here. No offset, and the gutters will be 4. And you can combine grids. I can create another column grid on top of this. So set my margin to 16, set my gutter to 16 pixels. If you want, you can set the color just to differentiate between both of them. And you can save these two as a style as well, right there. And we can just name these combined, and we can call it 12 column layout and 4 pixel baseline. And there we go. So they're under combined, and you can name them any which way you want. We'll get into that much more later, but this is just a perfect way to like create a new frame. Go into my layout grid, apply a style, change styles easily. So please do that for your own sanity. It'll help you in the future just kind of not have to recreate the wheel over and over again, because it's not really fun creating the grid, but just to apply it easily to your layout. And another great thing is if I want to edit that grid, I can do so. I can go right here, edit the colors, and it's going to edit everywhere else. So what you do is you just press this, you click onto this edit style section, and you can edit it. You can even give it a description like really awesome grid. And there you go. That is how you make a grid in Figma. So now that you know how to design your own grid, you're going to need to know how to use it. I mean, there are rules after all, and these guidelines that you're going to learn are going to really help you work with your new friend, the grid. So rule number 1, your elements must always sit on some number of columns, like we have here. We have these cards that are all sitting on their own columns. You may run into a case where, text stretches way too much. You can move over here. And you can see that text stretches too much in this container. And there's not enough breathing room in between each other. And there's ways we can remedy this. So we'll just turn on the grid. We're going to just shrink this text. Remember when we spoke about creating frames within frames and creating grids within those frames? Well, we can do that here, and we can see that we create a little bit more breathing room between our grid items. It's really powerful for moments like this. And like I mentioned before, sitting on a grid, these 3 elements are going to be on 4 columns each, and these 2 are in half. And there is that sense of rhythm and uniformity. Rule number 2, your elements should never be left in the gutters. If we shrink this like this, that's in the gutter, like that. We can see already things are starting to look a bit off. And that's because we're not really adhering to our grid. Things start to look squished or just not even. So remember, never leave anything within that gutter. I mean, it defeats the whole purpose of the grid. Make sure your elements are in columns. So let's just reverse what we did there. So we'll just Command Z all the way out. Perfect. Now this just applies to the parent container. Like I mentioned before about creating frames over here, creating grids and frames over here. This is just going to apply to the parent container. Within the parent container, we can create our own grid. So we have a 2-column grid in here. It's a little hard to see with baseline grid. And this is that card that we saw originally. And everything is adhering to this grid within here. So there is uniformity within this container. It doesn't necessarily adhere to the overall grid. It adheres to its own grid. And these grids should be consistent across your own UI elements. This comes in handy when you want to customize a card or content within it. And, like I said before, the overall grid may not accommodate you as well. Our next rule is your outside column is not for padding. I mean, it's just not how it works. It may be the width of your content, but it will have an outside margin, like I mentioned. If your screen expands, you can fix the width of your grid. That's a discussion that you should probably have with your developers on how you want things to look at certain sizes and breakpoints, but don't use your margins here and your columns as some sort of padding. You could do that if it's like actually intentional, but it's just something that you should stick to as much as possible. So next rule is full bleed elements. Now, this little landing page header over here, it bleeds right off of our grid. It's going right into the margin. And the reason for that is that they should go beyond your grid and stretch to the edge of your artboard. So it's going to extend right directly to the frame, and that's fine. The content within is going to adhere to this. Generally, people say like hero images or headers and footers don't necessarily adhere to your grid.
I like to keep the content within those things adhering to my 12 column grid at all times. But the images, if you want them to be full bleed, I think it's best, especially for communication between yourself and your product team, to just bleed them right across. During implementation, this will go 100% width right across to your screen. And that's it. You're pretty much good to go. And you can go off and build your own grid for your own designs. And I think a great thing to do is try and build a mobile grid for our app that we're trying to build for Habitual. So have fun. Just remember to have fun. I mean, it's easy. Create those styles like we said before and follow these guidelines.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about a big topic, and that is typography. Now, where do I even begin? There are so many different things to talk about, but what I want to do is I want to start right at the basics. So let's talk about the different categories of type. Now, the first category is something we're all familiar with, and that is serif typefaces. Now, the first word that comes to mind when I'm thinking about serif typefaces is traditional. Now, the little curls at the end of the letter forms are called serifs. Now, these are these little curls. You'll see them on the edge of the S. You'll see them at the bottom of the R, even on the top of the R. You get the point. Now, serifs are generally used in body copy, and they embody a more traditional feel. Some even say elegant. It really depends on the typeface. Now, even though they have their standard applications, we usually can bend the rules if it needs to suit our need. And you'll see that later on in these lessons. Now, you may be thinking, Daniel, there are so many different types of serifs, and some look so different from each other. And you're definitely right. Serifs are categorized into 4 categories. So let's jump right in. So that first category, or that first subtype, is called old style. Now, old style serifs, these are generally referred to as humanist, or the oldest typefaces in the classification. And this will date back all the way to the mid 1400s. Now, typefaces in this category include Jensen, Centaur, and Gaudi. Now, we're using Gaudi over here. It's a really nice typeface. The next subtype is transitional. This is a transitional typeface. What we're using here is Times New Roman. Now, Times New Roman, Baskerville, now those are both transitional serif fonts. And one thing you'll notice is the difference between thick and thin lines over here, these strokes. They're a bit more pronounced here if we're going to compare this to say something like old style. We start seeing a little bit more contrast between those strokes when in comparison, but not as much as modern or Didone. And that is our next subtype. So Didone or modern. And this includes typefaces like Didot, Bodoni. Right here we have Didot. And you can tell that these strokes are very, very contrasting. They're much more pronounced. You'll see them right here in the counters in the O, like in the inside of the E over here, that thick to thin. Up here in the N, you'll see the difference between the strokes on the left side of the M and the far side of the M. So you'll see much more contrast with these types of typefaces. And lastly, we have slab serif. Now, slab serifs, they have little to no contrast between thick and thin lines. You also notice that at the end, their serifs are much more rectangular or boxy. And typefaces in this category, they include typefaces like Archer. We're using Courier over here. And that's going to be it for serif typefaces. So we're going to talk about the next category, and that is sans serif. Now, I love sans serif typefaces. I think a lot of people love sans serif typefaces. They're basically make up a lot of the different types of fonts and typefaces that we use today. What does sans serif mean? Well, sans serif, that means without serif in French. They lack those little serif details that we saw in the previous typefaces, and they're much more modern in appearance. Now, there are 4 main classifications of sans serif typefaces. Let's get into that. So let's get into the first one. The first one is called grotesque. What a name, right? Grotesques are the earliest and include fonts like Franklin Gothic and Accidents Grotesque. Really nice typefaces. What we got here is Source Sans Pro, which is a really great grotesque typeface.
Their letter forms are pretty similar to some serif typefaces, kind of minusing the serifs. So you'll see a little bit more contrast between the strokes. So there is some thick and thin contrast here, but they just have no serif at the end of the letter forms. Next, we have neo-grotesque. Now this includes some of the most common typefaces like Arial, Universe, and everyone's favorite, Helvetica. Now, when I'm comparing this to, say, something like a grotesque typeface, the one thing I'm looking at is that the neo-grotesque is much more plain in comparison. You'll see that it's much more uniform within the typeface. There's less contrast between thick and thin. Definitely a good comparison between these two. Now, the third is humanist typefaces. Now, this includes Gill Sans, which we're actually using right here, Frutiger, and Tahoma. They're much more calligraphic than other sans serif typefaces, that's for sure. You're probably wondering, what exactly does that mean? So let's take a look. Notice how they have greater variation between different line widths. You'll see that right here in the A, you'll see them in the S, just in the T, you'll see them in the U. So there's definitely much more contrast between different types of line widths. You'll also notice that they're, little swooping A, kind of like it almost has a serif. The little swoop on the T is kind of just arching a little bit more up than we'll see in something like neo-grotesque like Helvetica. And lastly, we have geometric. Now, these are probably my favorite, and this includes Futura, which is an amazing font, and Proxima Nova. Now, geometric sans serifs are more closely based on geometric shapes. What gave that away? If you look at the O, that is definitely just a circle. You can see it even reflected in other letters, like individual letters like C and E. The T is just like a straight stick. Let's compare that to like Gill Sans, where there's that swoop. So that's very calligraphic. If we look at something like neo-grotesque, even though they're very plain in appearance, you'll see that there is a little swoop there. There is a little bit more life to this typeface. This is just like two sticks put together. Almost looks like a cross there. And that G is very, very circular. You'll notice, like I said, in the O's, very circular. It's always very simple. So now that you know all the different types of categories and classifications for sans serif typefaces, there's some really interesting ways we can use them. And we're going to jump into Figma next. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to be continuing this basics of typography portion here. And the next type of category we have here for typefaces is display typefaces. Now, you may have heard that before. You may be wondering, wow, this is a typeface. Like, how do I even use something like this? Let's get into that. Now, this includes typefaces like Lobster or Abril. Now, this category is the broadest and includes the most variation, as you can see over here. The most consistent characteristic, though, is that they're generally unsuitable for, body copy, and it's best to kind of, keep these for things like headlines, larger text, maybe even shorter copy for a little brief. Definitely use this if you need to draw attention to something. So like this is Lobster. This is a really, really nice one. I like it a lot. And you can definitely see this being used in like a website or a marketing website or something like that. Same with something like maybe this one over here. I can see something like this. This is, I think this is a Abril right here. And one great thing about this typeface is even though it is a serif, it definitely has that contrast that is just like very, very pronounced here. Kind of like a throwback to a Didoni or modern serif typeface. You may look at these display typefaces and think, well, that's a serif or a sans serif. And in reality, you're definitely right. Like I mentioned before, they do have serifs, but technically it would still be categorized as a display typeface because you wouldn't use it as body copy. And in this example, you may be thinking, well, how do I use it? Now, this is pulled from Dribbble, and this is by Elzia Arafat, and they do a great job contrasting typefaces here on the web. Let's take a look over here. Now, the display typeface here is very elegant, and there is some extreme contrast between that thick and thin line, you'll notice. You could try to use this as body copy, but it would be really, really hard to read. I guarantee that. Display typefaces have their use, and this is a great example of that. So you'll see over here used as a headline, like the main hero copy for this kind of landing page. And you'll see over here just as a title. Now, I couldn't imagine using this pretty consistently to typeset like all this copy. It would just be really hard to read, like I mentioned before. But this is still a great example of how you could utilize that, even for the web. And the last category I have is called monospace. Now, you may be thinking, what is monospace? These kind of look like sans serif, and they are variants of sans serif or serif types of fonts. Now, Roboto monospace is one example of a monospace typeface. And these are fixed pitch or fixed width, or non-proportional fonts. Its letters and characters each occupy, you'll notice that over here, they'll each occupy the same amount of horizontal space. Narrower characters simply get a bit more spacing around them to make up for that difference. So you'll see like a narrow character like the N, or like a T. I don't have a T over here, but these are pretty similar, and you'll see they still have the same width right across horizontally. You'll notice that they all take up the same amount of space regardless of their letter. These are best used for areas where you want to evoke some sort of technical feeling. Now let's take this for example. Now this is just a simple feature within GitHub where people can collaborate over code reviews. So there's some code here and people are just chatting about it. We got some reactions to that. Pretty cool. Now, monospace fonts have widely been used for coding because of the higher importance of reading the individual characters. Monospace typefaces are used for programming because they are widely believed to be better due to the common treatment of skinny letters and punctuation and alignment. You'll notice that right here in the code that they're reviewing, it's very, very easy to read. Now, if we were to compare that with something like this, when I'm trying to look at each individual letter, where one letter left out could mean the difference between code that works and code that doesn't, it's very important that I have a very legible typeface or a monospace typeface, which would allow me to actually read that in a much more clearer way. It's a very, very functional typeface. And like I said, mostly used by like programmers and within that kind of realm. There are definitely other use cases for it. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about how do you pick a typeface. But the first thing that comes to mind when I'm thinking about picking a typeface is the emotion of type. Now that may seem like a weird way to think about typefaces because, typefaces can't feel, but they definitely do have their own mood or personality. Now the mood of a typeface is a very important part about how it should be used. You'll notice that some different typefaces have strikingly different moods. Some typefaces are very formal or traditional. Others seem more light and modern. And a lot has to do with the way that that typeface has been designed. Sometimes it could be that there's a lot of contrast within that typeface like we saw before. Or sometimes typefaces just have really distinct moods like we've seen in some display typefaces. For example, let's think about Times New Roman. It's pretty much always a traditional font. And some typefaces are a little bit more transcendent. And they can pretty much convey almost any mood. And when I think about that, I think about Helvetica. So when I'm looking for typefaces for a specific brand or purpose, I think about how it could represent that best. Some typefaces could be perfectly suited for a fintech company or a bakery, or like the Swedish furniture company over here that we just came up with before. Typefaces can really help to represent and reinforce the voice of a brand. Now, let's see how we can choose our own typefaces based off of a mood in a couple of different scenarios. We're going to jump right into the Figma in our next lesson.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I often get the question, how do I pick a typeface for my project? And that's a very good question. I mean, we always face this dilemma when starting a project that doesn't necessarily have a typeface chosen. Sometimes a client will come to you with an established brand guideline with established typeface guidelines, and sometimes they're okay, and that's an optimal scenario. Sometimes they aren't necessarily optimized for web. Sometimes the typefaces don't have enough variance, and they really stop you from creating enough contrast on the screen, and they may not be good for mobile and whatever type of application or product you're trying to build. That does happen. And I feel like sometimes you just need to sit down with your client and have a real good discussion on what you can do to like extend that type family or extend that type system. Another scenario is often people come to you with just one typeface, and it happens often. Sometimes that typeface is very good. It has a lot of styles and it just doesn't suit the tone of their product or their company or their organization. So let's come up with a little fake organization over here. So if we call something like the Phillips Foundation. So I did have a client come up to me one time, and they were a charity and we were building a new website for them. And their font was Montserrat. Don't get me wrong, I love this font, but to be your only typeface, I mean, even if the font family is huge, let's take a look at this. So many different styles. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to suit what you're trying to achieve. So we're going to create a quick logo over here. So I'll use similar colors to their brand. They had this like yellow like that and like a teal. So we'll just grab like a teal over here. Okay. Cool. So this is their logo. Looks cool, right? Not really. I mean, it's quick, but okay. So we have the logo for them, and we notice that, okay, their type system isn't necessarily the best. They may have like a headline. They may have some body copy. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to my plugins and grab Lorem Ipsum. We'll do this really quick. So we have one paragraph. That is huge. So we're just gonna go down in size, just select 16. And we are going to go to regular and make sure the line height is around 150%. So, they may have a headline like that. They may have like other types of things like a button. So let's just create a quick button. We're going to make that a frame. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to go to auto layout. And we're doing this really quickly just so I can show you what this kind of looks like. So a 48 pixel button in height is good. So you can see the frame over there. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give it a border radius of 5 pixels. Still can't see anything. The selection colors is the text. So I'm going to change that to white, and I'm going to turn this on the fill and make it black. And we can even use the color. We can make it a little darker. And let's make that typeface bold. Oh, too bold. Okay. So, you may get something like this. And for a foundation that wants to, really evoke a sense of tradition, I mean, something like this is it's a good font, but it's just not enough. So what I usually do is the first step is to kind of break this out a bit. So I start thinking, okay, the headline can be what can you do to help? So maybe this is a section on their website. And I think maybe that's one of the main titles, and I may bump that up a bit to 40 pixels. And then I may have a sub headline, and I could be charity or donations. I may keep that in all caps. What I'm trying to do here is create a lot more variance in the types of headlines we have, body copy, just to see if there's enough variance in here that would actually match the tone of the brand. So what I'll do here is I'll just create a little bit more letter spacing. I may bump this down to 24 pixels. Start matching the brand colors. Maybe using those a little bit more could help. And they definitely can. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm just gonna keep on extending this out because we're gonna work here. So we have learn more button. Stop moving, there we go. I may grab like a pullout quote. Maybe this is like a medium italic, and this can be like bumped up to like 24 pixels. It's all about experimentation in the end. You really want to kind of have fun with it. Try to figure out like different ways you can create a little bit more visual interest. That's starting to work, and it's not looking too bad at all. But I don't think it's enough at this point. Right now, what I would do is I would go kind of searching for different fonts. And when I think about charities and when I think about different types of organizations that have been around for so long, I start thinking about like the different types of typefaces that would really, capture that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to start thinking about maybe some serif typefaces. So one serif typeface that I like a lot is called Palatino. So I may grab like a serif typeface like that. And all of a sudden, it starts to have a little bit of a different feel. Maybe something else. Let's search for it. All the way, Allegra is a really nice one, a really nice Google font. So we're just gonna search all the way up, all the way up. What do we got here? We're getting closer. Okay, there it is. So like this is nice, and it's a little bit modern, which is totally fine. 100%. Maybe that's not enough line height. But the goal here is to start creating a little bit more of contrast, but also introducing another type pairing that could work really well with something like Montserrat. I think this is still fine. Like we could even bump that down just a bit. Over here, we can also like apply that typeface. Like look at that, and all of a sudden, like we start thinking about, okay, this now looks like an organization that has more history, organization that's much more traditional, not too traditional. It still has some like modern elements to it. So when I approach like type pairings like that, I'm really thinking about the brand. I'm always going back to that and like the utility of the typeface and how they work together. Is there enough visual contrast here? Another test I like to do is I like to use the squint test, I call it. So I'll just squint very, very hard, and I'll look and I'll start seeing if everything starts to blur together, and then make adjustments based off of that. So over here, we kind of start to build a little bit of a type system. We start to see that, okay, this may be like our body copy. This may be like our sub headlines, our main headlines. This will be like a quote, our button text. And you just keep going based off of what you know, based off of the wireframes you created, based off of the sitemap that you created, and all the different type of content that you believe will be on the product that you're creating. So that's one way to handle a scenario where a client comes to you and they may only have one typeface to work with. We went from something like this to something like this fairly quickly. And I think if we were going for a sense of tradition, if we were going for to match that the tone of the brand and what they stand for, then something like this probably works a bit better. When you come into that scenario, remember to just talk with your client, explore all your options. Go through the process of building, trying to work with what they have and to see if that typeface can work. Is it versatile? Does it match the tone of the brand? And then, explore beyond. Maybe this isn't the right font for here. Maybe it's like a medium. Maybe it's a different font altogether. Those are the types of things that you can do to really help your clients out in terms of picking typefaces for them. So another scenario I often find myself in is one where they just come to you with a brand. Like you may be working at a product company and they only have the brand and they have no typefaces necessarily chosen, or there's really no knowledge around typefaces and what typefaces to use. You may be working at a consultancy and a client comes in and has a brand and that's all they have. So in this scenario, what I would do is I would really think about what that brand is like. What are the goals of the product? What are you trying to build? What platform are you on? everything. So in our case, we have a client right here, Habitual, and it's a nice little logo. I like it. It's really fun. It's really modern. Let's zoom in here. I like the little smile over here on the bag. This typeface is Gilroy. Really nice typeface, really geometric, but it's more, I guess, used for display, and it isn't necessarily the best typeface for all types of like applications, whether that's like using it for body copy, using it for buttons. And so I'm trying to look for a typeface that's going to help us build our application. One thing I'm going to think about though is the client and the product that we're trying to build. So I need to build a product that users are going to trust. So I'm going to avoid display typefaces that may be too funky or handwriting based typefaces or script typefaces. I think I'm going to stick with something a little bit more modern, probably a sans serif. I want the content to be really clear. I think like when we're working with users buying products or searching for products, they need to be able to read really quickly. Buttons need to be really readable and legible. Content prices, like all that kind of stuff, we need to really take into account on what type of typeface is going to be really great for that. That's definitely going to be in the back of my head. One other thing is I'm working on mobile, so I don't think we necessarily need more than one typeface in this instance, especially for the type of product that we're building. So I'm probably going to stick to one, and that's totally fine. And my goal here is to pick a typeface that is really versatile. So has enough visual contrast, has enough font styles. So let's jump right into Google Fonts and I'll show you how it works. So hey, welcome. We're in Google Fonts right now, and this is a great site for getting free fonts. A variety of really high quality fonts too. So this is what I use all the time. If I don't have a paid font or I don't have a font within Figma, Figma actually there's an option for you to actually have all the Google Fonts preloaded in there. So that's great. The only thing is, this is probably a better way to test what fonts you may like and font styles. So what I usually do here is I come to this page. I may type something like, let's think of like a headline that our client may have, like find the stuff that you love. So I can already see like something like this is definitely not going to work. But I'm not going to go through 993 families, which is it's a lot. I can bump up the pixels in terms of the typefaces over here that are being displayed. I like to go into the categories, and if for this instance, like I said before, I'm going to go with a sans serif. Let's just select that. So now we're down to 300 families. What I'm going to do is I'm going to think about my font properties. I want enough styles. I don't want to have just one, just because it's going to really limit us in terms of creating enough contrast on screen. So I think 6+ is fine. That may be even pushing it, but we'll figure this out. The great thing about Google Fonts is, so let's take Roboto. Roboto is like one of the most popular fonts. You'll see this on Android a bunch. So you'll see all the different font styles that they have. You'll be able to bring up the size, and you can even select the style. So if you want to stick to an individual style, this is great. You can also look over here and you can download them from here. You can also embed them. So if you're coding or you need to get it for your developer, like this is a great way to do that. You can even get the import code. So really great resource in order for getting all that kind of content. What I'd like to do is I don't like to get all the different styles individually. I'll just download the font in one shot. And that just makes it so much easier. If I download that, I'll see Roboto and that'll be in my downloads folder, and I'll just kind of unzip that. I already have the font, so I don't need to do this, but I'll just unzip that and click on those fonts to add them. And then restart Figma and it'll be right there. So I'm going to go through a bunch of different types of typefaces over here and choose I like to choose around like 5 just to give me enough variety. I'm definitely going to, I don't know if I'm going to choose Open Sans. I like Lato, whatever you want to call it. This is a great one. I mean, really legible. And I like the different types of variation in each letter form. So let's just bring this up. Like I like just like kind of like the soft edges here. I think it kind of contrasts our brand just a little bit, but it's also a really clear typeface. So that's an option. So I'm going to choose Leto. So I'll just download it. So I already have it, but I'll download that. What else is there? Let's take a look. See, Montserrat's a little too wide, and I don't like that for like when you're trying to do copy because it just stretches everything out. Source Sense Pro is another great one, but I think it's a little too condensed. You'll notice that it looks a little squished. What else do we have here? Poppins is a really nice one for like just being geometric, but the problem I find with this is that, let's zoom in. All these thick and thins make things a little harder to read. It's a cool font. I like it. I've used it in the past. What else do we have here? We have a lot of different types. Ooh, I like Cabin a lot. I think we can use Cabin. I'm going to pick this one, and I think there's enough variety here. We may run into issues of contrast between different types of elements like headlines and body copy or buttons. I actually like Cabin a lot, so I'm just going to pick that one up. So I'm going to download the family just to show you that it's being downloaded and what I have thus far. What else do we have here? So Overpass is really interesting. I remember our logo had a little kind of like slant. So, and I thought that was really interesting, and maybe this can match it. Maybe it can be like a closer variation. So we'll pick that one up too. I like Merriweather, but I think this is too close to like a sans serif with all the different types of intricacies over here, and the U, the Y. What else can we choose? Inter is a nice one. Yeah, let's take a look. And it has a lot of styles. I think this is good. I think Inter is a very safe typeface. Kind of have like the vibes of like kind of like Helvetica a bit, just in terms of like some of the letter forms. So I think this is kind of safe, but we'll bring it on board and we'll take a look after. What else? I think we should probably grab like one more. I want to go for something a little bit more geometric, because I like how geometric the word mark is for our typeface in terms of like the habitual branding. I like how it's really round. Ooh, oh, there we go. So this kind of looks like Futura. Jost is a really nice one too. I think we're going to run into some issues of legibility just because if you look at the X height here, it's really small, and that's usually one of the problems of these geometric types of fonts. But I think it's something to try out. That V is really harsh too, but let's download it. So what I'll do now is like I have a bunch of different typefaces down here. I will extract them from the zip folder and I will bring them into Figma and jump right into Figma and start playing around with them. Now, you don't have to limit yourself to 5. You can do a bunch. I mean, you don't want to go overboard, but make it manageable and try to think about the different types of typefaces that are going to really work with your brand in that tone, and the types of typefaces that are actually going to work for the product you're trying to build. So I'm thinking a lot about clarity. I'm thinking a lot about making sure that there is a hierarchy between different things, because if I think about the different types of content that I'm going to have to produce, there's titles for products, there's prices, there may be like little pills like or chips that say like sale, there may be like some description copy. So I mean, already in that little like component, there are so many different type elements, and I need to make sure that there's enough contrast there. So I'm going to jump into Figma and start playing around with these typefaces. Hey, and welcome back. So in our last video, we focused a lot on trying to find different types of typefaces that, are going to suit our brand over here, Habitual. We went for different types of like typefaces that are a little bit more humanist. They have a little more variation in the types of like letter forms. We tried some more safe bets, like inter, which were kind of like throwbacks to like those neo-grotesque types of typefaces. We got one geometric typeface, and that was Jost. And just to kind of like mimic what we have here, the very round little counters. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start thinking about, well, I need to choose a typeface here, and I want to choose the one that is going to work best for the types of components and different type of content I'm going to have on my page. You know, the worst thing to do is just pick a typeface out of nowhere and then find out later that, hey, this doesn't really suit what I'm trying to build. It's not necessarily legible. It's not really suiting the brand like I thought it would. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a huge frame. So let's create a big frame. And we'll just call this concepts. So I urge you, while I'm doing this, to do it yourself as well. Think about the types of content that we're going to be designing with, like type elements that we may have. So I'm going to grab this branding. I'm going to bring it over here. I'm just going to convert this to a group just to make it easier because we're just playing around with concepts. So we have our branding. So when I think about the type of content I'm going to see, I'm going to think about like maybe the home page is going to have like copy that says, find the stuff that you love. And I'm going to start using like, here, let's use inter to start it off. Great. I'm probably going to use like 32 pixels and we'll make that bold. That logo, we'll just bring it over here. I think it helps to really see how this plays, how these elements all play well together. Okay, and I may write something like, take a look at what we found for you. So this may be like 16 pixels and like a medium. Okay, so it's starting to look really nice. I'm gonna just try to match this color here. It looks like it fits really well. What else can we do? Well, let's get an image. Let's think about like a product image because there's gonna be a bunch of them on this app. So I'm gonna open up Unsplash. And I'm just gonna type in like headphones or something. Cool, that's gonna work. Okay, oh, it's not in our frame. Now it's in our frame. Okay, I think that's good for now. And what I'll do now is probably just write the product name. So let's just say like Sony headphones. And then I will write like I think a price. We'll most likely have a price, $65.99. And we probably have some copies. So let's go to our lorem ipsum plugin. Let's go to sentences and maybe we'll just have like 2 sentences. Okay, now we can start creating a little bit more variation in terms of like the different types of type elements that we're going to see. So that's probably like that. Maybe it's like regular. This is probably like bold at 16. I think that's fine. We have this. This may be a little bit larger, maybe like 20. And look at that. Like we have a little bit of a product thing here, like a product image and everything. Let me take it a step further and, let's create a little pill that says like sale. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select it, Option Command G, we'll make a frame, we'll just call it pill. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go to auto layout. We'll do 8 by 8. Actually, we can probably just leave it at 0. So 8 by 0, and we're going to go to our border radius or corner radius and select 100. And we are going to turn that on. Let's try to match our brand. I think that's fine.
Okay, and as for the actual type inside there, we'll make it all caps. Probably make it like bold or maybe semi-bold. Maybe a little bit of letter spacing. And we can bump this up to like, actually, I think that's fine. So, okay, now we have like a little more to see here, like in terms of just the actual versatility of our typeface. And this is definitely a much more versatile typeface than I thought it would be. Everything kind of plays really well together. So, I think this is fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go all the way to the top. And I'm going to make a couple copies. So you have a bunch of copies now, and what I like to do is I just like to select everything, and let's see what it looks like when we start applying other typefaces and how they play together. So that's one. You know, you may need to change the styles around just a bit to get it the way you like. Okay, that's gonna be good. This one will do overpass. Okay, I think we need to just change the bold on that to like an extra bold. Maybe this is like an extra bold. I like overpass a lot, actually. I think it looks a lot like our word mark there. What was the other one? Jost. Okay, there's a lot of, I think we're gonna see, I said we're gonna run into the problem here of just a little bit of legibility, just the way the typeface is. So I'm not sure if that's gonna be a good choice. And I think cabin was the last one. Same with cabin. I mean, there isn't enough variation here. So we may run into that problem. So that's something definitely to think about. So if I were to go through these different typefaces, I'm going to really think about, okay, well, what is going to suit my content? Number one, what matches like the tone of my brand? So I think like Inter is a really nice one over here. Definitely a really nice brand. I mean, it matches our brand really nicely. Definitely. We have Leto. Oh, I like that one a lot too. I really like just the numbers on it as well. Those are nice. Maybe a little bit too much contrast. So I like Leto a lot, actually. It's like this in between like a serif and a sans serif. There's these nice rounded corners. I mean, it's not too alike in terms of like the actual brand, but it's not too different. And when we kind of zoom out, it's really legible. Overpass over here is really nice. I mean, there's that kind of like that throwback to the word mark. But one thing I don't like about it is like, it's not as legible as the others. It's a little bit more condensed than I thought it would be. And plus those little intricacies, especially like the K, if you look at that, or what's another letter here that has something like the short, like tip of the F and the high cross, you know, it makes things a little bit harder to read, especially like the P over here. So I'm probably not going to go with overpass. Same thing with Jost here. I mean, we have the issue of like it having low X heights, tall heights over here. And that makes it a little bit harder to read at smaller sizes. So I think, what else do we have here? We have cabin. So cabin I like too. The only issue is like, this is bold and this is regular, and those are the two extremes, and there isn't enough contrast. So if I'm going to squint and look at it, I'll notice that, I mean, they kind of blurred together, and this is probably not going to be a good choice since we're going to have a lot of this together. So my goal here, let's see if I bring this down a notch. I mean, even then, it's still a little too close for my liking. You know what? For the sake of it, because I really like the font, I'm going to bring it into my next round. Same with Inter and Leto.
So let's bring those in because I like those. So at this point, I mean, you can go ahead, like you can use whatever fonts you want. I'm just showing you my process for elimination. When I'm choosing fonts, I may start creating a little bit more variation in elements to see what really suits us or what's really going to suit our brand. I'm thinking of going with Lato right now just because it's just a really nice typeface in relation. Like I think the contrast between this and the brand in general is really nice. And it has a sense of like, I don't know, I think like you could just say like trustworthiness in a way. Like it seems really professional. The only problem I have right now with Inter is that it just seems like it's kind of devoid of all emotion, if you want to say, kind of like a Helvetica and other neo-grotesques. So I'm having a hard time kind of settling on that. What else is there? And I mean, cabin, there's just not enough variation there. So I think I'm going to stick with Lato right now. That may change, but what I would do is I would start creating different elements like buttons or like paragraphs, body copy to really see. I mean, we may not have a bunch of that in our application, but it's just good practice just to see the variance in your typeface. And I think this is going to work really well if we use it just as a solo typeface on our application. So that's how you pick typefaces for a brand with no type system in place. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to jump into Figma again, and I'm going to start building out a type system. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So in our last little lesson, we talked a bit about, finding the right font and, or typeface and finding the different font styles that are going to work for you and, testing out with elements. And the next part is we're actually going to start creating a typography system. When I approach a typography system, there's a couple of things that I do. I have my font. I have like Lato bold over here. I like to use a headline. Find the stuff that you love. I like to get a bunch of different things going here. Let's actually get one for body copy. So we may just get lorem ipsum, maybe like a 3-sentence paragraph. Okay, maybe that's a larger paragraph, and then maybe we have a little bit of a smaller paragraph. So let's get that ready. So I urge you, design along with me. Do your own thing. Do what works for you. It's all about having fun and just exploring all the different ways we can kind of build out a type system. This is what I'm going to do. So I have a bunch of things. They all kind of look alike. Now, I need to think about the different types of content that I'm going to have in our mobile application. We're going to have headings. We're probably going to have subheadings. We're probably going to have body copy, smaller body copy. We're going to have labels for inputs. We're going to have links probably. We're going to have hint text. And I start essentially thinking about all these different typographic elements, and I'm going to just start kind of mocking them up. So 32 pixels is probably a good size, maybe 36 for a bigger headline. And for some larger body copy, I can do 16 or maybe 20. And I'll set that to 115%. I like to use actual pixels for the line height. I mean, you can do it based off of a percentage. It's totally up to you what you think is best. So I'll probably do 24 pixels. Ooh, not 24%, 24 pixels. And I think that's totally fine. What I'll do is I'll also kind of make it medium. I'll bring this in. This will probably be my main body copy at 16 pixels. And, the line height probably be around 20 pixels, and there we go, regular. Okay, so we start to see how things may actually play out here. I think right now we have some really interesting things. I like to kind of try to establish some sort of visual hierarchy. So the visual differences need to be obvious enough to instantly understand the importance of each element, and that is key. So I mean, if we're talking about buttons, headlines, we're talking about I remember the elements that we made last time, which were prices and product names. So we need to really think about how those different elements are going to look and how they're going to play well together. So I like to kind of start creating stuff like this to really establish some sort of hierarchy. And The next thing I'll do is I'll start to kind of assign some preemptive roles. So I know this is like a heading. So I know like maybe there's a 36 pixel heading. I'll probably have like a 40 pixel heading. I like to use like a really tight line height because, you know, on mobile, I don't plan to have these headings wrap. So, you know, maybe this is like my H1. This is like my H2. If I'm thinking about like semantic handling of our headlines. What else is there? Maybe there's a 32 pixels. So I'm starting to think about all the different headlines I may have in the variety. That really helps me kind of start building out this type system a bit. So for a 32 pixel headline, what do we have here? This is 32, this is 36, and this is 40. So maybe 36, there's not enough variation there. So I'll scrap that and I will go with like 32 by a 36 line height. And while I'm kind of like assigning these roles, nothing is set in stone. But what I can do is if I'm starting to really like the kind of the type scale I'm building, so I'll just keep on going. So if I go from like 32 to 28, and let's create a couple more. So I got 28 pixels, maybe 20. I'm just trying to create enough variation so that when you go down to like a lower size, it's enough like contrast between the previous one. We have 20 pixels and 16 will probably be the next one. So that's good. And what else is there? Maybe like 12? I think 12 is the lowest we'll go. And we may not even use that, but I think it's good to just have. Okay. So we have all these. We may use like extra bold. Okay, so what I will do now is, now that I know like I have an H1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, I'll start actually assigning roles. So I know this is going to be my H1 and I'm happy with it. I'm going to actually create like a style for it. And what I'll do here is I'll actually go into my text, little bar over here, go into styles, and this is how you add a style. So I'm going to create a category called headings. This is just the formatting of it all. Headings, and I'll do slash, then I'll name it. So I'll call this like H1. What size is this one? I think this is 40 pixels. So 40 pixels. Ooh, I wrote 20, 40 pixels. So there it is. I'll create that style and you'll see that if I go into here, or if I just click off and I just click onto my canvas or my frame, I'll see all my local styles. So there's one. And the great thing about this is I'll just click this and I will go over here and I can just select that style. And now I can use that across my whole actual library. So I can use that across like all my different types of like pages that may be linked to this, which is amazing. And I will do that for the rest of them. So I will, once again, go headings. I will slash and I will call this like H2 and this one is 32 pixels, I believe. And there you go. And it shows up right there. So for body, I would do something very similar. What I'll do is I'll go into my styles and I'll type in body and I will say large. I think this is 20 pixel. I know that if I have a larger paragraph that I want to display or a larger copy, maybe it's like a quote, maybe it's like copy after a headline, not necessarily body copy that we read all the time. And I will use something like that. Same with this, I will do the exact same thing. So I will go body, I'll call it body and I'll call it regular. And this is 16 pixels, create style. These are my text styles. They're all separated based off of what I've created. So let's go in here. And when I go to select a text style, I'll see that now they're separated by body and headline. So the goal here is to really try and create a bunch of different like roles that you're going to be using for your type system. So I like to use like a couple of variances of the body copy. So I'll just disconnect this class. So detaching the style. I'll probably have like a 12 pixel smaller body copy. And this will be like 16 pixels in height and line height. So really easy to read, and I'll just create a style right there. I'll call it body. I'll do SM for small, and I'll just say 12 pixels. And there you go. Like now we're starting to create a bunch of different things. I also think of like labels. So if I just write label, I'll detach that again. And if I think about the type of label we'll have, maybe it'll be like 12 pixels. If I think about the label that I'll have, it'll be probably around 12 pixels. So maybe it's like a bold. And I think like it's not going to wrap to a second line, so I can leave it at 100. And I'll just create a style for that. And under that, I may just call it like text or miscellaneous or forms. It really doesn't matter. I mean, it's going to be what you're going to be using and what you're comfortable with. So I'll call it label, and I'll just say like 12 pixels. So there we go. Like we have a bunch of different like styles that we already created. And this is like the beginning of your type system. I mean, nothing is set in stone. Go through it, see what works best, and you can update these styles all the time. So if I notice that this isn't working that well, I'll jump into here. And I will go to this little button that says edit style with my style selected, and I can edit it up here, and I can change anything from like the line height. I can change all the little details, like if it's in all caps. And that is essentially the easy way to create a type system from scratch. I mean, you'll have to go through different types of like body copies that you think work. Maybe there's alternate versions. Maybe there's different headlines, sub headlines. Think about the product that we're building and the different types of pieces of content that we need, and just keep on going. I mean, have fun with it. It's totally such a fun exercise because you can do what we did in the last lesson and start building different types of like components, and you can really start to see the different types of things that we're going to need in terms of typographic elements. Go out there, have some fun, build your own type system. At this point, it doesn't necessarily need to be so complex because we'll get into that even later, but start having fun so that when we actually get into visual design and designing actual like interfaces with color and all our elements, we are going to like, it'll speed up our workflow to use things like our local styles. So go ahead, create your own type system, and we'll definitely use that in our next couple lessons. Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're going to be jumping right into color. This is a really interesting topic. I love talking about color because color really impacts a lot of different things that we don't think about. So let's jump right into the basics. We're going to talk about color theory. If you know your color theory, that's awesome. But if not, we're going to go through a little refresher, and there's lots and lots of resources out there. So I'll touch upon it throughout this whole lesson. So let's get started with some color schemes that create the basis for color palettes. We can refer to these tried and true formulas to help ensure we're creating good harmony. So the first is monochromatic. Over here, you'll notice it. These colors will share the tints, hues, and tones of one primary color. In theory, it's the simplest of all color schemes, and these are mostly used in minimal designs because one hue generally results in a less distracting layout. The price of simplicity is that you cannot use multiple colors that could help with visualizing information in the UI. So you'll see that they've chosen this color right here, which is kind of like in between a red and an orange, and there are just several colors that share the same tints and hues afterwards. So we got like a lighter version. We can also probably just get a little bit more red if we wanted to, but still this is a monochromatic color scheme. The next is analogous. This is based off of three colors located next to each other on the color wheel. You'll notice them over here. We have like an orange, a lighter orange, and we're getting into kind of yellow territory. Now, this can easily be found in nature. You got to think about like trees in autumn as the leaves change color. So these can be warm colors like orange and yellow like we see over here, or cooler colors like blue and purple. I find that they're pretty easy to work with too. The next color scheme is complementary. Now this scheme uses colors that are on the opposite sides of the color wheel. We have purple and yellow. You can play around with the saturation and brightness to create some refined color palettes. So over here, this looks okay. I mean, we can go into Figma or whatever program you're using and really kind of adjust to get the right amount of color or the right amount of contrast and brightness. It doesn't necessarily mean that both colors need to be extremely vibrant. Over here, we have split complementary color schemes. This scheme uses colors that are on either side of the color's complement. So we'll have like a red, orangish color right here, and then we have two colors right here. We have the green and we have the blue. So they kind of form like a triangle at the bottom. Another example would be like a purple and then like a little bit of an orange and more of a brighter yellow. Or we can do like a red and a green and a yellow. So that is split complementary. Next is triadic. Now these colors are evenly spaced in an equilateral triangle on the color wheel. The three colors will be exactly 120 degrees from each other, like an equilateral triangle. These schemes are considered to be more vibrant. They keep harmony but deliver some high contrast. So we got purple, green, and orange. And these are the color schemes that I use. Probably the last one is tetradic, and this scheme usually utilizes two sets of complementary pairs, and they're so hard to balance and pull off because of, one color needs to be the primary without overtly dominating the others. And that's why I kind of avoid that color scheme when I'm trying to create like a user interface. So I would stick to these as your go-tos. Next, we're going to jump into what questions I ask myself before I even start looking for color palettes. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to talk about some important questions that I ask myself before I even start using colors or even like searching for colors. So they're two pretty big questions, and there are a couple questions in between, and there are a couple questions that actually make up those two bigger questions. So let's jump right in. The first thing I want to do is I want to understand the type of problem we're trying to solve. I want to know, do I understand this product? What type of problem is the product trying to solve? What does it want to communicate? If we had like a session where we were mapping these things earlier in like a kickoff and using our stakeholders kind of research to really understand what the big business problem was, these types of things could really help influence your color palette choice. Remember when we briefly talked about brand personality? This applies here too. Understanding what the brand is trying to say helps us pick colors. And understanding the problem the product is trying to solve is integral. Some colors are better suited or associated with different types of products, maybe blues with fintech. Nothing is set in stone, and it's good to understand the landscape when approaching a color palette. So just keep that in mind when you're starting to create your own color palette. The next thing is we want to understand who our users are. Do I understand the users well? Who are the users we are targeting? What region do they belong to? That's a huge thing. What is their culture like? Colors are instrumental in how we perceive the world, and that couldn't be more true within the interfaces. Colors guide us to predict, understand, and make decisions. Think about what colors mean to you. So I want you to take a second and just think about this while I'm going through it. Ever since you were a child, you've been trained to pause at words colored in red. Think about like error text, or if you see a negative balance in your account, or a stop sign, or a red light, or a bad mark on your essay, and you relax at maybe numbers in green, or text in green. You naturally want to read text in black before you do text in gray. You want to click on things that are blue. It's embedded into how we experience products that we never give it really any extra thought. Now let's go one step further. And certain colors have a different connotation when it comes to things like culture. Think about who you're designing for, even age and gender. The psychology of color is incredibly interesting, but it's a massive topic. These are the two main questions I always ask myself before I even get started, and you should too. Hey everyone, welcome back. So I'm going to give you some really helpful tips when you are creating color palettes, and then we're going to jump right into Figma and do it ourselves. So when we're looking to create a color palette, we need to follow some proper color harmony. So using the color theory formulas, basically those color schemes that I showed you before. Now I love coolors.co. It really helps with generating harmonious color palettes if you need it. it's just a great resource. There's a bunch of other resources out there, like Adobe has one. I mean, there are resources even within Figma, like plugins that will help you create color palettes. And, we'll get into those later. But if you need help, there are definitely resources out there to help you actually come up with some ideas for color palettes. You should always know that your colors should be scalable and additive within your color system for your UI. We need to make sure to always have multiple shades of gray and low saturated colors to work with. There should be some sort of systematic pattern in place that can be added to as your color system grows. In this case, we see that each hue over here has its own kind of palette or mini palette that can be expanded on when needed. This could be my main palette over here, and I can get darker variations of that, for accessibility reasons, or just I have a lot more flexibility within my interface. You don't necessarily need to stick to maybe like the 3 or 4 brand colors that you may have or your brand may have. You have to build off of that in order to make a really great user interface. I think one of the big things is to always kind of tint your grays and your blacks. With a hint of your brand color, it adds a little bit more depth to your blacks and grays, and if you leave them untouched, it could come off as too harsh. Sometimes you could add a little bit of blue. I mean, this could be a little bit too light if you want something really dark, but if you look at this gray, if you add a little bit of blue to this gray, it just looks that much better and it matches your brand much better. And the last tip that I have that is pretty huge is that you have to be aware of the contrast between colors. Contrast helps with proper visual hierarchy like we have here, like a headline and a subheadline. I touched upon this a little earlier in terms of wanting to read a darker color before you read a lighter color. And it's also a big part of ensuring accessibility. There are a couple tools that we can use to check like contrast ratios of our colors. Colorable is a great web tool that you can use just to get like a quick glimpse of what is accessible if you just type in 2 colors in terms of like a foreground and a background. And it'll definitely tell you if it is accessible. And there's a bunch of resources within Figma that we can take a look at when we're creating our own color palette. Those are some really helpful tips that you can use when you start creating and building off of your color palettes. We're going to jump into Figma next and do it ourselves. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So I'm going to give you a quick demonstration on how you can come up with a really simple color scheme. The color scheme I'm going to choose right now is a monochromatic one because I feel like those are so easy to work with. And I'm going to show you just how we can create one and we can apply it to a UI easily. So step 1 is we want to choose our base color first, like the primary or dominant color of our UI. And usually that's your brand color. So I'm just going to go over here. I'm just going to select the ellipse tool right here. You can just press O, I've done that. And I'm just going to create a little circle. And we're going to rename that to, just call it color, because we're going to make a bunch. So first step, choose our brand color. I think I'm going to go with like a blue. It's a very easy color to work with. So I think something like this is good. And now this is our primary color. Now the goal is to choose like colors based off of this primary color, and then we can actually choose darker colors and grays based off of this color as well. And this will serve as our entire color scheme. So let's go in here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna press Option Shift and drag that over. Next step would be to choose like colors near your base color. So let's give ourselves a couple of options here. I'm not gonna adjust the hue. I'm just gonna adjust the saturation or brightness. I'm gonna leave that hue alone. So this is the hue. We can even go a little bit more. Maybe there's not enough contrast there. Okay. We're going to duplicate that. And we're going to choose one more dark one. Just getting a little more darker here. And there you go. We have some colors to work with here. And it's going to give us a lot of variety when we start applying this to an interface. So you don't want to kind of like just have one color to work with, because that's just going to not give you enough variety. You're going to be stuck trying to apply it everywhere. You want to have different variations, so that way, you know, if there's text that needs to be highlighted, or there's certain element like a card that needs to be highlighted with a color, you don't need to just stick to like this color. You could use like this color or a different type of gray. So don't necessarily stop yourself from experimenting and expanding your palette. Okay, so those are 3 kind of colors that I think I'm going to stick with. I'm going to actually duplicate this one. I'm going to bring it down right here. And I'm actually going to make a very, very dark blue, almost like black. Remember what I said about, you know, tinting your blacks and your grays? They really kind of give them a much more depth. And I'm going to choose a couple more grays based off of this. Now what I'm just going to do is I'm going to start going in this direction. Okay, we can get a little bit lighter. Do you notice how this is what a regular gray looks like? It's kind of bland. And you know what? It really depends on your color palette too. Like if you have a black and white color palette that kind of has like maybe some accent colors, then maybe like going the black and white route is totally fine, as long as it suits your brand and the tone of your brand. But in this case, it doesn't necessarily suit our monochromatic scheme. So I'm just going to go here. I'm going to just, you know, pick from that blue just a little bit. And I want a nice light gray. I think something like that is going to work really well. Maybe we can go just a tad lighter. Okay. And then I'm going to pick a really, really light one. This is a really light gray. You'll notice that it still has a little bit of the blue in it. And if we want, you know, just for the sake of having a white, that's always an option. And I'm just gonna outline it with a stroke. So there you go. Like we have our own monochromatic scheme over here. And in the next video, I'm gonna show you how you can easily apply this. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So in the last video, we created this nice, simple monochromatic color palette. And in this video, we're going to cover how we can actually apply that to a blank interface. Let me jump right in here. Let's zoom in just a tad. Okay, so what I like to do is I like to start creating styles based off of our colors before we even start using them, because you know it could become a mess when we don't have styles, and it keeps everything nice and neat. And if we do want to change a style in the future, all we need to do is change or edit that original style, and it's going to apply across the board wherever it is applied. So here, I'll show you exactly how that works. This is my primary blue. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over here to the style icon. I'm going to press the plus sign to create a style. And I'm just going to call this blue 01. And I'm going to call it primary, so that way it's under a new heading when we actually go and select our styles. And I'll show you what that looks like. So I'm going to call this blue 1. See, it's under primary, and that's blue 1. I'm going to do the same for the rest. So let's do this one. I'm going to call this primary blue 2. Call this primary blue 3. Now for these, I'm just going to call them grays. So we'll do, we could just say UI. Sometimes I like to actually break them up based off of their use case. So if I know that something will be used for text, I'll actually create a heading called text, and then after actually put that same color or duplicate that style. So that way, when I'm actually using the UI in some way, and I need to actually apply a color to some sort of text, I'll select that color style instead of something else. There may be another category called like background. So whenever I use a background color, I'm going to select from that category. So that way, when I'm actually going through all my selections over here, so if you select a whole bunch of stuff like this,
and I go to my color selections, they'll be over on this side, I can actually easily pinpoint which one is text, which one is background based, or which one's UI based. So I'll show you that even later on, but that's how I generally break up my styles, especially for design systems. So where were we? We were over here. So I'm just going to call this UI for now. We'll call it gray 01. We'll call this UI gray 02. Actually, I'm going to copy and paste from now on just to speed up my workflow. We'll call this 3, and we're just going to call this white. Okay, and there you go. We have all our color styles. These ones are under UI, all their gray colors and shades. And under primary will be our primary light blues that we're going to use. So let's zoom out. And if we look over here, we have an interface. Now this is a resource that you can easily get from Figma. I didn't design this myself, but I'm going to use this for our demonstration because it's going to easily help us understand how you can apply a color scheme in such a quick and fast way. What I like to do is I'm going to start picking some primary sections. So like if we start on the profile, all we'll need to do is I've selected this rectangle in the back, and I go to my fill, and I'm just going to select the color that I want. Even for the text, I can go here and I can select that. For the white, you can individually select them. It really helps you keep your document clean. I like to really be as neat as possible because if I do need to go back and fix something, it really helps when you have like styles applied. So I may select that there. What else do we have here? We have the background color, and we can probably select one of our background colors. That was the stroke that we applied there. We may need to change that stroke. So there we go. We'll change the stroke to something a little darker. And we'll change that to something like that. So, I mean, already you're noticing that we're making some big strides with the UI. And sometimes you may need to go back. You may need to think that, hey, this is actually way too blue. So what I'll do is I'll extend it just a bit if I need that. I mean, I don't think you should necessarily have tons of grays or tons of different colors, but it's going to really help you have a little bit more versatility. So let's go in here. We're just going to disconnect this. And we are going to go and zoom in. And we're going to create an even lighter gray. And what we can do is we're going to create that as a style. We're going to call it UI. We're going to call it gray 04. And that's this one. We will fix that in a second. So we can just adjust them over here. So now we have a nice kind of gradient going on. And let's go see how that looks in comparison. So we're over here. And that's probably a little bit nicer if we want a little bit more subtlety. Same with the background over here. We can even do the same. So that's a little bit more subtle. I'm one for minimalist interfaces. I think they're much better. They perform much better than something that's way cluttered and colors that are way too harsh. So okay, let's continue. Let's see how far we can get with this. So I'm just going to start selecting all these different pieces or these UI elements. So this is text. And I'm going to make it the dark text. And, you know, we can even, will it let us? No, it won't let us because they're within frames. So that's totally fine. I'm just going to apply white here. And this will be like our primary. Nice. It's looking really sharp. Okay, we can do stroke over here. We can do just a light stroke. And the goal here is just to stay very consistent with how you're applying your colors. If you're going to use this primary color in a lot of places, then, use it for those use cases. Don't necessarily start sprinkling a different primary color somewhere. You don't want your users to get confused. So far, we're doing good. Now we can kind of move on a bit more. So that's there. Okay, so we're just going to select that. So we're using our primary color for like buttons or like backgrounds and stuff like that. We can also use, our kind of like our primary blue number 2 for stuff like this. And what I like to do is to make sure that the contrast is good as well. So I know that this is definitely accessible. Let's check if our primary blue is accessible. So on normal text, it isn't accessible at the AAA level, but it is at the AA. So if we want, we can even go a little bit darker. It really depends what you're trying to achieve. So I think that's fine. Okay, where's another section where we can really apply a bunch of different colors? I think we have a graph over here. There it is. So I'm going to use our blues. Oops. Trying to select them all while holding shift, and it's a little tough sometimes. Okay. We're just going to select that. You'll see selection colors down there as well. And it updated across. So here's our selection colors. This is an easy way to actually change everything at once. So if we wanted to, so that changed the text at the bottom. This is probably going to change the actual bar, and this will probably change the background. So if we do that for everything, we can probably go like this. So all the items are changed at the bottom. Let's see what this changes. Oops, that's a little too light. There we go. And this should change the actual bars. So we can do something like that. And I'm not sure what this changes. We can just set it to something. Oh, that's a border. So this one we can probably set to something like this. And white we can set to our white. And there you go. We can easily apply a color palette like that to our UI. We can even go further. That's a black there, so I'm just going to use that. What do we got here? Those are borders, so I'm just going to set them like this. That's a dark green. Set it to the dark blue. And we have a lighter one, a lighter blue. And wow, what a difference that made. So, you can continue with this interface. You can come up with your own, but have a go at actually creating your own color palette. If you want something easy to start with a monochromatic color scheme and try applying that to a different interface. Or this one. This one will be available in our demonstration, and I'll also link to the original as well. So go out there and have fun, come up with your own color palettes, and try applying them. And make sure they're versatile. Welcome back. So you'll notice I have a little color palette over here. Seems to be pretty minimal. And we're going to get into how we can expand upon this in a second. But I just want to talk about a couple different situations that I run into when I'm working with clients or a product team. Sometimes a client will approach me with an established color system. In this scenario, we should always understand that product and the guidelines that come with it.
There may be some strict limitations that we need to follow, but sometimes we have room for improvement. The first scenario is that we have a very strict color palette like this. Any size of company, I've personally encountered both large and small companies that have pretty strict color palettes. Some are great and extensive enough for digital products, and I find that's pretty rare. Others, not so much. So the first thing I like to do is to dive into that color palette and ask myself some questions. Do I have enough here? Can I add some shades or some variations of the existing color palette? The first thing to do is to go to your client and chat about what you can do to extend this palette. Most times, clients will agree to expand the palette if it is truly needed, especially if you need some variation within the product you're designing. So let's see how we can come up with some neutrals for this palette over here. Now, neutrals can be used for a variety of things. Think like backgrounds we touched upon, alternate colors for text, and we can see how much of a difference that made when we were creating our own monochromatic color palette. So let's jump in here and we're gonna see how we can expand this. So let's just open up this frame just a little bit more. Okay. The first thing I like to do is start with my primary color. Actually, let's just bring this in the middle. Right here, what I'll often do is just make this a little smaller so I know they're kind of secondary. Maybe I'll stick with the same hue and just adjust like saturation, just to give myself enough variety. So like maybe I'll use that color. I could probably use that for like banners or secondary colors. It's just a lighter saturation than the primary. I can also get a little bit lighter here. You can already see that we're starting to expand it a bit. If I wanted to, I can actually start to think about, just like changing that just a bit. And now we're starting to get into an analogous color scheme. And I find that often, if you really talk to your clients and you have a good communication with them, you can really kind of convince them to just expand their palette just a bit if it really benefits them. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to keep on going just a bit. I'm going to actually go a little bit to yellow. That's nice. And we can even go all the way to red if we want. But it's actually a lot of experimentation. So don't be afraid to kind of just go and tinker with your colors a bit to see, if you can bring a little bit more variety to your interface if it needs it. You don't need to go super far. Like as you can see, I'm just kind of trailing off the path a bit just to provide myself enough variation. Actually, let's just go here. We're just gonna duplicate that. So we have like a black. And what we can do is we can kind of just give ourselves some gray. We don't need to necessarily, we can actually use the same tint. Oops. We can tint our black just a bit. If you notice, like this is really, really gray, but if we just go a little bit over to the orange, it starts to get a little bit more warmer. So this gives us a little bit more variation. And you can just move your way up. Give yourself a couple of grays to work with. So that way you're not necessarily stuck. It's happened to me, especially when I was first starting out, just using a strict palette and just getting stuck and not necessarily knowing what to do. You essentially have a pretty bad scenario of having like just like an oversaturated user interface that's really distracting. If I think about how like the use cases, like I think like this could be used for like icon and some text. Maybe this is for darker text. You don't always want to display your copy in like a black. So I mean, this black could probably, we don't even need to use black, to be honest. Let me just tint. We can even use like a darker gray if we really want to create some contrast. So these could be used for things like backgrounds or card backgrounds. Could be used for like icon and text, like I mentioned, if we want to create a little bit more contrast between our copy. Something like this could be used like for banners on our website, if it is a website. It's good to just have some accents. So I would say these would be like your accent colors, and these would be like primary colors that your go-to. And if you need to add a little bit more kind of spice, you can bring these in if you want. And you always have your trusty white if you need it, which would probably be your background color on most pages. As you can see, like you can easily expand your color palette if you need to. I mean, follow the color schemes if your client allows you to kind of add more colors that deviate a bit from that palette. But as you can tell, this is the primary palette, and all I've done was, reduce the saturation over here, get it closer to a very lighter orange. I also started moving the hue around and provided a couple of accents if I really needed to create more contrast within the UI. Super easy to do. Remember to sit down and have a conversation with your client. You can go ahead and start doing this and present it to them, but make sure that your arguments for doing this are very sound, because some clients may not be as receptive as others. But make sure that you drive the point home that the reason you're doing this is to give yourself more flexibility when you're working within designs. Go out there, try maybe pulling an existing color palette from a website, try maybe like a site like IMDb or an app like that, or maybe like Facebook. Pull just their primary colors, and you can even expand upon that and see what else you can come up with. Next, we're going to create our very own color palette for our own client, Habitual. Welcome back. So we're going to be creating a very own color palette for our client, Habitual. As you can see here, we have only one color to work with. They have no color palette whatsoever, and we're going to have some fun coming up with some concepts. Now, sometimes if you're working with a brand new product, you may need to understand the reasoning and the personality of that brand. Kind of like what we did with like typography and other things like that. Working with a fresh brand will give you a lot of freedom to choose and play with colors, which isn't necessarily the case with products that have defined color systems. Step 1. Let's take a look at what we have over here with this brand. This brand seems very friendly and approachable. We have to also think about the use case too. We have a lot of products on this mobile app, and the colors shouldn't necessarily detract from all of that. So we need to kind of be a little subtle with our color palette choice. We may stick to only using several colors throughout the app and, having a couple of accents. So I'm always thinking about that kind of stuff before I even start choosing colors. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a frame. I'm just going to name it colors. I'm going to have a circle over here. And it seems like we have a yellow. We have like a very dark gray, and we'll have a white for sure. So this is what our color palette currently looks like. It's okay. It's definitely fine, but we run into the same problem that we had before. We don't have enough variety here, especially to actually start creating UI in terms of visual design. So what I like to do is I'm going to start thinking about how we can expand this in terms of color schemes. Let's start exploring a bit in terms of colors or color choices. So I know that I'm eventually going to create variations of this yellow. So we have that for our UI, but I'm trying to think of maybe different colors that we may use. And I know one color that really goes well with yellow. So like green, it's okay. I mean, that's a very vibrant green. I'm not a big fan of green and yellow palettes. But I mean, if we just slide this over just a touch, then we start seeing more harmony. Let's think about adding maybe like a teal. Teal's a hard color to kind of get right, I find. I think that's actually really nice. And if we think about maybe like a split complementary palette, red would definitely work. So if red was the main color, let's just pick a red first and I'll show you what I mean. Okay. Let's zoom in so we can see what we're doing. Maybe
that looks pretty good. So this is a split complementary palette. And essentially that means that red would be it could be a primary color, it could be the accent, but the complementary of red is green because it's on the opposite side of the color wheel. On both sides of green, though, are blue and then yellow. So it is a split complementary palette. Now, I think these colors are pretty cool. Like, I don't mind them. I think primarily what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this yellow as my main color. I think we can kind of get this a little bit. See, teal's tough. It's tough because it's not really accessible ever unless you go really dark. Reds could be harsh, but I think they just really look nice together. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to start thinking about some options for each of these colors. But what I typically do is I like to just use maybe 1 or 2 colors throughout, like a mobile or even a website. I mean, it really depends on the use case, but I like to keep things really simple just because if you start having too many colors, then you run into a lot of issues in terms of it being really messy and cluttered. So you want to avoid that at all costs. What I plan to do here is I plan to make these my primary colors and whatever variations come from these. And this would be a palette that I could use as an accent palette. So I'll show you how I'm going to break this up. So what I like to do is, if I'm thinking about creating something that is really, really scalable, okay, so I'm going to create like a 75% version of this. Then I'll create a 50% version of this, and then like a 25% version of this. So I have enough options if I really do need that. I don't think I will, but it's good to kind of, especially in the beginning stages, start thinking about how you are going to use that palette. So what size are these? These are 38 by 38. Let's just do that. So yeah, I'm going to just do this for all my accent colors. So this one's going to be 75. This one's going to be 50. And this one's going to be 25. And we can start seeing that, hey, like, okay, you know, I may be able to use this on a background, possibly. That really is nice. You know, I may be able to use this red for like error states. So keep your mind open. Don't necessarily limit yourself to like one color choice or like one palette choice. Start thinking about all the different variations, maybe accents that you can use. We can even do this for our grays. Okay, what do we have here? We can do 75. We can do 50. We can even do 25. So it's starting to build up. I think these grays may be a little too cool. So what I will do is, so let's move this white. I'll probably copy these, and this will be the original. We'll just keep this over here. I like to kind of keep with this palette. I mean, this is really cold in terms of the grayscale. And I think I'm going to just, you know, tint the gray with a little bit. As you can tell, it's part of the blue. So I'm going to tint it with my yellow. Kind of like what we did when we were expanding a color palette. So I'm going to tint that with yellow. I'm going to expand on this just a bit. So I may not actually go down like by removing like 75%, 50%. Maybe we can do that. Let's see what that looks like. 75. So it is much warmer. 50, 25. But I'm not sure if I'm totally happy with that just yet. You should really think about the amount of grays you have, just because you don't want to get stuck with a bunch of different grays, because they'll be tough to work with and it could really like muddy your experience. So as you can tell, these are much more warmer. It's kind of bordering on that brown a little bit, but not too much. I actually like this a lot better than this because I think it suits this whole palette a little bit more, but we can keep this to the side for now. Okay, perfect. So this is going to be our grays. What I also like to think about is I like to think about like UI elements as well. So if I'm thinking about like reds, so this could be like kind of like an air. I think this may be a little too light for like a success state if we need one. So we can actually pick a green. And this can definitely deviate from your original palette because we are building an interface. And if you're using like yellow for success, I mean, that's kind of confusing. We should really stick to the colors that we know. So here we go. We have a green. I mean, it doesn't need to be perfect. So this can be like our success color, then our error colors. These could be used as our accents. And another thing I like to do is I like to kind of experiment with some gradients. So like if I choose like a yellow and a white, let's just bump up that opacity. Like, you know, using gradients as a background could really be nice. Same with if we change that yellow over here with like a blue, that's really nice. And I think like we could probably use that as a background for something. I'm not sure what just yet, but it definitely can be used for something. Try your best to kind of expand on this and, you know, have fun with it. I mean, you don't need to use the colors that I'm using. I may not even use all these colors, to be honest. I just exploring. I may actually cut this color from it and just kind of stick with these grays and these yellows, maybe some blues as well. I'm obviously going to keep like a red and a green for like a success and error state. I may actually incorporate some gradients if I need them as well. So I'm going to continue working on this gray portion and trying to nail the color palette here. But go in, take a look at the logo, pull the colors from the logo and start building off of it. There's so many ways you can go with this. Like you can go the monochromatic scheme if you want, if you feel like that's enough. It probably could be enough. Depends how you lay out your designs. You can even actually go the route that I went, like, and try to create like a split complementary palette. That's also pretty fun as well. Take a look at the color schemes that we went over originally. See what you think suits the brand and start choosing colors based off of that scheme and, you know, experiment. You can even just try all of them and see if you have some luck there and see what you like. So that's how you start creating a color palette just based off of brand colors.
Hello and welcome to our lesson on forms and UI elements. Now you may be thinking to yourself, what are UI elements? And that's a very good question. UI elements are basically just elements within your user interface. Like take a look over here at this picture. We have cards, we have some icons, we have a navigation, we have a badge on an icon right there. We also have like a little picker over here. And these are all considered UI elements. But forms are probably the most common UI elements that we actually experience. And probably, if not the most important. So let's take a step back. Forms are everywhere. Think about it. We might think that a form is just a standard set of inputs on a page, but when we're designing a user experience, they are featured in a lot of different places. Take this for example. This is considered a form. When you log right into a product, you have some elements here like a button, you have a forgot your password link, and you have different form inputs like this is your standard password input and this is your standard email input. And these all come together to create a form, even these social logins over here. What about when you even send a message? This is considered a form. This, alongside these buttons, are considered a larger form component. Forms are everywhere. Even when you search, this is considered a form. They are crucial to the success of your design and can impact the business of the product if certain forms rely on optimization and hitting certain goals. With forms being such an integral part of building products, it's critical to get them right. But don't be scared, we're going to learn how to build some brilliant forms and UI elements that are really delightful, usable, and inclusive. So you may be thinking, where do we start? Okay, are you ready? Remember how we built our own sitemap? Well, we talked about building some preliminary sitemaps, user flows, and concepts earlier. When we did that, we were thinking about the types of content we would have on certain pages. Before we even begin thinking about designing a form, we need to know what type of content we're dealing with. So when we looked back at the homepage that we built for Habitual, we were talking about the sitemap, and at this portion, we knew that users will probably want to search for products over here. We kind of listed that as a piece of content that we were definitely going to have on that page. So with us thinking about search, we drew a bunch of search inputs. We drew what that search overlay would look like, and that is all considered a form that comes together. Now, we definitely know we need a search bar. Another example is registration. We touched a bit on that earlier as well. This is a bit more trickier. We know the standard types of UI elements that will be used to build the forms a user may see, like text inputs, buttons, maybe a progress bar. We saw that in the example earlier. But it's not that easy though. We also need to take into account if the registration wants to capture other content like user interests or profile images. So before we even build a form, we need to think about the types of questions we want to ask our user. This takes some time to figure out and can be done through some quick prototyping, testing, and iteration. So you can find the result that works best for your product. We'll come back to this scenario later, but the goal here is to generate some ideas and come back to them. That always just keeps on coming up in our design process, is that we need to keep on generating ideas, learn from those ideas, refine them, and then keep on going. So same thing with forms. We need to think about the types of questions we need to ask our users, because it's incredibly important that we get that right. And then we can iterate and refine the details later. So you want to start building some components for your product, right? Well, we're going to cover a wide array of examples of different types of forms and accompanying UI elements. We'll be covering like forms, inputs, advanced inputs, and buttons. We're going to jump right into Figma to take a look at the different types of scenarios we often face as designers. Hello and welcome back. We're going to jump right into some scenarios we often face with dealing with forms. I'm going to teach you the best practices. We'll go through some demonstrations on what not to do, and we'll fix them together. So before we even can start creating our own inputs and advanced inputs and buttons, we need to talk about forms as a whole. Forms have essentially replaced the conversations we have with each other. So when you design a form, you should always keep in mind that they should feel like a friendly conversation between your user and the product. The first scenario we often find ourselves in is the amount of questions we have on a form. So over here, we have a little form. It's kind of long and kind of demoralizing. When creating a form, we need to keep it as short as possible and only ask the questions that are absolutely necessary. Remember that if there are some optional inputs that absolutely need to be there, we should mark them as such and avoid using an asterisk. If some inputs are optional, do you really need those inputs at all though? Asterisks muddy your design too and create too much visual noise, and sometimes they can be confusing to others. Let's take a look over here. I think we can actually fix this form. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this frame, Command C and V, and there we go. We have our frame. So what I would do in this scenario is just reduce the amount of inputs. So I don't think if we're creating a login form, you don't necessarily need to have country, phone number. You may not even need a first name or a last name. You could have an input just for full name. And there you go. You don't need to ask questions that don't necessarily need to be there. So do your best to only ask the user the absolute minimum. So let's jump to our next scenario. Remember what I said about making your forms a bit more conversational? Well, they should also logically flow like a conversation. What is the first thing you ask a person when you meet them? Their name. You wouldn't ask for their address or their credit card information first. I don't know if you would ask for their credit card information, but we should start with their name and then move on over to some more sensitive questions. So let's fix this input. So we're just going to duplicate it and we can just rearrange it. So like a conversation, you should be asking what seems logical first. It would be kind of weird to be asked your address or credit card number before your first name or your full name and your email or any other information like that. So that's what I would do. Okay, so the next scenario we often find ourselves in is with long forms. So sometimes you may be tasked with building a very long form or set of long forms. And that happens, and that's totally normal. It happens. There's a lot of different use cases like accounting software or just certain long registrations. It really depends. But it's a big no-no to have all these inputs grouped together because we run the risk of confusing our user. So the solution, try to categorize relatable information. So you don't necessarily need to break these into separate flows, but what you could do, and let's just copy this over here, you can actually just make these into separate categories. Okay, so what I'll do is, it looks like I have credit card information. So this is a group on its own. I have full name, address, city, postal code, country, state. Let's just bring these down. What I'm going to do is I'm going to break this first one into payment method. And let's just give it a nice border. That looks really good. Let's just align that quickly. So we have payment method. We can bump this up just a bit so it seems like a nice title. So we'll do that. Oops, let's change it to bold. And we can even just decrease the opacity of this so it isn't too in your face. Let's just do that a little bit more. Okay, so we have one title over here for a grouping. And we'll bring that one down there. And we can just call this billing information. And just like that, we've logically broken out each piece into their own groups. And you can do this if there's multiple groups, but it just helps users digest your information much more easily. So if I were to come to a bunch of inputs like this is a lot. And like I said before, in terms of longer forms and only asking the necessary questions, sometimes you have a large amount of questions. And this could be demoralizing just to see just a blank slate of a bunch of inputs. So breaking it into pieces allows users to easily understand that information and fill out all the necessary inputs that they need to. So let's move on to our next demonstration. What do we have over here? So layout. Layout applies to forms as well. I've personally been guilty of this, where we have two columns. Now, forms should always be arranged from top to bottom in a single column, so it's easy for a user to read. We typically read from top to bottom and left to right, and this implementation makes me kind of wonder which direction I should start to fill out the inputs. Do I go left to right, or do I go top to bottom and then top to bottom? So it's a little confusing just for users in terms of which way they should be filling out the information. Like I said, let's just copy paste that. And we're just going to take these two inputs and just bring them right down here. And there you go. That's just much more easier to fill out. And if users are tabbing through inputs, like if this is longer than where they are on the page, it gets confusing because the page could be jumping around while they're tabbing. This just keeps everything really consistent. They know that they're going from top to bottom, right down to the input, the button input at the bottom. So keep things consistent like that. That's just much more easier for the user. Okay, buttons. These are your action buttons at the end of a form. And this is kind of up for debate, and I don't really sway either way in terms of placement of your buttons at the end of a form. I mean, I do have a preference, and I'll let you know in a sec. Some people will argue that buttons should be left aligned over here. That's because we logically read from top to bottom and left to right, meaning that button will be right here waiting for you at the end of the form. So if you're going top to bottom, left to right, it's right there, and it makes most logical sense. But sometimes when you think about how we think about forms and proceeding to a next step, we generally think about moving right as the next step and left as going back. So this is where the debate kind of stems from. So if this were a step within a progress form, which has multiple steps, like 3 steps or something like that, then sometimes I feel like if you were to click next, you would look for it on the right rather than on the left. Totally up to you. I personally sway in the direction of having them left aligned. I do like them there just because I believe that it does logically help the user going from top to bottom, left to right. But it comes down to you testing with your users too. So do that, make sure that whatever you have works well, and proceed in that direction. Let's talk about the scenario we have here. Another scenario we find ourselves in is that you may have 2 buttons like a submit and cancel. And we have to make sure that both buttons are easily distinguishable to avoid the possibility that a user clicks on the wrong button. You can easily do that with a secondary button. And you should do your best to add microcopy wherever possible and be descriptive with your button names. So let's finish this. Let's fix this up. So what we're going to do is go over here. One thing I noticed, I'm going left to right. So one thing I did notice is that the submit is on the wrong side. So we're just going to bring that submit over and the cancel to the right. First, I'm going to fix the button here. So this cancel is just way too alike to the submit, and I run the risk of having my user click one or the other, and that is a no-no. So let's just fix this up. What we can do is just have a secondary button. So that is just easily distinguishable now. And over here, we talked about having a better name for our copy, or just a better copy for our buttons, just making it more actionable and descriptive. So this could be something like create account. Perfect. So this is much better than what we had before. Let's take a look. So here they are side by side. We have a cancel and submit all on the wrong side, and they were too similar. Now we can easily understand which one we should be clicking and which one we could click if we needed to. So I de-emphasized the cancel, made the create account stood out. Let's jump to our next scenario. So what do we have here? So everything looks pretty good, right? Remember how we covered long inputs and broke them out into different categories? Well, sometimes forms are just too long that you need to split them into different pages entirely, which is logical. You don't want a user to infinitely scroll on one page to fill out a super long form. And on mobile, we need to think about how we treat long forms. We will probably treat them much more differently than we do on desktop. So when you do this, you need to let the user know where they are within the flow and what they need to do and how much longer they are to the end. This can be done in a variety of ways, like there's progress bars, there's percentages and step counters. We have this little form over here, right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to fix this. Let's take this out and let's assume that this form is like step 2 of 3 within our process. I'm actually going to go back up and steal this. Whoops. Okay. Sounds good. So this password, I mean, we can remove that because that doesn't really make sense. And we can just say personal information. Let's just bring that down. And actually, let's create a progress bar first. So like I said, there's a couple ways you can do this. I mean, I'm just showing you quickly, and you could probably do a much better job than I'm doing right now. But here we go. So there is our progress bar. That isn't very good. Okay, say this is step 1. Let's find a nice green. So that's about 33% of the way. And what you can do is you can like have a little progress indicator. Let's just bring down that size. Great. So you could do something like that where it just lets the user know that, hey, you are 33% of the way through. So you can have that anywhere on your page. You could also do like a combination of like showing what steps they're in or which step they're in within a flow. So that could look something like, let me just bring this out. Oops, that's a little too light. And I think I had it on 10%. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so this is like a kind of like a stepper. And it could show something like, this one could just say personal info. And this kind of allows the users to just get a sneak peek at the type of information that they will be asked in the future. So there's personal information. This could be like payment. And this could be like shipping. So this is another option. And like I said, it's totally up to you and what you think is the best, like what you've tested with, what performs the best. Another way to do this is to just kind of have a little stepper. And this is usually like pretty much all you need most of the time, I find. You can do something like step 1 of 3. So you could do something like that. It just helps the user understand that, you know, if they're coming into this form, they have a good understanding of how long the form process is going to be. They don't want to be stuck in an infinite scroll and not know where to go. It also allows you, if it's a really long form, you could implement some sort of save feature where they could save at a certain step and they could easily remember. So remember, if your form gets too long or if you're dealing with mobile, you need to break things out just so it's just in bite-sized pieces for your user. So these are the best practices for forms, and we'll jump into best practices for inputs. So let's talk about best practices for inputs. So I want you to take a guess. Which are the most complex UI elements? If you've guessed inputs, then you are correct. They may look simple, but in reality, due to their versatility, different states, and frequent use, they can be very hard to figure out. But when you do get inputs right and they're designed really well, they allow users to input data in a way that is quick, easy, and correct. So let's jump right in. So these are the types of inputs that you're probably going to encounter the most in your career. Here we got some basic inputs. Now there are a variety of input types that we use to collect user data. Depending on what types of questions or requirements your form may have, you will need to pick the right one. So the first one I have here is a text field. Now these text fields are used for short written responses. Users can add only one line of text. If your text does get too long, it will automatically scroll the content left so you can continue to see what you're entering. So if I were to start entering a name here, it would just push the rest of the content left and you just be able to continue to see everything. The next is a text area. Now, sometimes you may need to incorporate an input for longer responses. This is where the text area comes into play. These are taller than a regular text field, as you can see. Look at the difference. And allows for users to enter multiple lines of text. When the text does reach the bottom of this container, it will automatically expand downwards. Some text areas allow users to adjust the width and height manually. It's just going to depend how it's coded by the developers. Next, we have drop-down menus, or selects. These are used when there are multiple options a user needs to choose from. When you click the input, a menu will appear just below, where the user will see the predefined options. When a user selects an option, it will appear in the input field that they just clicked. It's best to use drop-down menus when a user needs to select from more than 5 options, but not too many because then it becomes a little bit of an accessibility issue. Next, we have checkboxes. Checkboxes are typically used when there are one or multiple options for the user to select from. Users can make multiple selections here, as you can see. Try using these when there are 4 or less options to choose from. And next, we have radio buttons. Now these look pretty similar to the checkbox, but the interaction is entirely different. These are used for multiple options, but, and this is big, users can only select one option here. Similar to the checkbox, try keeping the options to 4 or less. So if I were to have option 3 selected and I go to select option 1, it would automatically uncheck or unselect 3, and 1 would be the only option selected. If you do want to select multiple options, use the checkbox. Now there are some advanced inputs, and let's get into that. So sometimes these inputs are not enough for what we're asking of a user. Some questions can get pretty complex and also some interactions. So let's look at some examples of that. Right now we have the multi-select text field. So what you can do here is these fields allow users to add multiple inputs. Generally when a user enters an input, it will be displayed like as a chip. And this is what a chip looks like. I mean, you can design it differently, but typically it has the content in the middle and then it has an exit or a removal icon to the right. Now, it'll be displayed as a chip and the user can add another. Users are also able to remove chips that they previously entered. So this is typically what a multi-select text field would look like. And this is a drop-down search. If there are a bunch of options within your drop-down menu, you should consider adding some sort of contextual search. The way this interaction works is when a user begins typing, available options that match the user's search will filter. It saves the user a bunch of time. So if I were to type in like an address or like a country or something like that, so this input says country, but it could just say something like address, then it's just so much more easier than just inputting everything manually. Or if they need to search for a specific country, then they could just start typing and the list would come up over here of suggested results. So it just saves the user a bunch of time. And that's it for advanced inputs. These are typically all the types of inputs that you would see, both basic and advanced or some sort of variation. I mean, there are many more. There are date pickers, and date pickers are used when we want our user to select a day or a date range. It really depends on the type of product you're building. So there are a bunch of inputs out here, but this is what you're typically going to be using most of the time. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about some best practices for inputs. One thing that you should know is that the height of your input should always be the same height as your primary button to maintain that visual consistency. Remember when we learned about spacing in grids? Well, we defined a base unit of 8 pixels. And using that, we can create input field heights of 32 pixels or 40 pixels or even 48 pixels and so on. So right now, if we look at our pixel height, we have a 40 pixel height. And on our button, we have a 30. We need to adjust this just because right now it does not look consistent. We'll just adjust that to 40. And all of a sudden, that looks much better. Let's just reverse it to see what it looked like before. Much more consistent. And we can just make sure that it's spaced. You can leave extra space if you want at the end, but that looks much more better than it did before. Another thing, your input field length. All inputs in a form should be the same length, but that's just basically a guideline. That varies depending on the type of answer you may ask the user to answer. A good example is when we ask users for their credit card information. Let's take a look at the CVV number. Now this input field shouldn't be too long because it's generally only 3 digits. Sometimes having long inputs for short answers can confuse the user into thinking they may have entered a too short answer. There's an easy way to fix this. What we can do is we can just shrink this, shrink that. And what I'm doing here is I'm holding Shift and Control, and I'm just going to nudge that over. And if you don't know what a nudge is, up here in my bar, if I go to Preferences and I go to Nudge Amount, I have a big nudge of 10. I would probably set that to my base unit or some variation of it. So I'm going to set it to 4. And you'll notice that if I hold Shift Control, I can decrease the width of this frame based off of my nudge amount. So I have 4, 8, 12, 16. And there you go. And now everything looks like it's spaced properly.
And that looks much better. So if we go back and we look at what it looked like before, this looks much better. So remember, based off of the context of the type of answer you're looking for, you can adjust the input size, especially for something like this. Next is labels. So your labels should be short and clear and, easy to read. It's best to keep your labels short and sweet and to the point. 1 to 2 words is generally enough to describe what is being asked. So the label should contrast the input font also. So generally, people bold and shrink them a bit. They also lower the opacity sometimes. I mean, that's a visual thing that you can do afterwards. Another tip is to make sure only the first letter is capitalized for easy scanning and readability. So right now we have a very long input. And all we want the user to do is type their first name. So the easiest way to do that is just to ask for first name, and that's it. I wouldn't capitalize the second word. I like to just capitalize just the first one and let the rest drop to lowercase. That also depends on the type of input. I mean, you could be asking for some information that needs to be capitalized, like CVV. That is another example. It's just based off of context, but generally this is what I do. This is kind of like a semi-bold. You can bold it just a bit to contrast whatever's in the input. Let's see if we can change this input right here. These are my components. We got label. No. What do we got here? Default, or we can do active. And if we go into our, okay, well, we'll get to that in a second. But generally, yeah, make sure that your label differentiates from your input. So I'm going to just write some text in here. So there's my first name. And what I would do is I would probably have it at whatever font size that I think is best, maybe 16. And that would be something like a regular at 100%. And that is definitely enough in terms of showing some sort of hierarchy within the input and to differentiate between the actual label and the input text. So make sure that you are doing all of that and make sure that you aren't having too long of sentences or something like that when you're asking for a question in terms of a label. Keep it short and sweet. Okay, so here's another one. Now, placeholders. Now, this is another thing that people debate a lot over. To placeholder or not to placeholder. I'm sorry, I just kind of butchered Shakespeare there for a bit. But anyways, placeholders, at their best, they show repetitive information. And at its worst, it hides important information and reduces accessibility. So when a user clicks on a placeholder and starts to type in an answer, that automatically replaces the placeholder with whatever the user has inputted. And this can be a problem if the placeholder is being used as a label or a hint. At that point, the user can no longer see that text and can't review their answer. As for accessibility, they're a little harder to see due to lighter color and are often undetected by page readers. Let's take a look here. So right now we have spouse's birthday as a placeholder, and yeah, that is not good. So what we can do here is just remove this text. You can hide it. And we're just going to duplicate that. And what we can do is just type in spouse's birthday. And I don't really think you need a hint for that. You can do something like this. So spouses. So if we were to use this, for example, I would remove this placeholder text because, like I said, placeholders aren't necessarily that useful. I mean, they are useful when you use the information there, but when it's hidden, it's gone. And what you can do is just have hint text on the right side or below, whatever suits your design best and whatever works with users best. But what I've done here is I have the optional hint content right here instead of within the placeholder. Do this,
rather than have a placeholder because it's a better solution in the end. And that's it for some best practices for inputs. Hey, and welcome back. So we're going to talk about icons in forms, or in inputs more specifically. So what do we have here? Icons inputs. Who would have thought? Let's go over the 3 different scenarios that we often see when we're using them. So just purely for aesthetic reasons, icons can be used like this over here. They serve really no purpose, but just to reinforce the label or what is asked of the user. These are generally in line with the input and left of the text. So we have here just email, we have a little email icon, and on over here in this credit card input, we have a little credit card icon. You can zoom in just so you can see that. And they really serve no purpose either than to reinforce this label over here. So keep that in mind. They really help sometimes for accessibility reasons as well. I mean, just another layer of information that we're giving users. For purely aesthetic reasons, this is where they're typically used. Now let's think about actionable. Now some icons will add functionality to your input. Some examples of this are chevrons for dropdowns, what we see over here on this select amount dropdown. Also, some examples are like clear, show, hide, or any info like that help to give the user additional ways to interact with your input. So if we have like a password input, we have like a show, hide, little eye icon. And what that could do is if a user started typing in their password, you can show the password and what's actually being typed, or you can hide it and just show the little circles just to hide that password. So these are the ways that we can easily incorporate icons for just actionable reasons. Now, typically when we are actually creating dropdowns or like select inputs like that, there's always some sort of arrow or this chevron. So keep that in mind that you'll probably need that just to indicate to a user that this is a dropdown input so they understand what they need to do. So make sure that you understand that you need to use this icon in this scenario. You don't necessarily need to use this icon right here. The chevron does let users know that this is a drop-down menu. It's totally built into this already. Now let's take a look at feedback. So feedback's another reason why we may use icons. And typically where you do see that is to help users understand if an action was successful or not. These are often used in addition to color. That is super important for accessibility because some colorblind users cannot tell the difference between red and green, and they will rely on icons. So what I have here is a valid username and invalid username. So if you look even closer, you can see that there's a little icon here beside that error text and success text. So this really just helps to reinforce what's happening and just give the user enough feedback to understand that something went right and something didn't. So that's using icons in inputs. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to jump right into states. Now, there are a bunch of different states that we need to think about when designing inputs. Different states tell the user what is currently happening and what should happen next. These states can be differentiated with like text, color, borders, and these visual cues are integral to a good input. So let's jump into the different types of states we encounter. So the first one we have right here is your default state. And this just shows an empty field that hasn't been interacted with. So, I mean, there's just an empty field, there's your label, there's nothing. I mean, it's just standard, it's default, and user hasn't even clicked into it yet or entered anything. Next is your active field. So the user is active, they are in focus right here, and what happens is the user has clicked into this. It has a highlighted border, or your outline, you can call it, and a caret over here on the left to show the user that they should be typing something. So mind you, this caret's always flashing. So just to let the user know that an action needs to happen. Next is filled. So this is a filled input. So once a user has filled an input and entered all the information and clicked away from the field, it'll look similar to your default input, but the only difference is that there's text in there and it's been completed, so users know that they can move on. So really straightforward. Next is disabled. So sometimes we run into a case where an input should be disabled due to a requirement restriction. Disabled inputs are generally shown as filled in, grayed out, or to indicate that you can't interact with it. Sometimes they could have some information in there that can't be edited, but it is grayed out until some action is taken. And just keep that in mind that when we are designing forms and stuff like that, we should be designing for disabled inputs as well, because that scenario could happen. Success states. Okay, so when an answer is correct, you have the option to show a success message. So similar to the error input, we communicate that with color. We have green, we have icons, and appropriate text. So you don't necessarily need to show correct or success messages all the time. It may make sense in certain scenarios. If your form is designed really well, users will often have multiple success states like this, and that may get way too redundant. It may make sense in some scenarios, so keep that in mind. Now this one is really important. We have an error. When a user has entered something incorrect, or maybe the user may have missed an input, they should be shown an error message. Now the message generally should have the appropriate color, red. We have icons and text. This error should always, and I stress this should always be in line the form, or in line to the input and not necessarily outside of the form. Underneath the actual corresponding input is totally fine, and that's where I think you should be putting all your error messages. The worst thing is when you have a 4 or 5 field form, and then you have the error message all the way at the top of the form or at the bottom of the form, and you're like, well, what did I enter wrong, or what went wrong? That is a pretty bad experience. So keep it confined to where the actual error is, just so users can quickly remedy that. Now we kind of touched upon this in our lesson on typography in terms of the appropriate text as well. So let's talk about assistance. Now, there will be times when a user comes to an input and needs a bit of assistance, a tip or a hint. This will help the user fill out your input much quicker if you do it right. Here are certain ways we can provide assistance to our users. So one way is hint text. Now we touched upon this a little bit. So I have hint text right here, right beside my label, right aligned, not necessarily as a placeholder. I don't do placeholders often, but using hints above or below your input field gives users helpful information about the question you're asking them. So if you need to use it, that is incorrect actually. If you need to use it like that on top or below, just to give users some helpful hints if they need it. This could be like a CVV number. I mean, maybe not that, but you could use it for birth dates in terms of the format. I always know when I'm entering a date format that I don't know if I should put the date first or the month first or the year first. And, I've been asked in all separate ways. It's just good to have some sort of outline on how to do that. The next is auto format. So we have an auto format credit card number over here. And essentially we have the power to automatically format a user's answer depending on the scenario. So this avoids any format errors and helps users read and review their answers. So think things like credit card numbers, phone numbers, etc. So right now I have a credit card number here, and it's just much more easier for me to break it up into chunks rather than to read it like this. So this is not as easy to read. I know it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's harder to read when it's all combined. So breaking it into chunks or auto formatting that is just a much easier experience on the user. So keep that in mind and have a good conversation with your developers about doing that. So we've seen this input before. Now, autocomplete. Sometimes users need to enter something long, or they may not necessarily know what they're trying to search for, and we should help them with autocomplete. This saves the user a bunch of time and also reduces the possibility of errors with formatting and spelling. So if we have an address like we have down here, it's just much more easier to get them to start typing in the first letters or first numbers of their address and then start autofilling. It could be even used for like answering a question, a specific question in relation to something, and the user doesn't necessarily know the answer, or there may be multiple answers, or they may be searching for multiple things. So autocomplete has a wide variety of use cases, and you should use it when a user may be confused on what to enter, or it could cut down on the amount of time a user could enter information, like a long address, which is pretty pedantic when you think about it in terms of entering one. Now, default values. It's always smart to pre-fill text fields with the most likely answer when the answer is expected by the majority of your users. So if I were to ask you a question about like your country and I knew 95% of my users are in Canada or the United States or whatever country, I could pre-fill that data with just Canada or the United States. And that would be a much easier experience for the majority of our users, so they don't have to go through the process of actually selecting that or finding that answer. Now, in this case, potato chips, and the right answer is always salt and vinegar. So that's my favorite flavor for chips, but you should always think about how you can make the user's life a little bit more easier. And that's it for inputs. Hey, and welcome back. We're going to be talking about buttons. Now, buttons are a really important part of any UI. I mean, they're not only used for forms, but can be used to link users to other parts of the site or within the same page. We should treat buttons with a lot of care, and I'm going to show you a couple of things you can do to make your buttons that much better. So let's jump right in. So what do we have here? We have a nice little submit button. Now, buttons should describe the action you want the user to take. And I think submit and cancel are, they're okay in most technical applications, but they usually feel way too dry or generic. Now, consider using words like sign up or send information or create account. I mean, those are much better options. I'm just going to change this to create account. And it's just a much more descriptive, or you can say a more action-based word, or a more action-based copy. Now, this also helps you emphasize the value of completing a certain action. We want our users to keep motivated. And a way we can do that is to remind the user of the benefits with completing this flow. So try something like sign up and, or something like create account. Just be more descriptive instead of just using something generic like submit. Now we do have sign up down here. And like I said, sign up's a pretty good option. I like it. Now consider writing in the first person. This is another option. It really depends on the tone you're going for with your brand and like your entire UI and your UX. Now the button is that final interaction that takes a user elsewhere. There's times where you can try making it personable. It has been proven that buttons that use words like I, me, or my have higher conversion rates. Instead of sign up, why don't we try something like create my account? I think that sounds a little bit better. A little trick I use is that whatever the copy is in the button, I will precede that by I, like I want to. So it makes grammatical sense. I want to create my account. This is what I would do if it matches the tone of what you're going for. But I mean, isn't necessarily limited to that. I think being personable and, combining that with what we learned before about having more descriptive and action-based words just makes your buttons that much better. So you remember this scenario, right? Differentiating between buttons. Usually you should have a primary and a secondary button. You may need to use two buttons at certain points, and it happens quite a lot, and you should come up with a primary and secondary that are easily distinguishable. The rule is that buttons that function differently should appear differently. So remember to make the primary button that should take the user to the expected path should be much more prominent. So in this case, something like that works like we saw before. But when a user is on mobile, you should make buttons easily tappable. I think 40 pixels to 48 pixels is a good height for a button, especially on mobile. And it works really well with using a base unit of 8 pixels. Remember, keep them easily distinguishable, and also remember that when you're on mobile, you need to have a bigger tappable area, just so you don't necessarily have something like this. And when you're on mobile, it's not fun to try and tap something like that. You may actually tap the cancel by accident. So try to avoid doing anything like that. 40 to 48 pixels is generally a good rule of thumb. Now, there are times where, I would use a clear all. I mean, I've been guilty of doing this a couple of times. So if you have a set of filters that you need to apply, you may want the user to be able to reset everything, or if there's a large form, sometimes people, I don't know why you would do that, but I've seen it before in terms of like a resetting or a clear all on a form. You should probably try and avoid using some sort of like reset button like this. Users rarely use this, and it's kind of vulnerable to being clicked accidentally. This results in frustration, data loss, and possible abandonment. So what I would do here is just keep it to view results. But it also depends on the use case as well. So if you find that your users use your product in a way where they're constantly adding and removing a bunch of content, then it may make sense. I could see that being used for like a CRM tool. It's like an internal tool for a team to use to search up users or search up like clients or something like that. And they want to easily add and remove filters, and they just do it on a day-to-day basis. So it may help them with their day-to-day flow. But a user that's coming to a website and just adding filters, like to search for like rentals or something like that, typically they would be more inclined to change those filters manually rather than lose all their filter changes in one go. So keep that in mind when you are designing longer forms or filters or something like that. And the last one I have here is disabled. Now this isn't disabled, but consider having a disabled button for your user. A disabled button is it's really good for cases where a user can't progress unless they fill out all required fields. So in this case, what I would typically do with a disabled button, here, let's make the background color like maybe like 30% or something. Yeah, that's fine. So we have a 30% on the background color, and the foreground for the text would be something like 75%. Maybe that's a little too much. We can do something like 50%. We can even go even lower. We can do 25. Yeah, this looks like a good disabled submit button, and like this usually comes in handy when you're doing stuff like credit card information, or even entering login information, registration based information. So keep that in mind. Your users may be more inclined to actually fill out all the required information rather than rushing to submit and then seeing errors everywhere. Make sure to test this with your target users whenever you can. And that's it for best practices for buttons. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So as you can tell, there are a bunch of different components a user can interact with. And maintaining those components is pretty crucial for any project, and this is generally a large task. So you want to set aside a lot of time to do something like this, especially if you're creating something like a design system, or if you're just creating a bunch of different variants of inputs, because inputs can be the most complex UI elements that we deal with. So here are some tips to building some of your very own components within Figma. Step number 1, let's learn about master components. So when we create inputs within Figma, remember we need to adhere to our base unit. I'm using 8 pixels, so let's create something very simple like a single line input field. So I'm actually just going to create a massive frame where we can play around. We can call this master components. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to select another frame. And this is going to be my input field. It's going to be 40 pixels in height. It's going to have a border radius of 5 pixels. And it's going to have a nice little stroke. So that is our stroke. Perfect. I just changed the border radius to 2. Okay. And let's give it a fill of white. That's fine. Okay. So this is our input field. What should we call it? There we go, input field. Now that this is done, we're going to use components. Now this page over here, we're going to build out a couple of different components within it, and it'll serve as a kind of like our source of truth. And by using master components, we can really reuse them across all of our designs. So let's turn this input into a component. So to turn it into a component, you can right click and create a component, or you can use the quick shortcut, which is Option Command K. So now you'll notice it's a component. If I go back and press Command Z, you can also create a component up there. Now it's a component, which is pretty awesome. Let's copy it somewhere. So I'm going to copy it right here. You can tell that the little icon has changed, and that means that this is now an instance of the master component, or the parent, whichever you want to call it. I call it the master, and that's what Figma calls it as well. You can copy this component anywhere you want, as much as you want, but as soon as we kind of like edit the master component, it reflects in the instance. So this makes managing inputs so much easier. So let's take a look at how we can update some inputs across our designs by changing something in the master. So this is our master. What we're going to do here is we are actually going to give it a fill of like a very light gray, and you can tell that it's changing there. There you go. We have a couple of copies, and we can just change them all, and you can tell that they all adhere to that master component, which is totally awesome, because if you're creating an individual input for every single instance that you use it, when you want to change one, you probably are going to want to change everything else because you want to keep everything very consistent. Using components totally helps you do that in such an easy way. So that's how you create components within Figma. Hey everyone, and welcome back. So we're going to be talking about building inputs with atomic elements. So I like to call this Inception because sometimes components can get pretty complex. Now, if you notice, we just have a field here, and essentially this field isn't going to be the only part of the component that you use to actually create an input field. You're going to have other components as well. So one of those components could be something like a label. And we can create our own little label component. And I'll show you how that works. So what I've done here is I have some text. I think that's fine in terms of the typeface choice. You can probably give it, I think that's cool. Okay. So this is our label. And we are just going to do that. We're going to duplicate it here. And you may have noticed that this is pretty similar to the type of inputs that we use in our demonstrations earlier on like forms, inputs, and buttons and stuff like that. And I'm going to show you just how I did that. So this could be like a description. We're going to right align that. So what we're doing here is we're making a component just for labeling. We can drop that down to 50. We can even go probably down to 25%. Actually, let's just jump back up to 50. And we're going to make that regular. So this is our other component. I'm going to switch that. Okay. I'm not going to allow my label to go further than this, and I'm not going to allow my description to go further than that. Okay, so we've set some constraints in there. What we can also do is go into our assets and select an icon that we want to use. Okay. And now the great thing is like we can show and hide these things. So we have a description, icon. So it's the info icon. So it's an instance of an icon component. And if we just Option Command G, we've created a frame, and we can call this label. And what I like to do is I like to just kind of hide these images. So there we go. Perfect. and we can create a component. And there you go, we have a label component. Let's talk about how we can use this in conjunction with this input. Sometimes we find ourselves with a component that is pretty complex. You know, it may not be really, really complex. I mean, some do get that complex, but they may feature something like labels, like you've seen here, different types of like text elements, different types of icons. So what's the solution, you may ask? We can build components within components. So that's why I mentioned inception. You can create a component for that field element or label and place it within your input component. So we can put these together to create an input component. And every time you update that like individual element, this one or this one, it's going to change across the board. Sometimes you may do this depending on the context, like changing just like border radius or just label fill colors. But it's just so easy using these kind of, I call them atomic elements. It's just a game changer when it comes to building, customizing, and maintaining components. So let me show you what we can do here. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create just a text component. I'll just call it input text. And this will be the main copy that goes within our input. We'll just leave it as black. I think that's good. I mean, we can even bump it up in size a little bit. And we're just going to do that. Okay, so that's fine. So these are our master components. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to create this as a component. So there we go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take all these, duplicate them as instances. Now I'm going to place this just above the input. I'm going to place the input just to the inside of that. So if we are using our base unit, we should be spacing with our base unit. So this will be, let's just check if our preferences are proper. So we have our nudge amount. So I have that at 4, good. So I'm just going to do Shift Option and arrow key. And there it is, it's 8 pixels from the edge. Over here, I'm just going to do the same. I think that's fine. So now we have our whole component. And what we can do is we can also stretch this. And you can tell that it stretches just beyond there. If you hold down Shift Control and the arrow key, you can shrink it by your nudge amount. So I've shrunk it, as you can tell, from where it was before, aligned over here, to 8 pixels within. So now I'm going to select all of these and I'm going to create a component. It automatically gives it a component name and I'm going to call this form field. Okay, these are our atomic elements and this is our kind of our larger, more complex component. And what we're going to do is we're going to change the border radius to 100. And as you can tell, it also changes the border radius over there. So if I want to set to 20 or 5 like I originally had it, it changes it. If I think that this text is way too small or way too large, I can bump that down a bit. If this label I feel like is too dark, I can change that as well. And all of a sudden, this instance has changed based off of the changes I made here. So build your components with atomic elements and you can easily have so much control over your larger, more complex components. And that's an easy way to use atomic elements within Figma.